a special guest, Her Royal Highness, Sheikha Sharma bint Sultan bin Khalifa. A warm welcome to you and thank you for joining us. Your presence here shows the impact children have to make and youth have to make in the climate change space. We're going to start off with the first session. It's going to be about youth in energy stocktake, the entrepreneurial impact of youth-led energy and clean technology startups. So I'd like to pass on the floor now to Abdurrahman. He's going to introduce us to our speakers. Abdurrahman, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdurrahman Fahmi. I work as a youth engagement consultant by IRENA. I'm very happy to welcome you to this event in partnership with the Youth and Children Pavilion, titled Youth in Energy Stocktake, Entrepreneurial Impact of Youth-Led Energy and Clean Technology Startups. Before we go into our interesting panel, we have two very esteemed guests who are going to provide keynote speeches to our lovely guests here. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Her Highness Sheikh Sharma bin Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan to the stage, the CEO and founder of UAE Independent Climate Change Accelerators. Your Highness, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm delighted to be here at this important panel discussion convened by the International Renewable Energy Agency and the Youth Climate Champions team. Our topic today is both relevant and urgent: the impact of youth-led renewable energy and clean technology startups in the context of the global stocktake. The agenda of today's panel is energized by the dedicated climate tech, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Our discussion will explore the vital task of creating frameworks to effectively measure and report their impact. Having robust, reliable methods to gauge their success is imperative, not just for validating their work, but also for fostering their growth and broader recognition. An essential part of our conversation will also focus on how to create meaningful business connections between these startups and larger companies. These partnerships are fundamental to enhancing carbon reduction efforts and improving ESG performance in various industries. Additionally, a key aspect of panelists' interventions will be how to better link these startups with climate and impact investments. Ensuring these entrepreneurs will have access to the right funding is crucial for scaling up their solutions and maximizing their impact on the climate. We are fortunate to have these distinguished speakers today who will offer their unique insights, experiences, and visions for a more sustainable future. We hope to leave here with a better understanding and renewed commitment to supporting these vital contributors to our global climate action efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Highness. Actually, we are inspired by the UICCA phenomenal work towards mobilizing different stakeholders toward the climate action here and regionally and all around the globe. Thank you so much for being our dear keynote guest. Secondly, I would like to invite Ms. Gauri Singh, the Deputy Director General of IRENA, to the stage to deliver her keynote speech. Over to you, Your Excellency.
Thank you so much. Her Highness Sheikha Sharma bint Sultan bin Khalifa Al Nahyan, distinguished guests, panelists, and participants, good morning. And it's a pleasure and honor to be here amongst all of you. And I extend my sincere gratitude to Her Highness for gracing us with her presence today and for her unwavering commitment for empowering youth in their fight against climate change. Today's expert panel marks an exploration into the transformative power of youth-led renewable energy and clean tech startups. And these dynamic ventures are not just mere businesses, but they're beacons of innovation and agents of change. The global energy landscape today is at the cusp of unprecedented opportunities, but we all know of the challenges that we face in this transition. The transition to a sustainable, equitable, and a just energy system is no longer a choice, but an imperative. And in this transformative journey, the role of youth cannot be emphasized enough. You, the young entrepreneurs, innovators, change makers, hold the key to unlock a future powered by renewable energy, resilience, and inclusivity. At IRENA, we firmly believe in the power of youth and youth-led innovation. The youth-led renewable energy and clean tech startups are not only harnessing the power of cutting-edge technologies, but are also demonstrating remarkable entrepreneurial spirit, resilience in addressing climate challenges. Over the years, we have witnessed remarkable projects and initiatives driven by young entrepreneurs. And today, we gathered here to reinforce our commitment to supporting and amplifying your voice and impact. In this spirit, I want to highlight the presence of IRENA New Gen Renewable Energy Accelerator Program for Youth, showcasing youth-led projects and startups in the renewable and clean tech space. And as a part of our commitment here at COP28, we are hosting in a few days the first edition of the IRENA New Gen Rising Stars Award, where 8 of the 20 New Gen startups that cleared the semifinals are invited to present their businesses and the business cases to potential investors and investment experts and demonstrate the impact of their work and promote their innovative solutions. I hope to see all of you on the 9th of December to witness this. And I might just add, a lot of you might have seen the Shark Tank kind of a format, and that's what it is, so it's going to be very exciting. And as we delve into discussions and presentations, I encourage you to engage, actively exchange ideas, and forge collaborations here. Let me thank all of you for being here, and I look forward to the inspiring discussion ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Highness. We understand you have another engagement. Thank you so much for honoring us today. Thank you so much, and have a good day ahead. Thank you so much. And thank you, Ms. Gowri, for your continuous support to the youth-led startups and entrepreneurial ecosystem through IRENA. Thank you so much for that. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading to the next part of our event, and it's the panel discussion. And I would like to invite our lovely moderator, Sajid Wiji Surya. He's the senior researcher by the National Renewable Energy Laboratory in the USA. Sajid, please come on board to introduce our also speakers. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. And so it is wonderful to have you right here. And let me get started on the topic today. And this could be a very interesting dialogue, sort of an intergenerational conversation between the entrepreneurs and the entities and the people who are actually supporting these, to uplift these young entrepreneurs to become climate leaders in the future. So to give a little bit of set a little bit of a context about the StockTech, StockTech is becoming one of the most talked about subject in the recent climate negotiations, as well as any climate conversations that we are at. So the StockTech focuses on assessments of emissions reduction, adaptation and resilience, finance and support, capacity building, loss and damage, and overall increase of the ambition. So therefore, these are very critical topics that concerns the young entrepreneur of this age. So it is really timely that Irina and the Youth Climate Champions bring forward this conversation and try to converge the both parties, the young entrepreneur as well as the existing established processes that creates frameworks for these young entrepreneurs. So in the context of youth stocktake, this can be a very new concept for young people, but it's been included in the conversation of the overall stocktake. So what is the youth stocktake? That should concern the young people like us. What is entailed in the youth stocktake? So for an example, specifically one of the most important items in that is the youth engagement in the climate space, which we are going to take into discussion today. And then going beyond that, what are the mechanisms that are available for including young people in the global governance as a whole? This is also an important subject. And then comes the youth-led initiatives. That is a very vital component as well. And at the end, where we are today, the youth inclusive summits related to climate change. So these are some of the very important aspects of youth stocktake and how young people should be engaged in the overall stocktake. So I just wanted to set a little bit of a foundation on sort of this conversation by saying what these topics are entailing in the discussion today. So without further ado, I will invite our esteemed panel to the stage right now, starting with Ms. Richanda Van Leeuwen, the Executive Director of Expert Network of Development Entrepreneurs International. Please welcome her. And secondly, Ayub Derabi from the Strategic Programs at Climate KIC. And Mar Velasco, co-founder of Neta Carbon USA. Please welcome. And Winifred Atanga, International Youth Climate Delegate Program Delegate, YCC. Hello. Let me give them a minute to All right, so we can proceed. Thank you everyone for joining. It's wonderful to have you in this platform today. And as I mentioned, sort of the objective of this discussion would be how young entrepreneurs are engaged in the climate conversation and what are the climate impacts that they are making through their entrepreneurial efforts. and also to create a sort of discuss the business linkage to climate-related investments and the young entrepreneur of the current world, and sort of bridging the gap between the climate impact investments and the young people and youth-led innovations. So in this context, I want to first sort of make it a sort of a question and answer session, a discussion going forward, and also at the end we wish to engage the audience as well to further extend this conversation. And wanted to point out that this is just a little bit of a intervention in a broader program of engaging these young entrepreneurs in a longer term conversation. So my first question is to you, Richanda. As the Executive Director of the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, please let us know about your network and let us know how you provide space and also meaningfully engage young entrepreneurs.
Much, and it's a pleasure to be here. I'm not sure if this is working, but our network is really focused on the North Star, which is that our vision is that you can be an entrepreneur anywhere in the world and have access to the capital, access to the business development support, access to the support that you need to give you the best opportunity to succeed. That's our North Star. We work with a network of organizations, Climate Kick and many others around the world to help provide the incubation support, the acceleration support, access to the impact investment, access to help with growing your business. However, we do still see that the ecosystem of support for climate entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs in general is still very challenging in many countries. So our work is really to help work in the local ecosystems to showcase that we're not just having one woman solo entrepreneur in a country. We can actually work to make sure that that country or that context can maximize the number of young people who are focusing on bringing their innovations to market.
Thank you very much for highlighting the while you're highlighting the sort of the existing work that you do, and you recognize the challenge in reaching the certain countries outside the scope and the challenge that persists. That is one of the main topics that we want to discuss and shed light on. And continuing that conversation ahead, I'm coming to Ayub and tell us about what is Climate KIC is doing in the space, and also at the same time providing space and meaningful engagement avenues for young entrepreneurs. If you can extend that conversation.
So at Climate Kick, we've been working with youth and entrepreneurs for the last 14 years. First in Europe, where we are based, but we've been expanding our programs internationally in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. And we try to start working with the youth as early as possible. We start programs in high schools and university, and the focus of those programs is really to start building awareness. The awareness already exists around the climate issues, but also try to shift the mindset in being aware, but also being able to change, to have a change as early as possible. Then we start the entrepreneurial journey, where we start asking the young innovators to try to solve some challenges with the Climathon program, where we work in cities with universities, etc., around the world, to ask the people to start having ideas to tackle those challenges. Then once the entrepreneurs start having a business model in mind, they start having a product, we work with the country level programs that are called the climate launch pads, where we ask innovators to compete with others at a global stage. And finally, we support the growth of the startups through an acceleration program that is sometimes in a country and sometimes more regional, to support them in their growth until they start raising capital.
Thank you very much for that intervention. And you are right, like the mindset change at the very early stage is very important. And then there are networks like you that exist to take up that young person and then show the way towards being successful in a very competitive environment as well as very challenging environment. Some of the knowledge factors might not exist within the young entrepreneurs when they are motivated the most. So it is important that at the same time when they set their mind at the entrepreneurial journey, you are there you are there to pick them up and guide the way. So this is an intergenerational discussion. So now we are coming more towards the young person's point of view of it. So I'll welcome Ma to give us some insight on, please let us know a bit about your startup. And as a young entrepreneur yourself, do you see yourself engaged meaningfully and also actively with the networks of entrepreneurs that are existing at the moment? And what has been your experience to start with? Just, it's a long question, just what
I'll
you'd
try
like
to be short. Well, first of all, I'm very honored and grateful to be here, and very nice to meet you all. I'm the co-founder of Netacarbon. Netacarbon is a platform that digitizes and streamlines the process of how carbon projects are created and managed. So basically, we're an enabler for any climate company that by any means can reduce or remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and wants to access the carbon market. Well, we basically build a platform that makes this process a lot more efficient, transparent, and also a little bit cheaper because it's very expensive to go through the process. We're very early stage. We started a year ago, and as a young entrepreneur, I could say it's like a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster ride that we kind of underestimate when we start building our company. But it's also very exciting, and it's also very fulfilling to pursue something that means a lot to you and that could also mean a lot to many people. So really having the mission of creating the impact and unlocking capital for countries, especially in the global south, is what we are prioritizing. I would say that the way that we engage with other entrepreneurs is very active. We really do think it's important to be able to support each other. You need a support system to be able to actually really be successful, and you need to lean on each other. And we know and we've seen that many entrepreneurs have made it their way because they have this support system and they rely on it. So I guess one of the things is never be afraid really to ask for help, and that's something that we've been learning. Ask for help, realize what you're strong in and what you might not be that strong in, and you know, leverage those connections and those networks you have. And I guess I would just advise that to anyone that is in the room and that is kind of like thinking about starting their own company, is really making sure that you provide these networks, that you engage in them, and that you really look for this support between each other.
Thank you, Mar. I think it's very vital that you recognize the type of challenges that you are facing, because I know the like-minded young people here are going through very similar trajectories, and they want to know specifically how you dealt with those challenges and how you seek the support. And that is why we have all the concerned parties present here as well, so that you can continue the discussion and make these connections and grow further strongly. And I'll come to our next speaker, Winifred. And my question for you is, you are a young climate activist and actively engaged in the space, and you are an esteemed delegate at this space. And do let us know about your initiatives and how you promote socio-economic development through grassroots renewable energy transitions. I think that is something that you are very passionate about. Give us a little bit of an introduction to what you do and how it relates to the climate space.
Thank you. I don't know. Okay, thank you for the question and the invite to join the panel. So I am the founder of the Conservation Leaders Network, which is a youth-led network in Ghana. We promote energy education and climate education in marginalized communities of these regions, and we just want to ensure that all indigenous and marginalized communities get to understand what is going on in the world and how to better equip themselves to face climate risks as well. So our social movement is basically providing education. So that's the center of what we do. And also, we provide energy access as well. So I also run a startup. Well, we are still working towards our numbers and people, but it's to ensure that indigenous women transition from using solid wood for cooking to more sustainable fuels for cooking. So we want to use more renewable energy, that's waste to energy approaches as well. So that's currently what we are doing, and we are hoping that we are able to provide job opportunities to these community members, as well as better access to energy. So that's the socio-economic aspect of the movement.
That is wonderful to hear that. As we can see, like when it comes to youth-led entrepreneurial effort, it has a very broad range. It could start from a very technical side of things in terms of the climate solutions, and then it spans through socio-economic and then governance as well as environmental, and a broad range of sub-thematics of startups that are actually actively contributing to the climate stock take that we are talking about today. So these inputs can come from very different point of views. This is why the sort of the discussion today is trying to sort of what are the efforts that are being taken to quantify the young person's contributions. How can we do it, and how can we make it a long-term process that these contributions of the young people who are leading these entrepreneurial efforts, how their contribution, how their work, how their products are actually contributing to solve the climate challenge that we are facing. So that is like the quantification effort that we envision. So leading the conversations towards that, I'll come to Rishenda again, and sort of the driving into the COP28 focus as well. In the context of the networks of entrepreneurs, what are the strategies implemented to quantify and report on youth-led climate impact? In that I meant like how the young how do you sort of measure how young people are actively engaged? How do you measure if their entrepreneurial efforts are contributing to the climate change solutions, and in what way? If you can shed a little bit light on that from your experience.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, there's a number of measurement tools that I can refer to, but I actually want to turn the question on its head. And rather than put the burden on the youth to say, how are you doing? To put the burden on us to say, how are we doing for you? How are we doing to help you with providing the capital that you need to grow your business? Are you able to access capital at the time, in the amounts, on the terms that you're looking for? As women entrepreneurs, it's wonderful to see women entrepreneurs. We've done a 5-year study of acceleration and found that global acceleration still favors men over women. Women do great with debt. They often look for less equity, but also they struggle to get equity. So how are we doing for youth? And I think we need to measure that before we put the burden on the women to say, how are you doing? How are you succeeding? So I really just wanted to turn the question on its head. Our network is doing a lot with youth, and again, many of our network who run incubators, accelerators, mentoring programs are themselves youth as well. So I really want to talk about the ecosystem of support. So yes, the entrepreneurs, and by the way, I love what you're doing, both of you. It's fantastic. You know, we want to support you. Talk to me afterwards. But also, how are we doing as an ecosystem of support to provide the resources that you need at the right time to give you that opportunity to succeed? Yes. And so I also want to applaud Irina's work with the Youth Accelerator as well. That's extremely exciting, and I love the Shark Tank kind of format. However, we also need to be able to provide that day-to-day access to support. It's not only the competition; those are exciting, but it's really what are we doing for you every day.
That is very true, and thank you for the sort of the transformation of that question to sort of suit the young people as well. I think the metrics that we want to consider are really important, and that would actually measure the motivation that young people have, because there's young people, to be honest, they are very extremely passionate about providing solutions for the climate challenges that we are facing, but they are still not sure about how their efforts will be recognized. So that is why these metrics are important, and coming from your side, and they will evaluate those metrics, and they will understand, oh, this is where my solution fits in, and I should pursue with this kind of an approach and make more impact out of my idea rather than just being overall generic about the idea. So that specific focus is really important. Thank you for highlighting that. And I'll say with the same question, I will move to Climate Kick as well. And in your platforms, in the context of region, context of Africa as well, what are the existing or what are you planning to implement as metrics and measures that to sort of absorb what young people are doing and sort of measure the climate impact out of it?
Yes, first of all, just to totally agree that supporting entrepreneurs is not just through competitions or things like that. Is really empowering them and providing them the tools to be able to develop and grow the solutions. And when we talk about impact in climate shift, we try to support measuring the impact that obviously can be through the emissions that they are avoiding, but also through the social and the impacts that can be related to adaptation, for example. So we have a set of tools to measure those. When we talk about avoided emissions, what we try to look at is when an entrepreneur is developing a solution, product, or service, we try to look at the different life stages of that product, from the raw materials that are extracted, going through the manufacturing process, the distribution, logistics until retail, the usage of the product or service, and finally how that product or service is wasted, how it's disposed. And in all these steps, we can compare that new innovations with what already exists in the market, and that's how we analyze the avoided emissions from that innovation. So we train the entrepreneurs to understand first the process and understand where exactly their impact in all this process exists and how big it is.
Thank you. I think you were sort of highlighting the life cycle analysis and the life cycle footprint and life cycle energy type of approach that is that should be considered in these processes, and it is extremely vital that we take into consideration all aspects of emission contributions and also like you said, the avoided emissions. That is very important. Yes, so now I'm again coming into the younger side of the table in the context of a similar approach on the quantification and measurement side of things, and I want to ask Ma, how do you not measure, but how have you considered the quantified contribution towards the climate change solutions from your product, your innovations? If there's any existing measurement method that you are implemented or you are planning to implement, what sort of measures have you considered and what are you looking forward to in that context to communicate that data to your peers and also the younger generation who will join your effort as well in the future?
Yeah, so I would say that as a platform itself, so we don't develop carbon projects on the ground. Those are the carbon project developers that use our platform to actually be able to access the carbon market. So in that sense, the way we track our success measures internally are different KPIs. I would say that one is the amount of carbon project developers that successfully can issue high quality carbon credits through our platform would be one of them. I would say that the second one is also the social impact, which was just mentioned before, that even though like carbon projects in general, of course, they're to track and reduce and remove carbon dioxide, there's a huge social impact that we're also that also come with a set of co-benefits these carbon projects have. So another one of our KPIs is to see through the carbon projects that have used our platform to see how many households, how many people have they been able to positively impact by their carbon projects. So let's just say thinking about what you are doing, I would say in clean cooking stoves, for example, most likely like when you're able to develop a carbon project and you're able to sell high quality carbon credits, those revenues can unlock not only the company to be able to scale faster and therefore expand their climate impact, but this revenues could also come to subsidize these devices, therefore be able to distribute many more to different households. So there are different ways that we see it, but for sure it's the people that also have this effect on climate change, and it's what we're looking for to see how through being able to support these climate companies to develop high quality carbon projects, but also the impacts of the communities and the people have by this mitigation. And yeah, how this reflects also on the access they have to certain products.
Thank you, Ma. So, sort of continuing on that, like the climate impact she was discussing, and one way of measuring the climate impact is measuring the engagement as well. So, more the engagement platforms are there, there is more understanding of what young people are doing today to make a climate impact. So the programs are extremely important as well. So one such example is the IACT program by Irina, and I think Winfred, you are part of that, and that sort of brings together like-minded young initiative makers, even before being an entrepreneur, the ones who are sort of very keen to put initiatives on ground. So what has been your experience in that, and how do you see that you are advancing your climate impact through such programs?
Irina, first of all, the Irina IACT program was one of the best things that happened to me this year, honestly, because one of the main problems with young educators in the climate space is the lack of capacity building. And this was the perfect tool to help us and like understand the context, not just the theoretical, but then the technical aspect of why things are the way they are. There are quite some, even as an educator, there were quite some myths that I didn't thoroughly think through, but then through the program I was able to dispel them, like understand in depth when I go to lead our advocacy campaigns as well. So joining the IACT program, I also got the opportunity to teach my teammates about the toolkit, and we use it. We currently still use it in our advocacy campaigns. So I think it is just something that I think young people should engage more in, because the toolkit would allow you, like give you an opportunity to be able to understand in depth, not just understanding the surface of things, but an in-depth understanding of why things are and how you can better contribute as well to the development of climate education tools. Yeah.
Thank you for highlighting that. And as I mentioned at the very early remarks that I made, like even in the global stocktake, capacity building is one of the key items. And when we come to the youth stocktake, again, the youth engagement and youth entrepreneurship and youth initiatives and toolkits, these all matter in the stocktake that we are talking about at the moment. So it is extremely vital that these tools that are provided are being used effectively, and you are inspired by it, and also distributing that knowledge to the younger peers, so then they can also build their capacity to become the leaders like you and create initiatives, then jump into that entrepreneurial pathway that we are talking about. So it is extremely vital, and I think that like I said, like there's a broad range of metrics that we can consider, and therefore all these expressions and inputs are extremely vital. And yes, so I'll again go back to Rishenda. It's kind of a follow-up question as well to my initial question. How do you think that the quantification, the metrics that we are talking about, can actually impact startups and can contribute to their growth and the scaling? The scaling is one of the most important factors as well that we need to talk about at the moment. So
yeah, thank you. So one thing I do want to say is that Andy does care about metrics a lot. We actually have a conference every year called Metrics from the Ground Up, where we're really looking at the state of play of different tools and methodologies. So I encourage people to engage with us if you're interested in learning more about how you can actually manage and measure the metrics specifically from the innovation that you're working on. So it's incredibly important. I would say, however, and we work particularly with small businesses that are looking to grow, that just taking sort of an ESG framework and then trying to apply it to the small business sector does not work well. We actually really need to look at, with startups, with smaller businesses, and smaller, I'm saying, you know, in the range of 250 employees or fewer, and looking for capital, you know, in the sort of like the sub 5 million. So it's usually a sort of a Series A round and seed and pre-seed rounds. Those are the types of businesses that we work with, and we've seen that a lot of the metrics are very high level, and we really need to look at appropriate metrics for the stage of the business that do not sort of put an extra burden, because it's also often costly. So again, for our generations, we need to look at, and with youth, how can we actually make it easier for you to measure the success of your business? How can we make it less costly? I know AI has a lot of pros and cons, and we're worried about it, but I think in the coming years as well, we can see increasing numbers of tools to make it cheaper and easier for young entrepreneurs to be able to measure the impact of their business. And my last point would also be, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. I'm older. I still count myself as a former youth, and I was involved early on in the off-grid energy industry when we first didn't have metrics, and we were all doing approximations, and we're saying, well, a third of a ton of CO2 is offset by a solar home system every year. We have developed those metrics over the years. There are newer sectors still coming up where those metrics are still under development, but we do have those tools, we do have those metrics. So we encourage you to get to know them and to use them, and hopefully we can make them less expensive to use in your business.
This is a very useful conversation, like what are the existing metrics and how we can actually simplify them towards so that young people who are in the entrepreneurial journey recognize them, and they can relate the data that they are collecting to these metrics. And by simplifying, like you said, and giving more access, they can know beforehand what sort of measurements should I take from my product and implementation in terms of climate impact. So starting this conversation very early in their entrepreneurship journey is very important, because otherwise if they go far and they don't have the necessary data generational capacity or the data that might need to fit the metric, then again they can get discouraged of the climate impact that they are making. So that is why I think we are here as well, starting this conversation between the networks of entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial networks, as well as the young people who are actually doing the entrepreneurial efforts, so that they are aware of these platforms early on, and they can even help in like sort of simplifying and the sort of crafting these metrics in a way that young people's perspective is also taken into account. So that is a very important input. And with that, I will continue that conversation to Ayub as well. How do you see that? How do you think that the quantification of the climate impact of the startups and the entrepreneurial effort, especially in the youth context, can contribute to their growth and also the scaling?
I think, as you said, it's important to start taking this into account as early as possible in the entrepreneurial journey, because as early as we understand these impacts and where these impacts are coming from, the more we can adapt the product and solution and start switching it a little bit, maybe thinking about a new material, maybe new way to distribute it, a new way to usage and to market that. And by switching it, you can increase more and more, and along the journey as an entrepreneur, you can start increasing the impact. The second thing is, when we have these measures, we can use them as our advantage as an entrepreneur. First, in the market, and by posting that, we send a green signal in the market, right? So we can start targeting customers that are conscious and that are willing to buy a sustainable product. And the third one is access to finance. When we manage to measure clearly the impact, we can talk to investors that are interested in impact, banks that have impact metrics as well inside. So we can really use it as a competitive advantage when we access the market and when we access to capital as well.
This is very true. A recognized metric that the young entrepreneurs can output in a short term, not like wait for a long term as well. That would be really important in their growth journey, because they are adapting at the same time, because they are facing so many challenges, and their adaptation sometimes takes in a very short time period. So these within that adaptation, these existing the metrics already being recognized is really useful for them, so they can revise the metric and quickly present it to the market and to attract the finances that they need. So that's a very important point. And Ma, now I'll come back to you again. And from your perspectives, what are the challenges in creating a robust quantifying method for your startup? What are the challenges that I was talking about, the adaptations that you have to take all the time because of the challenges. So within these challenges, while you are facing them, what are the challenges of coming up with sort of a quantification method for you to communicate out?
I think the main challenge is the accuracy of the data that is input into our platform. We process the data from our carbon project developers, and we're looking for partnerships with players in the carbon space, MRV technologies, and such on, to make sure that the data is accurate. And yeah, we want to make sure that there's full transparency and visibility through our platform for internal stakeholders, but also for external. So for example, the buyers, investors of these carbon credits, we want to make sure that they have full traceability of the carbon projects. And to do so, we need to make sure that what we are inputting into our platform and the kind of like the quality standards that we're also integrating can be able to provide full accuracy of the data from the carbon project developers. I guess that is one of the main challenges that we are still learning to navigate in the space, and we don't have it 100% clear. But we do know that the partnerships with really high quality players in the carbon space is important for us. We also do know that integrating different products into our platform, such as, I don't know, artificial intelligence, which you mentioned before, that's something that we're actively exploring now. So we're looking at different ways we can make sure that everything in our platform is streamlining the process for our carbon product developers, but also not lowering the bar in terms of the quality, because that is what we're most focused in the prioritizing transparency and quality in carbon credits, because we are looking to be able to increase the supply in the carbon market, but for high quality. We don't want to be engaging in all the greenwashing that we've been listening through all the different emerging players in the space. So I guess that would be the main challenge in being able to quantify our impact, is accuracy in data.
Okay. And you highlighted a very important thing, not lowering the bar. So that is very vital. And I think what is important is, while you keep up your standards and then seeking for the advice and the guidance and the help that you need to sort of absorb the knowledge, absorb the support that you need to define your metric, and at the same time improve that the functionality of your entrepreneurial product and the process. I think that is very important, and it's a very good message for the young people here as well. And continuing that discussion towards the support side, as I said, Winfred, how do you see that the business sector and the investment sector can support your climate leadership journey, and with related to your initiatives as well? How can they support you and then bring you up to a higher level of impact in your region, and also with the support to your peers and the younger generation?
Thank you. So honestly, one of the biggest problems with youth startups now is funding. And because I'm sitting here, that does not mean I also do not need funding. My organization also do need funding. That's one of the biggest problems. So I think if organizations support young people to start up their businesses, their capacity building is really key, as you mentioned. So it's really important that as part of the capacity building, there should be funding to continue working on the projects as well. We can't continue working if there's no support financially to keep these projects running. I personally know some few startups that have paused now because they do not have money to continue running. So I think that is one key thing to put us on board and to help us to continue working and creating impact, because the communities need us and we need to work to help them.
That is very true. The financial support, the guidance is extremely important for the startups in the very young age and led by young people, and they have the expertise, but since some of the metrics are non-existent in certain places, they don't know how to take that next step. And if that background is created, then they can sort of fight for that funding that they need in a very early stage. So they start up very early. So this is a very important aspect as well. So I think with that conversation, I think I'll go into the wrapping up of our session. It was really good to hear the diverse inputs from this panel today. I'm pretty sure they are in different stages of engagement in the overall entrepreneurship thematic that we are talking about in the context of climate impact. So you provided very useful impact, Richanda. You provided the inputs on what are the existing metrics, how we can simplify them, how you can support the young people going forward. And you pointed out the regional context, the importance of the life cycle context consideration in the metrics, and how that can help further into scaling and the support towards the young practitioner in the entrepreneurial journey. And Mar, you pointed out what are the challenges that you are making and what are the types of data and impact that you are trying to take into consideration at the moment, and also the support that you will be needing in going into the future. And Winfred, you pointed out the socio-economic impact that you are trying to make in your community, and what has been the helpful tools to you to communicate to your peers and the younger generation. And at the end, you pointed out the obvious financial support and the guidance that are required by the very early stage startups. So this is a very sort of overall, very inclusive discussion that we are starting today. And it doesn't stop from this panel. I think we will continue to discuss these aspects, because we are now connected to the entrepreneur networks, and also we have the IRENA New Gen Accelerator as well, continuing discussion. I think we can keep coming back to this conversation in more substantial manner in going into the future platforms. So with that, I would like to close the discussion today, and I would like to thank very much the panelists today, because they brought out the missing components and missing discussion points in this broader conversation of climate impact. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We can have a very quick photo. On the 9th of December in the Green Zone, in the Extreme Hangouts Pavilion at 6:30, we have the IRENA Rising Stars New Gen Award. 8 startups from all over the world, they are going to pitch Extreme Hangouts at 6:30 in the Green Zone on the 9th of December. Thank you so much, and special thanks to the Children and Youth Pavilion for having us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant session, and we really got to learn about the role youth play in energy, particularly with regards to entrepreneurship. We're going to welcome our next session, and it's going to be a debate, and we're going to talk about, can nuclear play a role in achieving SDG 7? As we all know, SDG 7 is affordable and clean energy. So I'd like to welcome the Younger Energy Working Group, as well as the International Atomic Energy Agency and Climate Youth Japan. Over to you. Where's the moderator?
Yeah, maybe just in the middle a bit more so everyone can see you. I will be from up here.
Okay. Can we just mic you up?
I don't have a card, but I have a QR code.
You guys are together? Okay, then I'll reach out with that.
We also have them when we do lectures for our students, and it's always the same. They're like fiddling around with it.
Okay, we're going to get started in just 1 minute. I'd like to encourage anyone who's unsure about the event. I think this will be really lively and exciting. So let's go ahead and get started. Can I? All right, perfect. All right, esteemed participants, distinguished guests, welcome to this important debate on Energy Day at COP28 on a topic at the intersection of energy, sustainability, and global development. Let me introduce our debaters. Alice is a Brazilian nuclear engineer, part of the Nuclear for Climate initiative, and Rahman is a German researcher and freelance energy policy analyst. Today, we gather to explore the question, can nuclear energy play a role in achieving Sustainable Development Goal 7, which aims to ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all? As we grapple with the urgent need to address climate change and provide energy access to the millions who still lack it, nuclear energy is a topic of intense debate. Our two debaters will present their perspectives, backed by evidence and reasoning, as we delve into the complexities of this issue. Throughout the debate, I encourage you, our audience, to critically engage with the arguments presented and consider the implications for achieving SDG 7. Without further ado, we'll let the debate begin with 4-minute opening statements by each of the debaters. Alice?
Hello, good morning. As Brianna said, I'm a nuclear engineer, and I wanted to start with 2 points. But first, I want to tell a little bit about myself and my story. So I grew up in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And my family didn't have much, but I was privileged to have parents that believed in the power of education and went above and beyond to allow me to pursue a better life through education that they didn't have. So I remember waking up 4:30 a.m. in the morning to spend 2 hours in a bus to get to my high school and study. And arriving at home back at 11 p.m., spending countless and countless hours in the bus, sleeping and standing up while trying to get back home. And I also remember that a few of those times when I would get home, there was no electricity because there was a power outage in the neighborhood that I lived. And I don't know if you have ever been in Rio, but it's not the coolest place. So sometimes it happens that it was extremely warm. And for us to be able to rest, we would wet towels and put on the outside of the house and sleep on top of that. So we could try to rest and then the next day wake up very early and do everything again. And I did that through high school, through university and work. And during high school, I wanted to be an engineer because I wanted to use science to help society. And I started working very early in a company that happened to be a nuclear one, and I didn't know anything about a nuclear at the time. I was a computer science technical degree that I had throughout high school. And I started studying, and I found out that nuclear was in pretty much everything. The radiation is in the banana that we eat that has potassium and is radioactive. The radiation is on water. I found out that radiation is in the medical treatments that help prolong the life of my grandma when she was battling cancer. I found out that nuclear is on food security when we are trying to, especially in this discussion here at COP, when we need food security for many places, and we can use technology of radiation to that. And I found out that nuclear is clean energy as well. And in a world where we are losing already time, and we know that the policies and actions are not there yet to achieve the minimum, like to not reach above 1.5, we need to leverage every single source of clean energy that we have in our toolbox, and nuclear is one of them. We believe in the cooperation of the different clean energy sources, and that includes nuclear technology. We believe that we need to leverage the potential of this technology, not only for abating the emissions on the electricity sector, but also leveraging the potential of this technology to use it on the other different sectors that we need to decarbonize, on production of hydrogen, on district heating, on desalination. How we use technology to produce those things need to be clean as well. We are talking about electrification of many sectors, and how this electricity is produced is important for us to take into consideration. And without nuclear, we are not going to get there. There is different reports that shows that the collaboration among low carbon sources is the best chance for us. The International Energy Agency released roadmaps where it shows that without nuclear, it's not going to be as cost effective to reach to a net zero world. Even the IPCC reports on the climate change mitigation shows that the scenarios that we achieve net zero include increasing low carbon sources, that nuclear is part of that. So I hope today this is an opportunity for us to open a dialogue so we can discuss and talk about the different aspects of this technology. And it's not one or other, it's the collaboration, it's working together that will allow us to get to the net zero future that we need.
Thank you, Alice. Roman, opening statement.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's very exciting to be here, and I'm honestly very much looking forward to the debate. I think it's interesting to see how this debate is shaped maybe by the experiences that we've made. I grew up in a very different situation, I have to say that, in a more privileged one. But I also grew up in Germany, in a little village close to the forest, in a forest where we still have to check every boar that is hunted for radiation. Because now, decades after the Chernobyl nuclear incident, we still have so much radiation accumulating in mushrooms that we still have to check the meat that we hunt in our forest to make sure it's not poisonous. And a lot of times the values are more than 25 times higher than the EU's standards, so you just have to throw it away. And that's decades after the incident. I know that technology has evolved. I know we live in a different time. But if you do experience that growing up, you develop maybe a little bit more critical stance towards the technology. But I would like to focus a little bit more on the main question of today, which is SDG 7. And I would like to focus on the different aspects that we have there. SDG 7 says we want affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. I would like to maybe focus on these different elements, starting with affordable. I think there the problem that we have with nuclear energy is that it's still a very expensive technology. It might be on par with renewable sources in industrialized countries, in large technologically advanced countries that do have the capacity and the low capital cost to afford it. For example, in a country like China, yes, nuclear is on par with renewable sources. But if we look at the global south, starting with countries like Brazil and Argentina, studies have shown that the costs are much higher than renewable alternatives, even when factoring in battery storage, for example. So I would say, well, it is affordable, yes. It's affordable in the global north. It's affordable in those countries that already have the money and technology, that affordable isn't the main concern. But it's not affordable in those countries that actually need renewable or at least clean energy as quickly as possible. The second point is reliable. And I mean, reliable is always a matter of debate. But the lens I would like to look at the reliability question is, well, what happens if you need to do maintenance on one power plant? We've seen that in France, I think last year it was, where some of their nuclear power plants had to go into maintenance. And because they're also huge and centralized, the fact that they had to take just 1, 2, 3 at a time off the grid had huge implications for the country's energy system. And they had to import large amounts of energy because if just one fails, it means that a large chunk of the energy that you need is not available anymore. In a decentralized system, with solar, with wind, with all these power sources, you don't really have the same problem, because if one milk mill fails, if one solar panel fails, that's not a problem, because you have hundreds of them across the country. The next point I would like to focus on is sustainability. I think we agree that in all the options we have, nuclear is probably one of the more sustainable options. I'll give you that, and I don't want to question that. But it's certainly not the most sustainable option that we have. We still have problems with mining, for example, also a huge global south issue with the countries that actually produce the resources that we need for nuclear energy, but also for waste disposal, which still remains a big issue. If it's for political reasons or actually for technical ones, I mean, I think this is something we can debate, but we have to acknowledge that we have this issue, and we also have to acknowledge that we're still using fossil resources. And just by that, it's not going to be sustainable forever, because we need these resources, dig them out of the ground to use and continue operating nuclear facilities. The last point that I want to make before I wrap up, I know I spoke for a long time, is modern. I would say nuclear is not a modern technology. It's a technology from the 20th century. We were all excited about nuclear in the 50s and 60s. A lot of countries were. But I think we've realized that there are better alternatives. And I know that we have new nuclear technologies coming up. But we need to decarbonize the energy system very, very quickly. This is the first line of defense that we have against climate change. And I would argue that these new technologies that would make nuclear modern are not yet market ready. We're still 10 years away from them being on the market on a large scale, and that's too late for decarbonization. So I would say, with that wrapping up, yes, we have to debate this, and I think we'll have an interesting debate, but I would argue it's not supporting SDG 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Alice, 2 minutes for a quick response and to make your next point.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll try. There was a lot of good points.
To overwhelm you.
No, that's fine. So I'll start with affordable. So I think we need to look at the full system costs instead of only the cost of construction. When we talk about nuclear power, how are we valuing the energy security that it brings? How are we valuing the lack of emissions that it does in terms of large scale? How are we valuing also the fact that it can be constructed close to big energy consumers that doesn't require a lot of the large grids to energy transmission? How are we factoring dispatchability of the characteristic of the energy because it's producing 24/7? So when we talk about cost and affordability, it's important for us to evaluate how are we calculating those costs and what is the characteristics that we are taking into consideration for us to put. And on top of that, on the cost of nuclear, we already put the cost of decommissioning in waste, which other energy sources don't put. So we are already chipping in on the cost of nuclear, the cost on how to handle it and how to decommissioning it. And that is not done in other sectors. On mining and mineral resources, nuclear is actually the form of energy that uses less raw material per megawatt in comparison to the other sources. So with the large energy density that nuclear has, producing with so little material, we are actually exploring much less than other energy sources. So when you are looking, and I completely understand, we need to be careful with the environment. That's my, like I'm from Brazil. I'm completely pro renewables. We have uranium over there. We need to leverage all of that. And when you put them together, you see the combination is so, they complement each other, you know? And then you look at the mineral resources that we need for all, because all energy sources, it doesn't matter, it's nuclear, solar, wind, hydro, all of them use raw material. All of them require mining. And then when you look at nuclear, it uses much less than the others because of the power density that it has.
That's time, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Okay. Roman, 2 minutes.
I think there was a lot of interesting points there, and I would say of the cost, of course, but I was talking about the levelized cost of energy. So of course, even in the long run, we have to see that in the global south, renewable options are cheaper. And at the same time, I would like to come back to your argument about it's already factoring in decommissioning and all of that. And I would like to question that a little bit, because my fear is, and we've experienced that in Germany, that maybe, just maybe, the companies will not have to pay at the end of the life cycle of these power plants. We saw that in Germany. We had to strike a deal with the nuclear companies when we started decommissioning the power plants and basically getting out of nuclear. And the German taxpayer had to pay a lot of money for that. And I think that's a risk, because it appears there's a large cost at the end of the lifetime of a power plant. If the company goes bankrupt, the taxpayer pays for it. If the company chooses to go bankrupt because they know the costs are too high, the taxpayer pays for it. So there's a high risk that in the end, the taxpayer is going to pay for decommissioning. And for the long-term storage, by the way. Because for how long we have to store them, it might be that the company is not around anymore, years after that happens. I agree there's maybe solutions for that, but it's a risk that I think we have to bear in mind. On the materials that we have to use. Materials are a big question. And of course, for every infrastructure project, you need materials. But I would argue that there is the chance to look at what kind of materials do you need and how can you recycle them. There was a lot of debate about can you recycle like the glass fiber, can you depose the materials that we use for windmills, for example. And I think recent months have shown that yes, there's options to recycle them. While it's much more difficult to recycle a lot of the materials used in power plants, in nuclear power plants, you can use a part of it maybe, but there's still a significant portion that is like basically still radiating, so you have to just bury it somewhere. And the last point, just real quick, about the grid access and energy security point. I agree, for cities, it's amazing. If you have a strong grid that can handle the nuclear power plant. But the most of the energy security problems that we're facing are rural areas, are people not connected to the grid. And nuclear power won't get to them because they don't have the access to a centralized grid. But if we build localized grids with renewable energy sources, if we provide people the means to build solar power, small-scale wind power in their communities, then we are actually able to address the energy poverty issues a lot of rural communities are facing around the world, and nuclear energy is not an answer for that.
Thank you. Alice, 2 minutes.
I actually disagree with that, your last point. So new energy technology with microreactors and SMR come into play a lot for decentralized grid. We have technology being developed for very small reactors of 2 or 10 megawatts and small modular reactors that up to 300 megawatts, which is a little bit bigger. But that comes into play in decentralized grids. So there is a flexibility for that. Also, I completely agree with you on the sense that it's important to have renewables like solar in rural areas as well. And when you factor in nuclear to support in the whole country, and the flexibility of load to follow that new nuclear technology brings, also those combinations work very well together. On your previous point on the global south development, I think nuclear enables the development of the countries. I'm an example of that, of a person that pursued education because there was a development of very high quality education to maintain the nuclear programs, and we need the social and economic development for these sort of programs, as well as other sources. They also need this sort of infrastructure. And allows to bring people out of energy poverty when you leverage these sort of technologies. And one thing that I want to bring is very important for us to look at the human aspect of everything. When you use a combination of different clean energy sources, who are you putting at the center? Because we need to protect the planet, and we are all in agreement with that. How are we protecting the planet and still allowing people like me, or people that were less privileged than me, to come out of the situations that they were living on and have access to abundant life, to the minimal rights? It's collaboration. We are not going to do without collaboration. And new technologies, one thing that I wanted from your previous point, new nuclear technologies are already constructed in different countries, like advanced reactors are already operating, and we already see them providing energy in different countries. So it's not, on your point of modern, that's what I'm coming back. We do have very reliable technology that was built decades ago, but we also have already operating modern technology in different countries using advanced passive safety systems that address different concerns that we all had. And it is proven, it is in operation. So there is modern over there as well. Sorry, did I?
Yes, okay, Roman, go ahead. Your response.
Thank you very much. To come back to your first point about like decentralized grids.
Yeah.
The numbers you were mentioning are still very high. You know, these small communities, especially in Latin America. I worked and lived in Argentina for a while. These are small communities. We're not talking about megawatt scales here. We're talking about very small scale energy solutions for small communities. And that's what we need. And even small reactors are way too big for that. Plus, you need the expertise, you need the money to build such reactors in like far away rural places, sometimes difficult to reach places that might be in mountainous regions, like somewhere in the forest, disconnected from a lot of the infrastructure. And it's very difficult to build a nuclear reactor in such circumstances. And these are the people we have to look out for. Also, I mean, you mentioned the small reactors, and you mentioned that some of them are already deployed. I agree. But I think there's a difference between, yes, they are deployed in some countries, and reaching market readiness around the world, especially in the global south. And I think we're still relatively far away from that, and I think the US Department of Energy agrees with me on that. And I think that's the challenge, right? We need to scale up the technologies significantly, and we need to do it now. Not in 5 years, not in 10 years, we need it now. And I would argue that renewable solutions have that scalability. There might be some aspects of renewable deployment that are not perfectly developed yet. For example, storage technologies. Of course, that's not perfect yet. And there, a little bit more technology development and deployment is also needed. But the good thing about renewables is, because the grid share of renewables is still relatively low in many countries, we can start. We can start without really needing that much storage technology for now. So we can start deploying all those solutions, and then in 5 or 10 years, when hopefully the storage options are perfect and available, then we can still implement them and go from 30% of renewables to 50 to 70, hopefully to 100. And by then, you'll also build your nuclear reactors, but I think then we'll already have decarbonized 20, 30% of the grid with renewables. And the last point I wanted to make about education. I mean, we all choose our tracks, and I'm happy that you found a way to pursue your education and do all of that. But my argument would be, yes, collaboration is important. Yes, it's important to lift people up. But I would argue that empowering communities through decentralized energy and also educating renewable engineers, because if you're a nuclear engineer or a renewable engineer or like whatever else, it doesn't really matter. It's more about education than about the technology, is also a good way to empower people, and it doesn't necessarily have to be nuclear. Yeah, I think that's my main point. Thank you so much.
All right. I was a little bit generous with the timing. So if you can include any last points within your final closing statements, I'd really appreciate it. We'll give you 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. So as I mentioned before, it's not either or. It's the combination of those. So I completely agree on the importance of renewables for small rural communities. I completely agree with the importance of renewables to be expanded. But nuclear needs to be part of that conversation as well. When we talk about the different countries, each country is their own capabilities, there's their own energy matrix. What works in Brazil doesn't necessarily work in US, for example. Doesn't necessarily work because we have different resources. And nuclear needs to be part of the conversation for us to be able to collaboratively get to a net zero. Reducing emissions somewhere is reducing emissions everywhere. And we need to do that together. There is ways to collaborate. There is ways, and we are here at COP talking about adaptation, mitigation, financing, and we need to be talking more. We need to be able to get out of our bubble sometimes and talk with each other and understand that each one of us has a part to play on the solutions that we need for the future. And I encourage you all, if you have still a lot of questions regarding nuclear, because I hope this here is the beginning of a conversation for many of you. If you have questions about this, to reach out to us. There is a pavilion on building B88 that we are, B7 on 88, that we are there. And yes, it's just a matter of, my goal here is to open a dialogue, is to be able to, for us to communicate with each other and understand the need of using everything that we have in our toolbox and implement things now. And there is nuclear technology ready to be implemented now. There is different organizations that can help Global South countries, like the International Energy Agency, countries that are newcomers, to establish their programs and be able to leverage the potential of this technology. That is not only for decarbonizing the electricity field, it's to decarbonize a lot of different areas as well that we can leverage this technology. So I encourage you all to talk and research a little bit more, and I'm available for conversation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Roman, closing statement.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for the amazing debate. I think it was very interesting. I think we're both open for questions afterwards. I would, however, argue that we have to be very careful with nuclear. I'm not saying it's the worst energy option we have. And in some sense, it might, or in some countries, some circumstances, it might make sense. But to put too much of a focus on nuclear means that there's the risk that we lose time in implementing the energy transition, because renewables are way quicker. We can start now. Also, they're quicker in their construction. You know, we can have them up and running in 1 or 2 years and not in 5 or 10. We have the risk of pursuing false solutions that, you know, empower maybe the cities. They're already better off and don't empower the communities. We have the risk of running countries in the Global South in a direction where they become debt dependent, for example, because they have to take up huge loans to invest in these huge infrastructure projects. There's the risk that they go down a path that, well, essentially doesn't help them to support their communities, especially rural communities, in the transition. And while I agree that we can talk about the mix, time is limited, capital is limited, and political attention is limited. And therefore, I would argue we have to focus those on the renewable energy transition instead of nuclear, because that is the option that we need for the future and for energy security and sustainability in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Thank you to our two esteemed debaters and to you, the audience, for your time spent here actively engaged in this debate. Both of the speakers mentioned that they're available for you to come up and ask questions afterwards. But for other references and further reading, I also encourage you to get in contact or visit the booths that Elise mentioned in Building 88 or to visit iaea.org. I hope this event sparks discussions, encourages reflection, personal research, and growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. That was a very interesting and intriguing debate. And speaking about energy, you know, today we have energy and also Indigenous Day. So we'll be having a lot of interesting sessions. The next session is also a 30-minute session, which will be followed by our high-level segment, which will be a surprise guest from UNICEF with us today. So moving on to the next session, which will be about empowering youth in the journey towards addressing climate and energy challenges in humanitarianism. So I would like to call my colleagues from UNITAR to join us to start the next session in 1 minute. Day today? Yeah, excited. Yeah, all things to do. Things are good. Organizing the pavilion. Amazing. A lot of work. Yeah, a lot of energy here. Yeah. I love the energy around this space here. Space here, you know, all hours. Yeah. So, oh, my water bottle was here. What does it look like? It's the cup one. So, we'll have the clip and I'll pass it on to you. Okay. Great. Is this Uncle? If I stand here, it's good because you can stand anywhere. Okay. You have the whole stage too. You can stand, you can sit. But if you're comfortable. No, this time. Yes, okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining our session today. It's a great pleasure to
today we are talking about energy, and as we know, all energy is one of the things that is so much connected to climate change. And as young people, we also feel like this is one of the things that we should focus on because it is impacting us that much, and it's really important to talk about it. My name is Joel Hangi. I'm joining you from the GPA unit, the inclusivity lead there. And today I'll be here with my colleague Niall, who will also introduce himself when he'll get to talk about his work. But it's really a great pleasure, and welcome to our session today. Okay. Great. Today we'll be covering or talking about energy, of course, and climates, but in displacement settings. Because we know that to some extent displaced people are so much impacted by climate change, and it's really important to know what the statistics tells us so that we have an understanding of how displacement looks like in terms of numbers. And speaking today, as I'm talking here, the world is now having like more than 110 million displaced people globally, and 76% of these people are hosted in developing countries where infrastructure and a lot of things are not really well developed to host or address the energy needs of these people. And therefore, you'll agree with me, like climate change is also really impacting these developing countries. But also, speaking of the million people who were displaced recently, just in 2022, 19 million people again were forced to move across border or even within their countries to move places because of climate change. And of course, other things that are really impacting different countries. And it's really important to have that understanding so that we know how best to utilize what we have to address the energy and address the climate change in displacement settings. And speaking on how to address the climate and energy crisis with youth that we have, currently, World Bank and the World Labour Organization is also giving us a few data to understand what capacity do we have in terms of youth and young people who can be able to address the climate issue in different settings. And currently, we have 1.2 billion young people globally. That represents 16% of the global population. And narrowing down to displacement people, we have more than 600 million young people who are based in fragile countries and developing countries where access to energy and climate is really hitting those areas. And that's represents 13% of the global refugee population are young people between 18 and 24 years old. That's really a lot of population to consider when it comes to energy situation, when it comes to climate, when it comes to impact of climate on young people and their communities, of course. But also coming to what young people have within their community to address the challenges that they have. Again, we'll agree with me that innovation and creativity is really coming that much from young people. So they're so much innovative and creative when it comes to addressing the different challenges, including climate change in their community. That's really one of the strengths and key areas where displaced people, young people, are really so strong, and they can contribute to addressing the energy crisis and climate change in their areas. The second thing is resilience. When it comes to displacement settings, it's surviving, and you'll find that the energy in displacement settings is really so strong in terms of coming from displaced people because they're so resilient. They take things positively and they move on with life. So the resilience and adaptation of new technology is one of the things that's really drive through young people. And finally, talking of technology and communication, young people they play key role when it comes to communication and sharing information, adapting the technology that is coming. So that's a key, like, kind of strength that we have and we have to utilize when it comes to addressing the climate change, especially in displaced settings. And when I'm talking about displaced settings, I'm referring to refugee camps, IDP camps, and other places where people, like massive people, live because they were forced to flee, to move from their respective countries to other countries for safety and for other reasons, of course. Now, speaking of how to include displaced people, and especially young people, in addressing the energy and climate changes in their areas, we thought of these few areas really because in humanitarian sector, it's really important to understand what are the key and specific areas where we have to place young people to be able to influence different things and initiatives that are taken within the sector. And we are, as we can see, we have 6 areas, starting with policy. We know that policy is one of the things that is really, it's so strong when it comes to governing and guiding different activities, of course, within the humanitarian sector, but even beyond. So it's really important to have displaced people part of the decision-making, part of the table, part of the negotiation to be able to influence the policy and influence the outcome. The humanitarian workforce is also one of the areas because when we are talking about implementation of different activities, we also see the workforce coming in. And we know that the humanitarian sector employ a lot of people, but out of this big number, we don't really see the considerable representation of displaced people, regardless of them having really valuable skills to contribute to the work that humanitarian sector is doing to address climate change that is hitting and impacting the life of displaced people. Research and innovation. We know that, of course, if we are not able to measure what is happening, then it will be very difficult for us to handle the situation that we are facing. So we need more data and research to be able to know how best to approach the situation. And we have young people who are really coming up with skills to be able to let people understand the situation by giving numbers, by giving, even predicting what will be the impact of what is happening in the coming years. So it's really important to have them really in the space when it comes to research and findings. We also have partnership. Partnership is because we feel like, as I mentioned earlier, young people are so resilient. They're so creative, and it's really important to build on what is already there. So I think it's not really, doesn't make sense to come up with new technology, to come up with new ideas that are not really rooted from the initiatives, that are not connected with the culture and understanding of the local community. So they have already their own initiative, and it's really important to build from what they're doing already for them to be able to adapt the technology or the approach easily, because if it's not something that they can connect with, then it will be very hard for them to use or to utilize really. And we thought of systematic change. We know that the world is guided by systems and rules and organization. And it's really important to change the system, because if we continue with the traditional way of approaching, addressing issues within the humanitarian sector, and then we won't be able to address the climate issue that is affecting them. So it's really important to change the system to understand that young people are also part of people who can really contribute and address the issue that they're facing, and they don't have to be seated and wait for handouts really. They can actively participate in addressing the issues that they're facing. So it's really important to also say that they should be part of this system, and the system should accommodate them. And lastly, we have investment. We know that the flow of money in humanitarianism is really one of the very political areas where it's not easy to influence how money flow within the humanitarian sector. So if the flow of money can change and go directly to the people who are really doing great work at the front line, including displaced people themselves, then it's much easier to really address the issue of the people. Because if we look at the long line of, let's say, bureaucracy and procurements when it comes to this big organization, it's really something that is taking a lot of money that was supposed to get, to address the real need of people. So eventually you find that a lot of money is not getting where it's supposed to be. So it's really important to know how best to invest so that you are addressing the needs effectively. And I will leave this question to you. What other areas you think displaced people or young people should be involved in order to respond to the energy and climate crisis in their setting? Of course, a question for a reflection. And then on that note, I will call my colleague Nyao to take us through other slides. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joel, for that wonderful start. My name is Niall Deng. I wear so many hats, but oftentimes when I'm introduced, someone would say, I'm an activist, I'm a community organizer, I'm a peace builder, I'm a social entrepreneur. And people ask me, why do you do so many different things? And one thing I always say is that we live in a world where we are facing crises that are very interlinked. The climate crisis, humanitarian issues, gender equality, human rights, all of these, all these are issues that are connected and linked in so many ways. And just a bit about myself, I grew up in Kakuma refugee camp in Kenya. It's a big refugee camp with about 260,000 people from all across Africa. I moved to Canada 3 years ago, where I'm currently studying global studies and digital communication. And I'm still very active in the social justice space with a focus on climate, refugee issues, education, peace, and gender equality. Oh. Okay. I just talk a bit about, how all these crises are so interlinked. A big thing that many people ask is, how do refugees or how do forced displacement and climate change connect? And I just want to give you I want to take you through a journey here. So you can see three different images. They represent a refugee settlement in Bangladesh, in an area called Cox's Bazar. This is a settlement for Rohingya refugees who has been forced out of their home we were forced out of their home and settled here. You can see in 2017, before they moved in, the area is very green. You can see a lot of trees, you can see a lot of grass. And then in 2018, when they moved in, a lot of that place is to be cut down for settlement. Because they had to do construction there. And then if you look again, toward the end of 2018, the area is almost like a desert. And this happens a lot because when people often move out of their homes, they move to new places that are maybe not, inhabited by anyone before. So that means they had to clear out new lands. That means, they need to cut down trees. It could be for the energy use. It could be even for housing and all of that. And this contributes to so many things. It contributes to loss of biodiversity. It leads to landslide, which we know is a big threat that is, taking lives every single day. It, increased the risk of flooding. I think actually very recently, one of the camps in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh was hit by flooding due to heavy rains. There are a lot of hygiene problems, which again, affect people and, could lead to the spread of common communicable diseases. And then it also creates a lot of tension as well, and conflict, arises between refugees, the host communities, or even refugees themselves, because they have very limited resources, or even because people, are trying to compete for the very limited resources around them. So here's one thing. So climate change can displace people out of the homes, but also climate change can disrupt life in displacement context. So people can flee, like in the case of the Rohingya refugees. moves into Bangladesh, and then because of flooding, because of landslide, they are displaced again from their new home and have to move to a different place within the refugee context. When you look at the impact of climate change and energy crisis in displacement settings, it has a lot of very, stark consequences. One is, of course, that it contributes to extreme poverty, that make it very difficult for people living in humanitarian setting to become independent. So people had to depend on basically the hands-out and aid that they get from humanitarian organizations. As you can see in this picture, these are refugees waiting to receive, their food ration from a humanitarian organization. So that basically means the impact of climate change, for example, could make it very difficult for people to be able to do agriculture, for example. So the only means for them, to provide for their family would be just through what they get from aid agencies. The other one is health issues, which can, of course, again, lead to premature death and so many other challenges. As you can see in that picture, they do not have any access to clean energy sources. So they just depend on firewoods, which, again, means they have to cut down trees. There were very interesting figures that I had the other day at the Humanitarian Hub about how many trees are cut down each year to provide energy for refugees and other people living in displacement context. So again, this could also contribute to respiratory diseases as well, especially for those women who have to do that every single day. This is South Sudan. So South Sudan has been hit by very extreme flooding recently that has displaced thousands and thousands of people across the entire country. South Sudan is a country that is already living through one of the worst humanitarian crises due to the conflict there. And people, again, are being pushed out of their homes because of flooding. And someone mentioned something the other day, which I think is very, very crucial, that oftentimes when you flee because of war, you can hear gunshot. And because of gunshot, you know that this place is not safe, and you go to that place. But how do you flee when you wake up and your entire village is immersed in water? There's no way to go. So you could see the only way for them to move is through that very small, man-made boat that they had to do. So it, again, make it, contribute to the vulnerability of people who are already very vulnerable. And then this is Kakuma refugee camp. So actually, this is very close to the area I was living in the refugee camp before I moved to Canada. So as you can see here, that is an entire house washed away by flooding due to heavy rain. So as I mentioned earlier, people often flee because of conflict, but people can sometimes flee because of climate change. But even when people are fled and move into a new place, like a refugee camp, as you can see in the context of Kakuma refugee camp, flooding would come in, landslide would come in, extreme, other weather condition would come in and make it, again, very difficult for people to be able to settle there. So, and these are just, very few examples of the impact of climate change and the energy crisis in humanitarian and displacement context. There are so many other challenges that many people who are living in these circumstances face. What are some strategies that we can put in place at our organizations, at our institutions? Joel mentioned that, we live in a world that is run by systems. What can we do to ensure the inclusion of displaced youth in a lot of these, systems? One is empower, the displaced youth leadership. I think this is very important because oftentimes when you talk about refugees, when you talk about displaced people, we just see their vulnerability. We see the challenges they go through because of, the conditions that they live in. But we often forget that whenever humanitarian crisis hits a community, the first people to respond are the refugees themselves. They are the displaced young people themselves. They try to find solutions with the very limited resources they have. They try to design initiatives to be able to find solutions to challenges facing their communities. So it's very important that organizations, governments, and systems that are trying to support these communities, empower them to become leaders so they can lead the way in finding solutions to challenges facing their communities. The other one is the inclusion of displaced youth in delegations and high-level meetings. This is very important because, all of us today are very, privileged to be in a space like this, to contribute to discussions happening at COP28. But, there are not so many young people, make it to meetings like this because of so many other challenges. It could be, legal barriers, like maybe not having a travel document, for example. It could be, not being able to secure a visa. It could be not having the funding to come here. So these challenges make it difficult for young people to come here. So it's very important that organizations include them in their delegations. The third one is recognize and support displaced youth energy and climate initiatives. As I mentioned earlier, young people living in these settings are trying to find solutions. They're designing, solutions to these challenges, and it's very important that they have the support they need to be able to run and expand those projects. The last one is expand work opportunities and engagement with displaced youth in the energy and climate sectors. I was speaking at a session the other day, and someone asked me, they come from the financial world, and they asked me, I come from the financial world, and I was thinking about ways that my organization can expand financial services to refugees. What can I do? And I asked her, very simple. What you can do is basically employ a refugee to design that program for you. So oftentimes it's very important that organizations that work in displacement issues, in refugee issues, give opportunities for the refugees to be part of the workforce. I'll end it here and invite Joel back to lead the next segment.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that very useful additional comments to this discussion. And of course, we have a question for discussion right now. You have heard of background, what it looks like in different settings, what is needed, the different strategies, but also we thought it's really important to engage you on what are the tools, what are the kind of support that you think after, getting a sense of what is needed, how it looks like in different settings, what are the things that young people should be, equipped with so that they can be able to address the climate change in their setting. Of course, again, we'll go back to the question for reflection that I left on earlier on what are the other areas, like additional areas, on top of what we mentioned here. What are the other areas you think young people should be, part of those discussion, part of those work to be able to also influence the work and address the energy need in their setting? Of course, this is a question to all of us here. And I'll be more than happy to hear your thoughts on this, if you have any suggestion. Yes.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. Yeah, for the question, I think the main tool for and the skill and so to support displacement people. The first of all is to be organized, to integrate in the new environment. This is the first things I think that have to be done. And then the secondly is to address the energy crisis that have to be in the manner, for example, in that the community, the need of the energy or the use of the energy that the new community has been used. This is the second thing. And the third one, it's to ensure that the new people have to be integrated in that new society in the form that to improve some skills and to adapt the reality that has been living in. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I think one of the things that we have been, pushing in the humanitarian sector is how to integrate the displaced people into the local community, because, of course, the integration is also one of the things that they are not so privileged to have, because even if they contribute to, the economy of that, government or states, they are barely given like priority, and they're not even connected, let's say, to the national energy planning and plan for that particular country. So they're often left behind when it comes to priorities. So when they're part of, I agree with my brother, when they're part of the community, then even the national government can also cater, at least think of how to extend energy, how to address the climate in those areas, because they are considered as part of that community and they're contributing to the economy of the country. Thank you so much, my brother, for mentioning that. If there is no any other comments or question, I'll move on. And of course, thank you for the time and thank you for listening to this. I know that it's not just about listening, it's also about taking action. We are all young people here and we are doing a lot. And of course, I'll call you to follow us on our social media platform. And of course, you can also subscribe to get newsletters from our organization and keep being updated every time we have, information about what is happening or what is needed, so that you also get involved into the work that we are doing when it comes to addressing the energy need and climate crisis that is currently hitting and affecting the life of millions of young people and their community in different settings. Thank you so much, and have a good day. Thank you.
Yes, Serena, bring me Serena. Thank you, everyone. And indeed, you know, when we talk about energy, we cannot talk about it without youth engagement. So it's very, very crucial. And today, as you know, is Energy and Indigenous People Day. And here at the Children Youth Pavilion, it's really important to have this space for us as children and youth to interact with different stakeholders and world leaders to, you know, have this exchange and sharing and give ourselves a voice. So in this spirit, we have the pleasure today to have the interaction with a high-level speaker who is joining us today from UNICEF. And, you know, here we'll be talking about children, we'll be talking about youth, be talking about different spaces for us to engage together. And I have my colleague here, Serena, who will introduce our high-level speaker and moderate the discussion today. So, Serena, to you the floor.
Thank you, Saad. So hi, everyone. It's really my pleasure to welcome Ms. Paloma to the stage. So please come and take a seat. So Paloma is the Special Advisor on Climate for UNICEF and is here today. So you all know how this session works. At midday every day, we bring a speaker who is incredible and really making waves in the climate world. And so Paloma is our speaker for today. So please, what we're going to do is I'm just going to give the mic. She's going to say whatever she wants. And if you could just introduce yourself, tell us about your journey, tell us about tell us about how you got to where you are today. What drives you? What motivates you? What has been your highlights of your journey from the start until today? And tell us about if there's just anything you want to tell the youth who are here today with us as well, any messages. Basically, the floor is yours, so tell us what you want. We also have a virtual audience, a high virtual audience on the live stream as well. And then after Paloma is done, then we're going to open the floor. And please, all of you just... if there's anything you wanna comment, you wanna say, you wanna mention, you wanna ask, then the floor will be yours as well. So Paloma, over to you.
Thank you so much. And the only thing is, if anyone wants to move and sit down in front, because it's really fantastic, then we can have a conversation. Thank you so much. So really, today I have like 7 speaking engagement, but perhaps this is the one that moves me more. And before starting a few minutes ago, I was talking to Revan, that is UNICEF youth advocate in Libya, 13 years old. And she just told me something that for me shook me. And she said, last year in COP27, where I met Revan, I was in Egypt to talk about what could happen in Libya to Libya children if we were not acting on the impact of the climate crisis. But today in Dubai, I will be talking about the awful things that happened to the children of Libya because we were not fast enough to protect them. When there were horrific floods in September, 16,000 kids were displaced. And now when children in Libya listen to rain, it's not anymore a moment of hope, because always every year rain in Libya and many other countries of Northern Africa, the sound of rain brings hope. Now, what it brings is the memories of that awful night where they have to escape from the floods. So telling me about the journey, I would say that I never thought I was going to be so committed and dedicated to climate. I was very lucky. I'm from Spain. I come from a very big family. I'm the 5th of 7 kids, and I was lucky. I had my parents were Catholic, but were very religious people, very committed to injustice, especially social injustice. So since I was very little, we always volunteered, especially with Roma population, and that led me to wanting to work, to be really giving a fair chance in life to every child, especially the most disadvantaged. And of course, UNICEF was a dream for me to work for UNICEF to defend children's rights. And in the last years, every time I was traveling to Pakistan, to Sahel, to Horn of Africa, I realized that it was impossible for me to be defending children's rights, to be working for equity and equality for every child, if we were not going to tackle what is one of the most horrific problems of this generation, that it is the increasing climate crisis. So I would say life takes you, and sometimes you have to choose one battle that you want to be really fighting for. So here I am.
Thank you so much. Maybe also, could you tell us a bit about what is your day-to-day like at UNICEF? And because I think that would be really interesting for us to know everyone in this room is an aspiring climate leader. And yeah, can you tell us more about what that looks like?
No, I've been in, oh my goodness, I've been in UNICEF now for 18 years. I started as executive director of UNICEF in Spain. And there I worked a lot, especially on child poverty and on children's rights. But then 11 years ago, I moved to New York, to the almighty United Nations, to be leading for 10 years the global work around communication and advocacy. So I was working especially on crisis, the Syria crisis, the Sudan crisis, the migration crisis, but also very exciting, I was leading an amazing, young, diverse team, leading on digital, on social media, on youth engagement, on campaigns. So my day-to-day, I would say, is to make sure that my team can do their work, to make sure that my team is supported, that my team can speak up, that we amplify the voices from the field. I always say that the best work UNICEF can do is to approach it as a local work. The power of our actions are at local level, at community level, at national level, but only elevating that at global and making sure that people in Indonesia, in Libya, in UAE and others realize that they are not on their own, that their cause, their campaigning, their voices are linking up with other voices. And for the last year, UNICEF has made gender and climate a top priority for everything it does. We have just launched a week ago UNICEF Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, committing to be climate smart in everything we do, in our programs, in our operations, in our advocacy. So my work really is to rally the troops, I say. I start very early, 6 a.m., I start talking with Asia, and I end up talking to, at 7 p.m., I live in New York with other countries. And the idea really is to make sure that in every country we really are integrating climate, not as a separate word from health, from education, from water. We really are influencing because children and children's rights are totally invisible from any outcome. You will not believe me if I tell you that in 30 years of COPs, there's not a single COP decision that prioritizes children. We mention children for participation, for youth engagement, but not to protect and invest. And children are not little adults. And that's why, for the past year, what I have been really is advocating, working with governments, with civil society, with partners to make sure that this COP, that changes. That in this COP, we don't live without specific commitments and mentions in the global stocktake, in the global goal for adaptation, in loss and damage, in climate finance, where there is specific commitments we can follow and track to make sure that there is investment in children, but also in the social services, in health, education, water, sanitation, social protection, that the children, especially in the most affected countries, need to adapt to this. But I would say my work is just to be working with all of you every day for 24/7 until we bring the urgency we need for the decisions we need to be protecting children's rights in every place. And it doesn't matter if it is a humanitarian place, that where we are talking about life or death, and that's our priority, no doubt, Sahel, Horn, Pakistan, and South Asia and others, but also to work with the children that are about to lose everything, like in the small island countries in Caribbean, in Pacific, or also about children all around the world, even in rich countries. I live in New York, and my kids have been breathing orange air for 3 weeks because of the Canadian fires. So also it's our obligation to make sure that the world understands that there's no child safe now. Every world leader here, their grandchildren, their children have been suffering the heat waves, have been suffering drought, floods, water scarcity. And I think that now, hopefully, that is what is going to be bringing us the urgency to put a children's face, a human face, in every decision in COP.
Thank you so much. Powerful. So, have you always found it easy to take meetings at 6 a.m.?
No, no, I have to admit that when I have 3 boys. So when my boys were little, I never took meetings at 6 a.m. because I have to take them to school, okay? But now that my youngest is finishing high school and others, and that we are more and more on teleworking, I do not mind at all. I do not mind, especially if I see that the Pacific Islands, especially, I wake up very early for the Pacific Islands, but if they phone from Tuvalu, from Samoa, from Fiji, it's because they need support. So no, I don't mind at all now.
Okay, I'm going to open the floor now and pass over to all of you guys. But just some remarks on what you were saying. I think I really, really admire this kind of notion that it's working 24/7 to raise the children's agenda and bring them into the conversation, because of course a child are essentially the most vulnerable group, the most vulnerable stakeholder. Maybe they lack that kind of ability to know what to do when crisis hits, or even just generally like how to approach a situation which is affecting their entire lives. Children don't have that ability to address it like at grand scale. And so it's our job to protect them. You know, this is the next generation of humanity. And then it, of course, also ties into the whole justice angle as well. Is it just that they are having their ability to have a fulfilling life stripped away from them? No, of course it's not. So it's our duty to protect them and bring their voices and perspectives into the conversation. And so now I would like to open the floor and just pass on. Well, does anyone here maybe work with children or is interested in work with children, or just has a comment on anything that Paloma has just said? Yeah. Feel free. The floor is open.
Thank you very much. My name is Kaisar Nawab, and I'm from Pakistan. Yeah. Pakistan is, you know, that one of the youngest populated country in the world. Probably we are on the second largest population with the young people, more than 70%. And the population of Pakistan is more diverse regarding the cultural, regarding the indigenous. Today is the Energy Day, so we do have like several kind of climatic weathers where they affect the human development as well, the body development, and of course the brain development. And how do you see when you interact with the young people belonging from the different part of the world? For me, I've been traveling since my teenagers, and I've been into 60 plus countries. But the most important thing during my travel is to indulge into any new culture and any new face and any new which is young, which give me positive energy, which give me a new knowledge, and which give me a new way of friendship. But being a professional like you, how you see at that young age, I mean, of your young age, when you are talking and interacting with today's youth, which are the leader of the present. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. And before COP27, I went to Balochistan and to Sindh. Oh, my goodness, what a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. But I went to see children and young people that have been affected by the floods. And that was also to prepare all our work around loss and damage for COP27. So, and I really engage a lot. But especially when I travel around the world, as you say, I have to admit, I especially talk a lot with young girls. And believe it or not, of course, especially when I remember a very, very powerful and really heartbreaking conversations with girls in Cox's Bazar, and Rohingya girls in Bangladesh and other places. But I would say a child is a child and a girl is a girl, doesn't matter where they live. And they share similar hopes, similar dreams. We live in an interconnected country, so there's no child or girl in the world that is not connected to the world around. And most of them, what they want is a chance in life. They don't want that poverty, norms, circumstances, religions determine their future. The all first conversation is about education, especially if you are talking with girls. That's the first thing they want. They all aspire to have a higher education, to be independent. They all also aspire to be treated with dignity and to have the same opportunities. And also they want to make a difference. I think that the main concern is their local communities. They see the parents doing their best they can to really give them the best, but sometimes it's not enough. And sometimes it's like, what can I do to be supporting the school, to be supporting my community? And that leads me to the climate action. We have just done a very powerful study called eco-optimism. Some people will call eco-anxiety. UNICEF, we are always seeing the glass half full, so we are very, very positive. So we did this study in 35 countries with thousands of young people between 13 and 17, where we asked, what do you think you need to be coping with the reality of this climate emergency? And for me, it was amazing that it didn't matter if the answers came from Uzbekistan, or from Uganda, or from Peru, or from Germany. The answers were very similar. Young people wanted three things. First of all, they all aspired to be having the green skills to work and have jobs in the green economy. They want jobs. And they want jobs in what they know is going to be the new world. I always say in my generation, we all wanted jobs in the digital space. In your generation, you know that the future is in the green economy. And they don't feel equipped. They don't feel ready to be jumping into that. The second thing they want is climate education. Very few of them have had any education in their schools, any curriculum around climate. Most of the information, they get it from TikTok. And they really are asking, really, we should be giving the little ones all through a school education. And the third one is they want possibilities to be taking real climate action to make a change in their communities, in their cities, in their schools, in their countries about what they see is the worst impact. Some people will be fight against air pollution. Other people will be the fight against water scarcity. Other people will be how to recover after biblical floods. But they want to feel they are doing something about it. So yes, I meet young people around the world. It's different when you meet refugee kids. The refugee kids is for me the most complicated situations because these are extraordinary children who are living in circumstances that they don't know, uncertainties about their future. But all over the world, we have kids at the moment that are demanding and desperate for opportunities to be their best selves. And I think that we owe to them to give them those opportunities.
Absolutely. I think,
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Fiza Hamid Khan. Sorry, it's good afternoon now. My name is Fiza Hamid Khan. I'm from Pakistan, from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. I'm studying international relations, and your question sort of resonated with a thing that I spoke to a teacher earlier about. She was speaking about this thing that in Pakistan we should focus on reducing consumption. And I was like, ma'am, we're having issues with survivability. We cannot be thinking about sustainability. So it's survivability or sustainability. You spoke about how youth is trying at this point in time, they're trying to get into the climate discourse, which is absolutely true. But the problem here is that in most parts of the world, we don't have issues of wealth at this point in time. Climate has caused food insecurity, and that is leading to reduced health of people. So health comes before wealth again, because if you're not healthy, you cannot earn, you cannot do anything. Specifically speaking in the context of Pakistan, we have child stunting is a major issue. And then now bringing it to women, girls are facing that issue, and let's say they're going to procreate the next generation. How do you connect all of these, and what do you feel should be done on the local level? As you've been speaking about community engagement, what do you think should be done in order to eradicate this issue?
I mean, this is spot on. And by the way, this should be at the heart of all our discussions for the global stocktake, the global goal for adaptation. Even the structure of the COP, although for the first time we are talking about health, about water and sanitation, about gender, but we are talking on silos. So when you talk about health, and I say health with capital letter, this is not only vaccination and primary health care. Health is water, is waste management, health is nutrition, healthy diets, is early childhood development, but the way we are approaching it is totally in silos. And yes, I can tell you that when I visited Sindh and Balochistan, I learned, sorry because I feel embarrassed talking in front of Pakistani people, but I learned that the regions that were worst affected by the floods had already the highest stunting levels in Pakistan, the highest girls not enrolled in schools. So all those people were having a double burden, because when the waterborne diseases came, when the cholera came, when the lack of food came, already they were so fragile that had a life-risking impact. While if you have the same floods, perhaps in a country with healthy levels, of course, would have been tough, no doubt, but without putting at risk the life of so many people. So yes, on the climate discussion, this is not a question of the environmental ministry or the health ministry. This is, I would say, is president level. This is a really coordinated response. And I would say the same for the UN agencies. We have to be working together. This cannot be an agenda for women, UN Women, an agenda for children, UNICEF, an agenda for WHO. This has to be an enormous coordination effort. And we cannot treat climate as the icing on the cake. This is not, let's keep doing the same health policies with a little bit of child health, climate child health at the top. No, our world has changed. And unless you can identify and train health workers, social workers, to immediately see why pneumonia is increasing in the community because the levels of air pollution have increased, we will keep treating pneumonia cases as we have treated for 30 years, and we will not reduce the 1.7 million children under 5 who die of pneumonia in 2023. That's totally unacceptable.
Thank you. And this is something that I've also worked on a lot, and it's really, really tough because it's, as in the idea of you've got various different crises and different issues that are putting lives at stake, but then they all overlap and then they all exacerbate each other, like conflict and poverty and climate disasters and all of this. And it's so hard to know how to approach it in the most effective way. But that's why I'm glad we have people like you who are working and leading that, that work and that conversation. Okay, I'm going to go to this side of the room. Oh, did you want to say something? Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanya Shah. I'm from Pakistan, basically from Gilgit-Baltistan. So I have worked with children of a very young age. Like I led a project in Lahore where we taught children of a very young age how to save themselves from the impacts of climate change, like from heat stroke or floods without help of any elder. And from my experience, I have seen that it's a very delicate job. Like children, they are with their developing minds, new knowledge, and they take things very seriously. So how can we teach and build resilience in children without instilling in them the fear and the anxiety of climate change?
This is an amazing question. I think we have to teach them, this is normal life now. So, but we have to teach them since the little age. I mean, you know, the age of 3, I'm going to have tomorrow a very big event on climate and early childhood development. I think that we have to teach them as this is the world we are living. And this is how we are going to give, we learn how to cope with little things we do every day to be able to be dealing with a heat wave, when we teach them to drink a lot of water. I mean, we taught them, all of them during COVID to wash their hands. We taught them to wear the mask. So I think in this case, what we have is, we are not talking about, you cannot tell kids when they are 3, 5, 7, 11, about, oh my God, the world is going to end and there's no way to do it. It's like what you can do to remain healthy, to eat well, to be making sure you do little things in your day-to-day. But to teach the children, you need to teach the parents. And you need to teach the teachers. And you need to teach the social workers. So I would say that as much, and I'm admiring your work with kids, the kids, of course, will influence their parents, but sometimes the parents feel lost. They don't know what to do with their kids, especially with sometimes when you grow and you know much more than your parents. But I think in this case, to be running parenting programs as much as educational programs with kids, that is the way to do. But I would say let's normalize. This is the, I don't know in Pakistan, but I'm from Spain, and that we are going to have heat waves every summer with unbearable heat. And that's going to be a new norm. So we have to protect the children, we have to protect our elders, and we have to make sure that they know that they have to be in the shade, they know that they cannot play sports in the middle of the day, they know that they have to be drinking water. So I would say that I will be integrating that, changing behaviors, I would say, is the best way, but never, never with an alarmist message.
Yeah, that's a really, really important point as well, that when we are when we are trying to empower children, a very, very big part of that is empowering the people who they spend the most time with to then, so it's all like this big connected system and everything is working well. I think we have time for maybe one or two more remarks. Yeah.
Thank you, Paloma, and thank you for talking to us today. I'm a young person, I guess like many of us here, trying to make a difference and trying to find my own place in the world, also of between more civil society-led activism, but also the work I want to do professionally, navigating the world of international organizations. So I wanted to ask you personally, you work for the UN, which is a huge organization that does a lot of good things, but that is also sometimes maybe restrained due to the format of being a member state organization. So I wanted to ask you how sometimes maybe you deal with, do you ever feel personal constraints and limitations to what you would like to do and how you deal with that? Oh, I'm Celestine and I'm from Germany.
Let me answer you in a different way, okay? I worked in Oxfam for 15 years, okay? And it was an NGO. And I led campaigns globally for Oxfam. And I knew what was the role, what was the mandate, what was the work. And I worked in a totally different way. Now I'm working in the UN. And I can tell you the UN has the possibility of a much bigger impact. Then I'm respecting the rules of the UN. And I know how to act, because working in the UN, as we say, we work with the tables of power, with governments, but also we work at community level. So I have learned what are the margins of maneuvers, what is my mandate as UNICEF, and I'm trying to make sure that I have the biggest impact representing and working the institution I work. If in the future I work for a local council, or I work for an academic, or I work for an NGO, well, I will change the ways of working to make sure that I do my work. But I don't feel limited in UNICEF versus the work I used to do in Oxfam as an NGO. I think every entity has a role, and especially on the fight to tackle climate change, we all need to play our roles, but also being true to ourselves. The worst thing we can pretend is to be what we are not, because we will not be effective.
Thank you. I think that's a really nice note to close on, actually. That I think there are a lot of misconceptions around certain sectors that maybe so that's so distracting. There's a lot of misconceptions around different sectors that you might be stuck in some kind of way, but I think that's where we come in as young people with our innovative minds and our creativity, coming in, changing the system, changing the ways that things have been done for a long time. And I'm not just talking about this generation of young people, but every generation of young people. That's the role of us now, training ourselves as leaders to come in and shape things that are the strongest and best way. And if someone says that's not how it's been done, we come in and say this is how it should be done, and this is how it works, and this is how what we think is better. And then we trial and error, and we can show them directly, yeah, this way works better. And I think that's probably a good note to close on, because we have another session starting in a moment. Before we close the session, I think it could be really nice to take a family photo. And you want a final word? Okay, a final word, and then we move into family photo.
Thank you once again. Just touching to your points when you were interacting with the children. I came across yesterday with one taxi driver who was just dropping us back. He got a call from his family back in Uganda, and this young children was asking his dad that, "Dad, how about my bicycle?" And the dad was just trying to convince him diplomatically that in coming months I will send it to you. That took me back in my own life that when I was a kid and I was asking for bicycle to my dad, and due to the hard situations in the life and struggling with the school fees and the stuff, the bicycle was just the highest level, uh, you can say, luxury for us. So there is the children's, their highest level luxury is the wheat grain. Just to take something is a food. And then you come across with few words like dignity. I'm working with the global dignity, and we define dignity at each level. Your dignity is different than the dignity in another part of the world, another human being. Same as the standardization politics as well, which are affecting the community across the world. We have different needs, we have different culture, we have different environment, and our standards should be different as well. This is now, I believe, after seeing the Global 2030 agenda with zero results, and currently the recent statements by the UN Secretary General, and then come across the recent conflicts, which everybody knows about how children are suffering in Gaza, and how children are suffering in other part of the world as well in the conflicts as well. It's not only the climate, we need to see the factors that are impacting the climate as well. And we need to speak bluntly, openly, otherwise we will be feeling ashamed in front of each other. And I think these young people are no more into those words that they don't understand. They have this mobile phone, and this can tell them anything, and they can have their own brain as well. Today's world is the AI world. What I'm speaking is this guy is listening as well. In a few moments, they will telling me something related to what I was speaking, but don't know who is giving us these thoughts. So I think we need to be open to the young people, the children, and we need to tell them the realistic way of life, the approaches of life to live with. And we don't need to put them into the fancy, fabricated world, because their needs are different is compared to the different regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Want a final word? Okay. Yeah, then I think that is now the final word. Thank you. And so let's move into a family photo, and then we'll move to the next session. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, maybe do you want to sit here or? I think she's. Yeah, I think she's coming back. Yeah, she's coming back. Want to be in the photo? Just come a bit closer. Squeeze in. Yeah. Yeah, squeeze in. I'm going to take that seat. Squeeze in. Photo time. If you guys want to come in, squeeze in a bit. Yeah. All right, cool.
Thank you so much. That was a brilliant session. We're going to have our next speakers. They're going to be taking us on the role of critical minerals for intergenerational equity. I'd like to welcome Bianca to the stage. Just welcome them to the stage and we'll mic them up.
Hello, everyone. Just stay seated. We're going to be talking about a great topic now. So, before I introduce the speakers, I have a question for you guys. Today is Sustainable Energy Day. But I was wondering, has any one of you talked about resource management here at COP so far? Or have you attended a panel that was about resources, natural resources, or maybe critical minerals? I see no hands, which is exactly why our group, the Resource Management Young Member Group, came to be. But we'll tell you more about that later. Let me first introduce you to our amazing session speakers. That's Johan. Please come to the stage. Johan is an ambassador for the Global Alliance on Universities on Climate, and also a member of our Resource Management Young Member Group by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Also, Walker Duck, please come to the stage. Basically, he has the same role as Johan because he's also a global ambassador for the Universities of Climate, Alliance of Universities on Climate Change, and an RMIMG member. And third, Vadim Kuznetsov, welcome to the stage. Same for him, just that he's a director for sustainable energy at BRICS. Let's get everyone mic'd up. While everyone's getting ready, let me continue the introduction. So, I'll talk about our group for a second. The Resource Management Young Member Group is a group that was founded this year. Vadim is going to tell us about how that happened, but I want to tell you more about the background. The United Nations Economic Commission for Europe is one of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations, and they deal with a lot of different topics, including sustainable energy. Something that we deal with a lot is making sure that we have the critical minerals for the green transition. I was a bit surprised when we came to COP that this is not as big of a topic as we thought it would be. So my first question is for Vadim. Tell us about how RMIMG came to be, what is it about, and also tell us about the projects that you're leading there.
Yeah, thank you, Bianca. I think I'm audible, right? No. Like this.
Yeah, that's good.
Now it's way
Oh.
better.
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. So I would start by saying that indeed, having been to COP26, COP27, COP28 now, myself, we don't really see critical minerals on the agenda of, I wouldn't say even of negotiations going on, because you have fixed tracks with precise topics and you cannot change it swiftly or change it in any way, but you don't even have enough side events which would talk about the issue and address the challenges which are accompanying the clean energy transition. The truth is that the so-called clean technologies are not that clean in the end. There was a wonderful debate earlier today at this very pavilion about pros and cons of nuclear energy for achieving SDG 7. And one of the arguments was that nuclear creates pollution and in the form of waste. You need to store its radioactive waste, while renewables are clean and green. But it's not true. Renewables are very material intensive, and the transition we are undertaking is very material intensive. So back in 2022, last year, the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, together with some young people from across the region, came up with an idea of creating a institutionalized channel of youth engagement on the topic of resource management. And it's called Resource Management Young Member Group. It is officially part of the UNSC institutional structure. And within the group, we have one one of our task forces, of our thematic task forces on critical minerals. And indeed, the reason why we decided to have it stems from the fact that we rarely see politicians and people in power, policymakers, experts, negotiators, address it in the way it should be. And that's how we came up with an idea of launching one of our very first projects in the field of critical minerals and critical raw materials for the energy transition. As you may see, it is about creating a comprehensive policy paper, which is a guidebook on critical minerals for the energy transition, where from the intergenerational perspective, we track the whole life cycle of critical minerals which we need for the so-called clean technologies, starting from the very exploration and exploitation, then going through the refinery stage, utilization, and up until the disposal stage, when critical minerals within the technologies which contain them reach their end of life. So across this whole pipeline, we track from the sustainability and environmental integrity point of view the life cycle of these minerals, and draft some recommendations to different stakeholders. That's why we call it intergenerational, because the effort should be not just on the part of governments or institutions or young experts like us, but it should be a joint effort, and that's why we target different stakeholders for that. So in a nutshell, this is how this became possible, and we are very proud to continue this work further on in 2024.
Thank you, Vadim. And thank you for also emphasizing the need for more communication when it comes to the so-called clean technologies. This whole not in my backyard topic, for example, in Europe, is very apparent when people in Europe start caring about social rights and environmental protection, but then it doesn't really work if you ban it in Europe, but import the dirty minerals from African countries. Talking about communicating the relevance of critical minerals, my next question would be for Walker, because you're the communications expert at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. Apart from creating guidebooks and making this topic more accessible for the general public, what would you recommend people here, people at COP, or just in general, people who want to be part of the change, to actually do to improve, maybe to put critical minerals on the agenda of people when they talk about green technologies?
Thank you very much for the question, Bianca. That's really, really great. Is it a little bit better now? Yeah? Okay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Children and Youth Pavilion for letting us speak. I think that's really, really appreciated. We talk about youth being sidelined. We talk about critical raw minerals being sidelined as part of the discussions. And it's really great that we've got this space. What I would say is that yesterday and today, actually going into the negotiations, it's not going too well, I don't think. If you've actually been in, really go and take a look, because it's really interesting. I feel like we started off much more in a positive mood, and now there's a little bit more finger pointing and blaming. And actually, we need to be doing this much better. As part of fixing the climate change, critical raw minerals and materials are a part of that. Mining coal, we all know what we need to do with that. We know we need to phase that down. We know all of the things that are associated with that. Carbon capture, maybe we need to reinvest that infrastructure. Maybe we need to create these new jobs for these communities to live better lives. All of that. But there is a danger that we're going to repeat the same mistakes of the past. We're just going to mine new products, lithium and copper and all of these, and critical raw minerals. So we need to be, even though we're still mining, we need to be doing this better. We need to be doing this just and equitable with youth at the table, because this is the future, right? We're talking about a vision to fix the future, and young people, as part of this long-term solution, are really, really a part of it. So communicating that, it's not easy, right? But actually, getting everybody at the table is a good start.
That's actually a good point. Also, I want to extend my invitation to everyone here who is interested in resource management and doesn't feel like they have a place at the table. You can always contact us. We're the RMYMG, the Resource Management Young Member Group. And we provide a platform, we provide an opportunity to be actually part of the table of the discussion within the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe. They have an expert group on resource management, and we have a network there with the experts, with governments, NGOs, and civil society, and they are happy to include youth at the table. So thank you. So we don't only talk about resource management in this panel, we also talk about intergenerational justice. And of course, intergenerational justice is a very important topic when it comes to climate fights and climate justice. We talk about the future of our generation, of the upcoming generations, but the older generations of today, of course, also have a part in it. So Johan, I was wondering, how can we improve intergenerational justice and collaboration today? And what role do also older generations play with that?
Yeah, and thank you so much for the question. And in regard to responding to my amazing colleagues and their expertise and thinking on the resource management, actually I want to dive more into the intergenerational justice, because if without intergenerational dialogue, the justice cannot happen. So, because this is very interesting, because after we first meet Bianca and Vadim, which is in this April in Geneva, in the UNECE Resource Management Week, right after that, I went to St. Gallen for the St. Gallen Symposium. The topic of this year is about what's the best or the worst legacy that your former generation leave to you. So this is like a very, very interrogating problems that's always in my mind. So this is also what I want to do, because I know all the expertise, no matter in resource management, in energy transition, and also the stocktake of the climate. I was thinking about how to make the intergenerational dialogue happen. So I was very lucky, this year, I was selected as the One Young World. They gather about 6 young people around the world to collect youth council, global youth council, to do this kind of a 1-year round until next year, to do this consultation with intergeneration. We are sponsored by One Young World, and also there is an organization which is named The Elders. The Elders is initiated by Nelson Mandela. This foundation is initiated in 2007. It's organized with Mary Robinson and Joy Manu and Jimmy Carter. They're Nobel Prize Peace. So they're here for protecting the existential threat of human rights. And we are here. What I want to do is to bring the dialogue that we're having today, and all my colleagues, their expertise and their youth perspective on the resource management, to really the intergenerational dialogue with the older generations, and to see how it works and bring it really to the table, just like Walker said. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, because I feel like when we talk about intergenerational justice, of course we talk about our generation, we talk about future generations, but we don't really talk much about the elders right now. And with organizations, maybe some of you know that, but there is Fridays for Future. We all know Fridays for Future. It's a very young and vibrant organization. But there's also an organization, I think it's called Grandparents for Future. And they do have, at least in the German climate justice environment, they have a big role, and they organize a lot because they have a lot of expertise also to bring to the table. So thank you for emphasizing the role of all generations in this fight, and also the responsibility that we have. I have a question for all 3 of you. Because we're here at COP, many of the audience are young members, hopefully interested in resource management with different backgrounds. What would you recommend someone here in the audience who is interested in resource management has started to understand its relevance for the green transition, not only for renewable energies, but for all energy sources. What would you recommend someone to do if they want to start, if they're an early career person that want to be introduced to the workforce or to the environment of resource management?
Well, something I would recommend is, well, first, if you came to realize that the energy transition is way broader than just renewable energy, doubling, tripling, etc. capacity, congratulations, you're on the right way. There are different expert groups, which are set up for I will just, summarize everything we've discussed because there is nothing new I can tell you. This is something that we as young aspiring professionals should be using. These groups are, such as ours, are meant to bring different generations of experts together. All you need to do is to reach out, submit your application, and get engaged. The issue with youth-led or youth-focused expert groups, speaking from experience, are associated with such a phenomenon as youth being a very flux population group. What I mean is that young people come and go, very, very quickly. They are interested in something, they join, they maybe try doing something or stay inactive once they joined, depends on your ambition, and then they leave. So you don't have enough capacity usually, and it's not paid, of course. You don't have enough capacity to bring meaningful projects to life. So something that we, as the first cohort of the Resource Management Young Member Group by the UNSC wanted to do, is to end up the first year of the group existence with some tangible results to be shown. We are not about issuing statements. There are many advocacy organizations around the globe capable of issuing statements, but statements do not lead to change if they are not followed by meaningful action. And by saying action, I don't mean protesting somewhere around, but doing some meaningful work based on science and expertise which you have or you acquire while participating in such formats. So we strongly advocate for getting engaged in a meaningful way, meaningful being part of an institution, because it's the way you can make a change. When you are outside, you can or cannot be heard. That's the only thing you can do. But once you are inside an institutional framework, you can make things change because decisions are being made based on institutional frameworks. And then, once you are inside such a framework, don't stay inactive because, as I already mentioned, youth is a group in flux. People are youth for a limited number of years. Everybody is super busy, and this sometimes undermines the credibility of such groups because institutions such as UNSC and others invite young people to join such groups. They become open to young people, and then young people come and do nothing. We should avoid that. So once you understand you need to build up your capacity and you are ready to give something in return, please do stick to this plan. Otherwise, by your inaction, you undermine the credibility of such formats. And also, my last message here, please do your homework, prepare yourself. We cannot just show up and demand, I want resource management to be different. This makes zero sense to demand something which you don't understand. So join this group, learn from others, get engaged into an initiative, and only then demand, because if you demand without understanding the issue, this again undermines the efforts of many other young people who've been there for quite some time, doing research and going much deeper. Yeah.
Thank you.
Can I give a very different viewpoint on that?
Of course.
Actually, which is that actually, first of all, how to get involved. First of all, you're in the right place. You made it to COP, you got the badge, you got through the blue zone, and actually you're here at the Children and Youth Pavilion, even though it's really difficult to find. You have to walk up the stairs. So you're in the right place. You're here learning about the fantastic work that's going on. UNECE Resource Management Group is one way to get involved, and Google it and join and send the email and make it happen. Right. I would say statements are good. Statements are part of the solution. We need both. We need both. We need people inside the institutions and people outside. We need the pressure from the outside, not only from youth, but civil society, and that's what COP is all about. It's about being inclusive and getting everyone to the table. There is a lot of finger pointing going on at COP, and actually it's about, as well as being informed, as well as studying it and engaging through the institutional frameworks that are often limited. Young people are not welcome in many of these institutions, and that needs to happen much more as we go forward. Not only young people, we're talking about all the pavilions on the outside here, gender, indigenous people, all of them. So actually, it needs pressure coming in from all angles, because the leaders need to act, and we're not quite there yet.
Thank you for the different perspective on it. And I agree with both of your statements, which is why I'm really looking forward to Johan's statement. What's your opinion on it?
It's just summarizing the highlight and to point out, like echoing with my colleague, like Vadim and Walker, because the very important thing that how the youth can really play a role is not only like to collaborate together to break out the institutional framework, like together combining, not we're here at the COP, we know like a bunch of negotiations are happened, but also we should know like we also need to like together to integrate ourselves in the industrial or economic framework, because there are different pavilions and we will definitely engage with them. And actually you are here already and you meet us, like I meet all of you in April, and we just turn out like to meet each other again and again, like finally come to this. We don't know next year's we will meet again, but actually we just bring our voices, we just be here and to explore what we can do to the future. So I think like just stay tuned and just shout out to us, and then we'll bring your voices and the mind together to the intergenerational equity. Yeah.
Thank you, Johan. Well, to everyone in the audience, I hope now you know how to get engaged if you didn't know before. We also hope that you know to think of critical minerals whenever you talk about renewable energy. And we have 5 more minutes, and I would really like to use these 5 minutes for you to be able to ask questions. So if you have any questions regarding resource management or want to talk about maybe your personal experience in this field, please feel free to do so. Do we have any questions? Or did we explain everything in the best way possible? Okay, I have a question for you then. Who here in the audience has a background in resource management? Anything related to any resources, let's say minerals, fossil fuels, gas, hydrogen. All right, that's interesting. So tell me, what are your backgrounds? Yes, sure. A question, everyone.
Real life question. Hello, Sarah Mukherjee. I'm Chief Executive of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. So we're the Sustainability Professionals Institute globally. I have a question for you. You've talked very passionately about the action and the delivery, but I'm so old. I was actually the original Earth Summit. I feel like a dinosaur here. And there's been movement, but it's been very, very slow. What if there was one thing that you could do or ask for, what would it be and who would it be to make a faster transition?
It's apparently a good question.
Which transition do you mean? Like energy?
Energy or more sustainable economy.
I think I would say we talk about the money. It's all about the money. And actually, the finance and the money is all there. When we talk about resources and energy, there is a huge amount. That's a massive industry. We're talking trillions here. And actually, it's not that we need new money, we just need to move the current money that way. And it can happen, you know, and we have these very powerful companies in all of these areas of the world. And actually, if we get that message, and that can be through institutions, through frameworks, through civil society pressure, to get them to just move that money around. And that is a good thing to do. We all know in this room it's more equitable. We can make people live longer through clean air. We can actually give people better jobs. All of that is so clear, we just need to do it. So for me, it's the money. But it's not new, it's not necessarily new money, but it's just transitioning what we already have, yeah.
Well, I wouldn't provide any new recipe, probably, but I would highlight that from my point of view, we see a clear contradiction between quality, meaning having everybody agree on something, and speed. But it is inevitable, in my view. We cannot mitigate that. It's inevitable. If you want to have more than 190 nations agree on something and then make them implement something, you have to sacrifice speed. But at the same time, if everybody is on board, it is way easier to move forward. I will give very briefly an example of something that also not many young people seem to be aware of, but please do follow those negotiations, not COP, not UNFCCC. It's about deep sea mining, International Seabed Authority. It's part of the resource management agenda. The issue, in a nutshell, the issue is private companies want to start mining minerals, which we need for the energy transition, and we're talking about polymetallic nodules containing, for example, nickel. The companies want to start mining in the area, the UN language, everybody's everyday language, international waters. So you don't have any regulation in those waters, not a single environmental norm regulating the extraction of minerals in that area. Why? Because it's beyond national jurisdiction. The recipe, we need to have all the 160-something countries who are part of the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas agree on an environmental code of conduct for the area. There is no other way we can regulate that because it's no one's water. And yet, this is a multilateral process which goes very slowly because you have a plethora of interest tuning in and interplaying at the same time. That's why we can probably, in the given framework, we cannot act faster. But the only way to deliver on this, in my opinion, is multilateral action. We cannot do it unilaterally because those are, what's the right word for that, the right term? It's our global commons. And the word global means everyone's.
Thank you. We'd love to continue to talk about it, and we can definitely do that behind the scenes. But we'll wrap it up for now because we don't want to take time for the next speakers. So thank you to the panelists. Thank you for delivering your passion for resource management and intergenerational justice in a very eloquent and professional way. And thank you also to the audience for coming, for asking questions, for being curious about resource management, because curiosity is what every solution starts with. So keep staying curious, and thank you for coming.
Thank you all so much. It was really good getting insights and diving into the role of critical minerals for intergenerational equity. Our next session is going to be about green jobs. As you all know, it's very vital, especially in this age. So we're going to see how empowering youth through green jobs from a just transition perspective. I'd like to welcome Shay, who's going to be moderating this session.
So first off, I'm not Shay, but she will, yeah, she's here and she will join when moderating the session. I will just give you 1 minute so you can get seated and rest from the first one. And yeah, we'll start. Okay, so we'll start now. Welcome, everyone. It's really our pleasure to have you with us today in this very important and insightful session. And to be honest, even if I wasn't participating at an MC, I would definitely attend this because I think most of the youth would relate that, okay, we have done a lot of advocacy, we have done a lot of volunteering, but we want jobs, right? We want this to be some kind of a long-term thing. We want to make sure that this is not just a thing on the side, but actually a career that we can pursue. And this is actually going to be the next step when you talk about climate action. So actually, I was just speaking with one yesterday, with one of the lead negotiators that shall not be named, but he has played a major role last year in COP27. And I was telling him that my ambition would be to join as a negotiator. And he told me, most of the negotiation work is done. We already negotiated and finished most of the draft of the UNFCCC of the Paris Agreement. Most of the negotiation work is already done. We know what is needed to be done. But now we need to move into implementation. Now we need civil society. Now we need startups. Now we need jobs. So as everything, we are transferring into a new era of green economy. And with this transition, we want to ensure that everyone is on board, and we want to make sure that we have a level playing field. Some of us might have access to be able to do this transition and have access to education, access to resources, access to jobs, but others might not. When we talk about the workers that work currently in the fossil fuel industry, in the steel industry, in the cement industry, if these kind of industries were shifting or did shift today to a more greener sector, these will lose their job and they will have not the necessary skills to tackle it. So we actually need to tackle this point from many perspectives. I will not dive into details because we have amazing panelists and we have amazing speakers that will cover points from perspective of business and from perspective of private sector and CSO and NGO and even from an amazing group like Yungu. So the key messages and points of discussion that we will discuss this session is, first off, exploring evolving skill development for sustainable youth employment. Second is understand the rising demand for green jobs in the private sector. Third is embrace curricula that prepare students for green careers. And fourth is advocate for expanded opportunities for youth in the green sector. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first amazing speaker from Yungu Green Energy Green Job Working Group and Youth in Green Egypt, Mr. Mohammed Agiz.
Yeah, this. Good evening, everybody. I hope you are doing great. And I know it's long days right now, and we are waiting until the last moment tomorrow to have like 1 day break. So I hope everyone is enjoying the walkable distances inside the COP. My name is Mohammed Agiz, and I'm representing the work group of Green Jobs and Just Transition in Yungu, and I'm working as Business Development and Partnerships Manager in Youth in Green Egypt, one of the leading social enterprises in Egypt in the area of the green jobs and climate education and clean tech entrepreneurship. Currently, there is agreed need for what we call it just a transition. And last year in COP27, they initiated the Just Transition Work Program, and we showed a couple of days ago the first high-level annual ministerial dialogue on the just transition. But this is not enough because the action needed to be now. We are talking about jobs for youth. We are talking about skills. We are talking about education. And to have this happening, we need equitable transition. We need more involvement for youth in the innovation process. We need to initiate more investment in what we call it green energy. We need to invest more in what we call it environmental education. We need to invest more in what we call it innovation and way to just transition. I want to say that according to the International Labour Organization, the transition to a circular economy has a potential to create around 78 million new jobs. However, it's equally important to acknowledge that this shift could result in displacement of 71 million jobs, which means the key way to navigate the journey and the concept of just a transition is to connect the demands on the skills. What we need to understand here, how to build the capacity of the youth, how to build the capacity of the workers to what we call it just a transition. Skills is important. If you are going to apply for a job, they will ask you what is your skills. Having a skill to work as web designer, as someone working in renewable energy, needs a lot of work, whether you are obtaining a bachelor degree in something or you're obtaining a diploma or even professional experience through a life. So we need to call for investment in the education when it comes to building the skills of youth. Because if we are talking about just a transition, we cannot leave anyone behind. And this is why we actually calling for education curriculums inside our universities, inside our schools, and in informal education that all the youth trying to bring to the table inside their countries on a national level. Our focus today is not only on just transition, is not normally discussing like what it means of the green jobs, but we need also to understand a call to action. A call that can shape our future, a sustainable future, and empowering for our youth. We stand for a transformative era, a time where all the stakeholders, the private sector, the academia, and also the public sector with the governments standing together to build the skills and to develop the skills of youth for a development and sustainable definitions on their meaning of their education. Lastly, the private sector currently is undergoing a paradigm shift. The rising demand for the green jobs is not a trend, it's a necessity. Companies are recognizing that sustainability is not just buzzword, it's a compass guiding their future. The doors are wide and open for a passionate, skilled individuals eager to contribute to a greener and more sustainable world. Our educational systems must evolve in tandem with this shift. Curricula must be tailored to nature and prepare students for careers deeply rooted in sustainability. And we need to ensure that we are empowering our educational institutions to cultivate minds that not only understand sustainability, but live and breathe in their professional pursuits. And finally, it's always great to see youth are taking actions and trying to build this action. If you are talking about the skills and the capabilities, we are not recipients, we are enablers. We are youth, we are working on this, and we are building this shape to the just transition because we know more and we actually resilient enough to have this kind of interventions all the time. So thank you so much for having me as keynote for this event, and I'm looking forward to hear from all the amazing panelists on the whole event. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Muhammad, for highlighting these amazing points. And I totally agree that when we do this transition, there is a lot to do. It's starting with education, incorporating it in universities and schools. But until then, the transition is already happening. It will not wait until we incorporate this in the schools or in our curricula. So we need to make sure that we have the right adaptability skills to ensure a just transition, as I said, for all the workers, not just the people that have higher degree. So I would like to give the floor to our amazing Energy Youth Fellow for the Climate Champions team, Che Young.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming to our humble event, and also Karim and Mohammed for opening and also providing those amazing keynote speech of how youth is not a recipient in this journey. They are the enablers, and this is the reason why we have to know how we can be enablers, right? So thank you everyone for being here today. It really means a lot, and I hope this talks inspires many youth in pursuing green jobs. I would like to welcome our amazing panelists, and this also represents empowering women in this field in energy and education. So thank you. I would like to first introduce to Micaela, the board director of Torquato di Tella University and Institution. Micaela has more than 20 years of experience in climate change, carbon finance, climate policy, and the economy of climate change, specializing in the analysis and design of institutional arrangements for climate change mitigation and adaptation activities. Yes, and we also have our amazing Sarah. Sarah is the CEO of IEMA. She is the BBC's environment correspondent for many years, presenting on national and international BBC radio and television news, working and winning awards across the world. And IEMA is the global professional body for over 20,000 individuals and 300 organizations working, studying, or interested in the environment and sustainability. And last but not least, Eduarda is the politician scientist with an MPA in energy policy from Columbia University, working as a development officer at RMI to promote new bilateral and multilateral partnerships in the energy sector. I'd like to welcome all of you guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so maybe since Eduarda is sitting right next to me, I just want to start. Can you share insights into your current role as a youth dedicated to green jobs and the motivations that influenced your decision?
Yes, absolutely. Is it correct? Oh, now I see the difference. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, let's try again. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I think Shay is an amazing woman, and thank you for highlighting the incredible women we have here today and in the audience as well, because when you ask me what's my motivation to join the energy sector, not having enough women is one of them. And I think that for those of us that are interested in STEM fields or interested in the energy sector, there are just so many barriers. And these barriers, they just double and triple depending on where you're from in the world, your race, your gender, and when you're young, it's even harder. So I think that I was really motivated when I was actually 12 years old. I started becoming more and more interested in environmental issues. And I think that when you understand that the energy sector is responsible for 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, you just feel compelled to do something about it. So that's how it started for me. In college, I started, there were actually no classes about climate change or energy in the policy school that I went to. I don't know if anything has changed, but now that climate is mainstream, thank God, I hope there are more classes. But you just have to find, the knowledge yourself. And I think that that's the incredible, inspiring thing about young people. They're just pursuing it. They're doing online courses. They're going above and beyond. And I admire, I think, my youth colleagues and youth friends the most because they sometimes work for free, they study the whole day, they commute for 2 to 3 hours sometimes to get to university, because I had friends like that. So we also have to acknowledge some of the privileges that we have to be here, and even the privilege of speaking English. I think so many people, I'm from Brazil, a lot of people, and especially indigenous people, are not able to communicate what they think, what they believe, because they're not English speakers. But you did ask me about, focusing a little bit about like my career and energy jobs and all of that. There is a massive need and opportunity for young people in the energy sector. I'm only following the energy discussions, and I keep hearing about the importance of capacity building and training the next generation of young people. I would like to also highlight the role of Student Energy, and Shakti, my colleague and friend, is here. But Student Energy is the largest youth-led organization that works to bring young people to the energy transition. We just had, and Shay participated, our International Student Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi right before COP. And we're really trying to help young people by guiding them, mentoring them through the process of leading their own organizations, by helping them find their first internships. So maybe I'll stop here because of time, but I'm hoping that I'll have more time later to speak about this.
Yes, and you can always talk to Duda about this, and she will introduce you to the amazing, amazing experience she had and ways you can enter. So thank you. And I do want to recall that, Duda, you've mentioned about education being heart of it, education being heart of the skill set that we need to educate. And you said oftentimes youth has to self-educate in this field. So let alone, Lord, we want to know that we're not alone in this journey through the amazing work of Sarah and Mika. So yes, I want to ask Sarah, so what are the influences on the private sector in opening more greener jobs position? And you've also shared with me previously that job seeking, especially jobs that contribute to a sustainable future, is not a sprint, but a marathon.
Yeah, thank you.
How do you advise the young generation to join this journey as a marathon?
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here, and amazing speakers on the panel. And I want to pick up something that Mohammed said about the main work of COP is already done. You're absolutely right. I'm old enough to have been at the very first, at the Earth Summit. I feel like a dinosaur, to be honest. But I am a dinosaur, that's why. I raised the average age by about 15 years, I think, in here. But all the big planks are there, so now it's up to us to do something about it. And that's why it's such a joy to run IEMA, because we provide skills training, education, professional development for young people in more than 104 countries, 22,000 members around the world. So have a look at our website. We have a Green Careers Hub. At the moment it's UK, so we piloted it in the UK, but it will be international next year, which will give you an idea of how to get in, how to move across, and how to develop your careers. But to your point about a marathon, I'm so old, I've had so many jobs, and a lot of them have been total failures. And we talk an awful lot. You see your CV and you think, oh my goodness, how could I ever be like that person? But actually what you don't see are all the things where you failed along the line. So I would say, if you want to get in, and everybody in this room, you will be snapped up at some point. There is such a war for talent, for really highly skilled people globally in sustainability skills. That won't be a problem. But what I would say is, if you want your 100% job, aim for your 50 or your 60% job. It might not be the thing you want to do, but if you get something that's close to it, you're developing skills and you're developing networks. My old news editor used to say, you can't come back into the office unless you've got 3 business cards. And I'd say that to you. Don't go home without collecting 3, 4, 5 business cards a day. Follow up on LinkedIn, keep pushing. Whenever you look for a job, if you've got someone in your network who can help. I've already connected today someone, an employer with an employee, because they're in my network. So do that. And finally, it may not be the job that you actually love may not be the job that you think you're going to love when you start out in your career. I thought I was going to be a lawyer. I've ended up running a sustainability institute. So be flexible and be resilient, and you'll definitely get where you want to be.
Yes, amazing. Thank you so much for those points. It just inspired me yesterday as I was talking to Sarah, how I myself was just very broadly thinking, oh, I just want to work something on equality and environment. Didn't know didn't know what to do besides working in UN. So, but running through that marathon, I think I joined Climate Champions team. I've joined Student Energy, meet amazing people, and realizing, oh, these are the things that I can actually do to help, or at least try to help the world in this climate change field. So yes, and do look into IEMA, what they offer you as to get the right skill set. And also, you can also talk to Sarah.
Please do,
So
yes.
that she can connect you to those possible interests that you have. And I do want to move on to Michaela for your insights. You are in that university where we are always required, okay, so where did you study? What did you study, right? And you're there providing those educations for the youth. I do want to ask you, as a researcher and an academic in this field, what do you think are the strongest drivers that shift the curriculum trends to better equip youth for sustainable and greener jobs?
Thank you, Che. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. One of the main challenges we have in a just transition is having the specific skills aligned with the transition. Yesterday, I was in a side event on building climate resilience in the health sector, and an example that they gave was that implementing a project on solar energy, they have the challenge of having the technical skills to repair solar panels, and the main risk they have is that that infrastructure gets on the backyard of the hospitals because they don't have the skills to repair those panels. So we need to think in developing skills in each and every sector, and in that aspect, we need to focus on education and on people. In the private sector, we are watching that when the price signals and structure of incentives is clear, that enables the transition and low carbon investments, so the companies are doing their transition, are demanding for green jobs. In fact, according to the World Economic Forum, green jobs are increasing each year 8% at the global level, and there aren't employees that can fill those jobs. So we need to think in educating people and people searching for specific specialization in those topics. Also, we are seeing youth that are interested in environment, in sustainable development, and in climate change, and are seeking to look to learn in different universities and in different courses in order to get those specific skills, and that are both the companies and the youth who are driving the demand to universities to adapting their curriculums and their educational offerings in order to offer what companies and youth are demanding from the world. So the main drivers are both the private sector and also the youth. And in that terms, it's also important to think in terms of raise awareness from initial education, not thinking only at the university level.
Yes, that's great. Mika, thank you so much. I really liked your point how demands of private sectors and youth who want to learn about certain topics is very important. Those two factors actually influence the curriculums. As a student, I just always thought that, okay, higher up people decide what to teach people, and then that's how it always is. But in fact, private sectors and us, what we want to learn is influencing those curriculums, and it does drive to accelerate those curriculums to be settled in the universities or other education levels. And yes, we do want to also educate children at the same pace and time, because we're not only talking about university students who has to learn the right stuff, but also children from their young age, nurturing and acknowledging what are the needs and what are the things that they could really think of their future. So thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, our event is only 30 minutes long. I'm so sad, but I do want to end with last question for everyone, each one. What are the one tip or one emphasis that you want to give for youth who wants to enter to green job, or I want to work something that contributes to the world, to the greener world? What would you advise them to do?
Yeah, I would actually echo what you said in the beginning of being very flexible. When I finished my master's, a lot of students, maybe they already had masters, maybe they had many years of experience, and they were not applying for jobs because they had a target salary, a target requirement. And then after, and for those of us that are immigrants, are in the US, I studied, you don't have that much time to find a job. And what I realized is that I was nowadays, and I continue telling people, just apply. Like, you don't know. The first job you get after college, after your grad school, it's not going to be your dream job, very likely. So in my case, I love the organization I work for, but it's a completely different area. So I've always done like more research, analysis, policy work, and now I'm doing fundraising, which I've never done. But I'm learning so much, and there comes the fact that like, the climate crisis and the challenges that we have, we need all types of skills. We cannot have a person that is just an energy modeler or, a person that is highly equipped in doing analysis. Like, you really need all of these skills to talk to people. I would also just highlight two things. Sorry, I know we don't have time, but it's worth it. Hear me out. I think it's very important to identify the organizations that you want to work for. I have a lot of friends that got jobs by writing cold emails. One friend of mine, she said she found an organization she wanted to work for, and she made a case saying, look, you want to work with Red Plus, you want to work with forests. Brazil has one of the largest forests in the world. You have no Brazilians. I have this experience. You need me. Sent her resume, and they invited her for an interview, and she got it. So there's a lot of proactivity as well. And my last piece of advice is I see a lot of people going from college and doing their masters immediately after. I'm not saying it's wrong. It can be great, but I see in the 10 years after a lot of regrets for what they chose, for what students choose to do in their masters, and then thinking, oh, I should have focused more on this, I should have focused more on that. So try to get your 1 year after college and getting some practical experience, because that will help you know what you want to study and where you want to be in your career.
Wonderful. Great, yeah. Shorter time, I know. So all of that, yes. Plus, I have appointed hundreds of people in my career, from board level CEO all the way to graduate jobs. I want to see, as an employer, why you want to work for me, not why you want to work. So in your covering letter, you've got to make it stand out, just jump out of the massive pile by saying, I saw this project, I saw what you were doing, that is amazing, I want to come and work for you, that's why. Secondly, all jobs greener. To really make a difference, to get to a sustainable global economy, we have to have every single job with a sustainability component. So take your passion and take it anywhere and do anything and bring your passion to the job, because then you will be making a difference, including in places you might never have thought of. And finally, and I've said it before, network, 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 network. And when you've done that, network, because that is how you get a job. People employ people who know each other or can connect each other. So do it. Go out from here, network, talk to everybody, get all the business cards, do the LinkedIn thing.
Yes.
I have one main message, that is to have a systemic transformation. You have a cross-cutting aspect of every systemic transformation, and that implies that each and every sector needs to have the capacities and the specific capacities and skills to be aligned with the transition. So even if you are an economist or even if you are in the financial sector, you will have something to contribute to sustainable development and to address the climate change crisis that we are facing.
Only 3 words. It's not working, but okay. I have only 3 words. First, curiosity. And second, there should be all the... Oh, thank you. So first, curiosity, and secondly, education and learning, keeping an active learning, and finally, taking an action. This is the most 3 important things. Arming knowledge, of course, is part of the education, and this is why the youth should always be considering themselves as active learners, all the time having resiliency, trying to get new arming with knowledge and science.
Collecting my mic back. Yeah, we don't have any more time, but I'll take one question from the floor. if there's anyone who would like to ask any question to this amazing panel or make any comments, points.
Yeah, thank you, thank you, Shay. My name is Simon Schmidt. I lead a UN-sponsored initiative called the Just Skills Hub, and we do a lot of work on sort of pathways into green jobs and out of brown jobs. And one thing that I think you really brought to the front here as a panel is the really focusing and the skills you acquire and how you build your career on transferability, soft skills, things that are not just good for one job, because that one job might not be there 10 years from now.
Totally.
But put yourself in a position to be flexible and to be adaptable. I think that's really at the core of what we see and how we provide career guidance to younger people. Find what you like, but do not just pick one thing and be. Your interests might change, the labor market might change. Be adaptable.
Completely.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm so sorry, but we have to end to be fair with everyone else. Thank you so much for coming here. Remember, network and be flexible while you're in your body and all your career. So thank you for everyone for being here.
Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. Yeah, while they take a photo, we would like to welcome our next session. Okay, so our next session is going to be about energizing tomorrow by casting a future of green skills and sustainable energy. Iman, I would like to hand. Hi. Yeah, we've been waiting for you. But I announced that I invited and nobody came. I called your name and you were nowhere to be found.
No, I was pressuring people to come inside.
Yeah, but you need to be here because I hand over to you and then you introduce your speakers.
Okay.
So because of that. Yeah, this is the
clicker.
Yeah, this is the clicker. Yeah, they're going to put it now. Here you go.
Thank you.
How many speakers do you have?
Just me, but we have facilitators.
How many?
7. So they're going to be around the room in small breakouts. Yeah. Yeah, pressure them to come in. Hi, everyone. Hello. Hi. Hi, how is everyone doing? Can I invite everyone to sit down and have a seat so that we can get started? Please come in. Welcome, everyone is welcome. Amazing. So we are starting right on time. It's 1:45. And I just want to start by... So I just want to start by thanking everyone for coming. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time out of your day to come and join us for this session at the Children and Youth Pavilion, where we're going to discuss young people and their future when it comes to jobs within the green energy sector. So my name is Iman. I'm part of the Next Generation Foresight Practitioners, the NGFP, and we are putting this session for the second time at COP28. We did it the first time at COP27, and last year we used the Futures Literacy Lab, which is a foresight tool that tries to anticipate... Sorry, welcome. Go ahead, have a seat. Yeah. Yeah, so we used the Futures Literacy Lab last year to try and look at the foresight and future trajectories when it comes to climate negotiations at an international level. So as the NGFP, we're a group of foresight practitioners from all over the world, and we use foresight and futures tools to anticipate, there are my slides, to anticipate different challenges that affect the world at a global level. For example, the climate and energy crisis, which is what we're here to discuss. And we conducted the foresight activity last year, and within that we found some great insights from the attendees, and we put them up on the drive, and they're still there, and they act as a time capsule for us to look at in 10 years at COP37. So today's session, let me start by explaining what foresight is, first of all. So foresight is a systemic and disciplinary principle that deals with the future to try and anticipate what decisions need to be made now to systemically make the right decisions and avoid the pitfalls that lead us in the wrong direction. So backcasting is one of the tools that we're going to use today, and I'm going to explain. So backcasting is when you find a perfect position within the future, which is called a vision, and within this vision, you try and take steps backwards from the future to the present and what decisions need to be made within the now and in the next few years to reach the future that you want, the desirable future, and you avoid the undesirable future. So we're going to do a very rapid foresight session. It's going to be very quick, and I'm going to have a group of facilitators who are going to guide you through the session. The first 10 minutes, what we're going to do is called visioning. And visioning is essentially when you sit down, take a few seconds, think about the year 2050 and what the world looks like in terms of young people in green jobs. The perfect utopia you can imagine. What does that look like for you? Think along technological lines. Think along policy, laws. Think about what the leaders are doing. Who are the actors in this space? Why are they doing this, and what motivates them? Once we've created this vision of the future, we do something called mapping the present. So we look at today. What's happening right now in regards to young people and green jobs? Is there green jobs for young people? Are they accessible all over the world? Are they paying well? Do they provide a sustainable living for young people? And are young people making an impact within their jobs? And then lastly, we're going to do the backcasting, which acts as a bridge between the now and the future. So for us to get to the vision that we want in 2050, what do we need to do now? What do we need to do in the year 2035? What do we need to do in the year 2045? So you're going to write all of these things down with your facilitators in the breakout rooms, and we're going to move very fast, so keep your head on and enjoy the ride. Thank you so much, and I'm going to invite the facilitators to quickly take, we're going to have a timekeeper, so don't worry about the time. 10 minutes for the visioning, 10 minutes for the mapping the present, and 15 minutes for the backcasting exercise, and then we close. Quick and easy. So facilitators, just grab a corner, and 3-4 people follow one of the facilitators. Put up your hand if you're a facilitator. Follow them. Just move around as quick as you possibly can. 3 people, that's Chiagozi in the corner. We have Fisayo here, another 3 people. We have Emily, 3 people. Jabri, 3 people. And Muntile, 3 people. Go ahead, get started. All right, thank you so much.
You have 10 minutes, guys.
So a quick iteration, the first 10 minutes, we're doing the visioning exercise. So think about the year 2050, write down what this world looks like for you in terms of young people in green energy jobs. So take 10 minutes and write them down.
a quick time check. We have 2 more minutes to wrap up the visioning exercise before we move on to mapping the present, talking about reality. So a couple more minutes and we start moving on. Mic check. Yeah, so we're going to move on to the next session now. We're going to take another 10 minutes to visualize the now. So let's talk about what the current reality looks like when it comes to young people in jobs within the sustainable energy sector. Are the jobs available? Are they fulfilling for young people? Are they, gender balanced? You can think about this issue along the steep category. So think socially, technologically, economically, environmentally, and you can think in terms of policy and legal frameworks. What does it look like for young people in the energy sector, particularly the sustainable energy sector when it comes to jobs? 10 more minutes, you can move on now.
more minutes to go for the picture of now conversation. 2 more minutes, then we move on to the backcasting session. Backcasting session. So transition to the backcasting, which is a bridge between the vision of the future and the current reality. So what steps need to be taken between 2023 and 2050 when it comes to the sustainable energy sector with regards to young jobs? And who needs to do these things? Who needs to do them? When and how? And just write those down in the middle column, acting as a bridge between the future and the present. We have 15 minutes for this as well, so just write down your ideas as well.
Thank you. So I'm going to ask the group leaders, the facilitators, to just give us a very short recap of the very rich and very intense conversations you guys have had. And I know that's a tough job, but we're very limited on time. So I'm going to start with Chiagozi on this side and then work our way around. Please give them your attention. I know we still have things to say. We still have conversations to have. So 1 minute per facilitator. I'm going to time you, and I'm going to be very strict to allow everybody to have a chance to be represented. Okay, Chiagozi, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll try to do that in a minute. So first of all, in 2050, we're looking to see that young people are not the receivers of... I should stand up? Okay. So we're hoping to see that young people are not the receivers of the jobs, but also the providers, the owners, the entrepreneurs. We're looking to see that regulations would increasingly force, almost all jobs to be green, because regulators in the EU, in Africa, elsewhere are putting in measures. We're also thinking about investment in education to create green jobs. I think, yes, that's pretty much that. There are more jobs that is going to be in ecotourism, in waste management, to see it as an appealing job and not jobs that are meant for people that are not skilled. And then, on the current situation, the green jobs we think are not overly obvious at this time. We don't have a repository where you go and say you only want to apply for green jobs and you just see them pop up. That is something to work on. And we are looking at jobs currently. A lot of jobs are on the policy side. They are transitioning slowly to more of technological work, and we hope that this will continue to grow. There's a bit about addressing the cultural elements, identifying, I think I can't read this very well, but
identity. Identity is tied to the production of fossil fuels.
Oh, yes.
How do we address that in educating these communities? Because if they feel so tightly tied to the production of fossil fuels as a part of their identity and community, how are they going to then make the jump from that to green jobs?
Thank you very much for helping me out. And then I think, yes, here is also about the little supply of green jobs versus the demand. There's a LinkedIn report that explains this earlier, in that there's mismatch in terms of the demand and supply. And then, yes, walking the talk as well. And in the middle, we have, walking back, we have the point about a new law of ecocide, where we see a lot of linkages that it will create green jobs when things that harm the environment are criminalized. We see also that engineering jobs may become largely green by 2050, but we need education and skills to get there. I think this whole part is largely for us about education and skilling people to be able to have this job. We think there's a huge skill deficit in many places around this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for that group. And they had an amazing conversation about what green jobs actually are. What does this sector actually entail? Which I thought was a great place to start. Thank you so much, Chiagozi and team. Amazing job. I'm very worried about those handwritings when I need to compile that work. Now we'll move on to Fisayo's team, and let's hear from them.
Ooh, I hope we can do this in 1 minute. All right, we had a very rich conversation in the group. Moved from 2050, where we talked about high employment and good salaries for youths. We'll still get to the current situation, good salaries for youths. There's a lot of innovation coming from young people happening here. There is the shift from manual labor, and our education is more focused on the knowledge part. More knowledge work is now more available as well. We have another thing here around readily available green jobs for youths as well. So coming here, which is like what is happening now, we have inadequate finances to really enable the transition that we desire. Another thing here around the reality of green jobs at the moment being that the green education is not really accessible, limits in terms of like skills, in terms of resources, even to like really be able to implement the innovations that we have We have something here also for inadequate skills within for youth within certain age brackets. Now, how do we get to like some of these visions that we have listed here? We need funding for research. We need policy support, subsidies to like really catalyze some of the local efforts that we have, initiatives for small businesses, financing, strong institutions as well, and also skilling, upskilling for young people to be able to like really access these green jobs and for people to like really move very smoothly to sustainable energy. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Amazing job. Round of applause for that group as well. And there's some certain themes that are coming out over and over again. Reskilling, reskilling, reskilling. So capacity for these young people to take up jobs within the sustainable energy industry is clearly something that is of great importance to the groups. Amazing. So we have Jabri's group. They want to present on his behalf. So go ahead. You have 1 minute. Please keep it short and direct.
Okay, so 2 major points. In 2050, we're looking at more green jobs for young people, more green jobs for people who are already in the system, and also integrated climate education and energy education in our educational systems, because that is really where we spend majority of our time. And then holistic policies that addresses the transition to green energy and green jobs, right? Because we cannot work alone. We need the job, we need the policy makers, we need the government, and we also need young people. And then going back to where we are, currently we don't have enough green jobs, for young people. And even the ones that we have right now, we're not seeing them through the gender lens. So you walk into a typical organization and they're like 8 men and 2 women, probably on the leadership table. So that also needs to be fixed. And we don't have anything climate education in majority of our educational system, and that also needs to be fixed. Because what we see now is that after school, majority of us have to now start afresh to start checking, where do I go? What is the future of work for me? And that also needs to be, taken care of. So what do? We need more climate education in our educational systems. We need more holistic policies, and we need to work together and build alliances. Also, we need to green the current jobs that we have. So it's not just shut down and start again. How do we green the current existing jobs that we have on the market so that we don't take people out of what they are somewhat familiar with and start creating another socioeconomic problem? So it's not closing down what we have before and then starting new things. How do we make that just transition and also have climate education in our systems? Thank you.
Amazing. Proper round of applause for this group as well. And that's a very interesting topic that they've brought up, is a topic about greening the existing jobs, and I have a feeling this group has something to say on that. But in the meantime, we'll go to Emily's group so that we can hear from them. You have 1 minute as well.
Thanks, Iman. I'm going to go very fast. So looking at the year 2050, we were looking at having high-level skills for the young people who are going to be in the tech sector, especially in the energy sector. Then another thing we looked at was inclusive policy making for the young people, of course, to be able to skew some of the, include some of the interests for the youth in terms of green jobs. And then also funding more innovations from the young people, because in 2050, we are looking at young people being skilled in green jobs and also having more innovations in terms of projects. Looking at the vision of now, at the picture of now, there is lack of coherence in planning, especially in the education sector, in skill development. We need a lot more planning and maybe also inclusive, the lack of the interest from the political sector in terms of developing the curriculums to be able to get young people more technical skills. And then also we need a reform in the education system to be able to include technical skills in the schools at the initial stages of the education. So looking at how do we get to the 2050 awareness creation from the point of understanding what green skills are, climate change, and all the other issues. And then we need supportive infrastructure, and it's lacking in most areas, especially in the African continent. And then getting local education system reforms, and financing tools available for all. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Emily. Quick round of applause for them. So we're running short on time. We're being ushered out of the room. So Zainab's team and Mutile's team, just rapid fire back to back quick, and then Pasi can close us off.
Okay, I'll keep it very brief. So for us, we think the future that we imagine in 2050 is that there are hundreds and millions of green jobs for youth. We see a vision where there's unicorn business of young people in the blue and green sector. We see where elections and campaign very much involve strategies that are green and very green friendly. And then we also see youth leading the farming sector where they're creating green businesses. And when we come to, okay, we also have situations where there are international binding legislations on forestation, and that young people, they actually enjoy the green jobs that they are, and there's clean air because there's so much interest in forestation. But the reality we have now is that there is no funding, there's no fund for young people, and their voice is not usually taken into account when you're talking about international legislation. We also have situations where there are only 1 or 2 unicorn green-blue businesses that is very much youth-owned. And what we think can be done is that venture capital should invest in youth-owned green businesses. We think that state must adopt binding legislation on forest protection. We think that government must support young people's initiative. And we think that the government must allow the establishment of National Youth Trust Fund on investment for green jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zainab and team. Quick round of applause as well. Amazing. So last group, please come to the front quickly, and then Pasi will do the closing off.
Thank you. So it's hard to bring anything new to the table, so I'll pick a few points. In our future, we decided to be very ambitious and have 95% of women in green jobs. We need some tax incentives for green jobs, and we need no active fossil fuel plants. So we don't want to have dirty jobs at all. What is happening now is, as another group mentioned, there are cultural barriers and identity where people are tied to the history of how they developed. And some things we need to do to get there is to up research and to encourage collaboration between different industries so that we achieve this very beautiful future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for them. And round of applause for everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for participating, for playing along. I know this is not something that is commonly used, and I want to personally thank you all for taking the time to interact with the tool, to give your thoughts, to vision with us, dream with us, and to talk about the future of young people in employment in the green and sustainable energy sector. So I'll invite Pasi now to close off. Thank you so much, and have a lovely day.
30 seconds as Sad is coming. The work that you've done today will be compiled into a draft Youth Climate and Energy Futures Manifesto. So if you're here as you're coming outside, we're just going to ask for your name and your email, and we'll keep this conversation going. Thank you so much, and thank you to Sad and his amazing team for having this pavilion for us. Cheers.
Thank you, Pasi. Thank you, everyone. Can we have a round of applause, please? Woo! Nice, nice. I see a lovely crowd here. Can we see some energy? Yeah, before we transition to the next session, which will be Joint Youth Voices Towards Climate Justice. Yeah, I want us to get a little energy and, feel youthful a little bit, because we've been standing for a while, and we want, to get some energy. So let's everyone stand, please. Yes, come in. Also, the organizers of the next session, join us as we do some energy activity. Yes. Please, everyone, come on, let's do this. Okay, everyone. Yes, do you want to do it? Do an energy. You're not that good. Okay. Energizer time. Everyone, join us here. We'll have a quick energizer for 1 or 2 minutes. Everyone, come on, join. So, I want everyone to stand up. Make sure your hands are free. And so what we will be doing is called a horse ride. So I hope everyone is able to stand and use their full body. So far, I can approve. So, let us do that. So you follow my lead, okay? Horse ride. So everyone, horse ride, 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 horse ride. Right, 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 right. Right, 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 right. Left, 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 left. Jump. Horse ride, 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 horse ride. Jump. Right, 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 right. Left, 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 left. Horse ride, horse ride, horse ride, horse ride, horse ride. Jump. Woo! Thank you, everyone. So with that, I give it back to the organizers of the next session.
Thank you very much, Sad. Hello, everyone. So to the people that are here and are thinking of leaving, so this session is actually a bit interactive because we have identified some problems last year that we couldn't find a platform on that youth from Global North and Global South could share their own experiences. So that's the idea of this workshop. We would be more than happy for you to stay. So, yeah. Okay. So this session is organized by Youth and Environment Europe and GCE, Generation Climate Europe, ODIF, Open Dialogues International Foundation, IASS, International Association of Students in Agriculture and Related Sciences, and WATCP, We Are Tomorrow Global Partnership. The idea came actually, as I said last year, that we couldn't find a platform that young people from the Global North and Global South would find each other and talk and share their own experiences, what they're experiencing back home, because we're talking here about climate justice, but in the end of the day, what is climate justice? Is it just a buzzword that everyone is using in the panels, in the negotiations, among us when we have this so many conversations that I'm sure that everyone is a bit fed up with them. So here is just to define what is climate justice for us. We're going to divide into groups and share our personal stories with our beautiful facilitators here. What are the problems that we're facing back home? Personally, I'm from Greece. We're affected by climate change. We had wildfires during all summer. This is affecting our well-being, our safety. We have coal mines, we have air pollution, and it's a very important topic, for example, to phase out of fossil fuels for us. So this is the discussion I want everyone to have, because we really want to hear your stories, what you are experiencing. I'm pretty sure that in other parts of the world, the problems are very different and the approaches are very different, but in the end of the day, we're all here for the same goal. So I would ask, so this is the point of the session. We have only 30 minutes to do that. So I will ask our facilitators to move in different spaces, and you can join one facilitator to start this discussion. So the idea is two main points, two main problems that you are facing back home, and what would be your demands here at COP that would actually create action towards solving that problem. And this is not only to solve the problems, but also to unite people from the Global North and Global South, because we are here, we don't meet, because we circulate among our regional networks, and it's a very sad issue to face, because in the end of the day, we have one planet. So that's what we need to have in mind. And yeah, feel free to spread and join our facilitators for the discussion. Can I ask Carlos and Namir and Bimal and Angela to move to different places? Angela can stay here, I think, because Bimal has already chose a spot. So feel free to reach out to our facilitators and share your own experiences. And in the end, we will do a small debriefing. What were the key outcomes of the discussion? Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much.
So, sorry to interrupt this amazing discussion. I know we are very short on time because there is another event at 3. So, I would like to give 5 minutes or 6. I'm going to be like very generous to our facilitators to share the stories that they heard. What are the key problems? Because sometimes you can group them, sometimes you cannot, because of course that's the magic of our planet. That we have very different. We're living in very different environments, and I personally that's the thing that fascinates me the most. And I would like to hear like where do we find the common ground and what are the demands that we have from our own governments and countries to act upon. So maybe I'm going to give the floor first to Carlos because he seems very prepared for this.
Thank you so much. So the stories that were shared in our group were very focused on okay, so the stories or the narrative that was happening in our group was very focused on water and water management. In most of the countries that were discussed here, were Mexico, Gambia, Nigeria, and the Netherlands. The main focus was water, mainly two like contradictory impacts, which were droughts and flooding at the same time. So what we were seeing it was that these phenomena were happening more frequently and also at a bigger rate, at a bigger scale. It was mentioned like in Gambia had the biggest windstorm in their history, and Mexico, for example, is also experiencing the biggest drought in their history. And what we were seeing is that many of these countries are agriculture heavy, so they are experiencing severe losses, and also that impacts that has like a chain reaction in other things like migration, for example, that's happening especially in the youth. Is through illegal channels that are having impact, for example, in loss of life, in lack of opportunities, in something that is called brain flight. So you are losing capital that could work to improve these countries. And one of the demands that we are seeing for these countries is that there's a lot of lack of action from national governments. They are not, and this lack of action precedes climate change. You are before you were not seeing, like, for example, solutions to obstacles like access to markets for farmers, for example, but this is compounding with lack of action to prevent losses of crops or adaptation of these agricultural sectors to these new challenges that you have due to climate change. So we are seeing that inaction has a compounding effect. We are seeing that this predates the climate crisis, but the effects are getting worse. So we were also having like the one person from the global north, from the Netherlands, was mentioning how the impact hasn't been that great in their country yet, but they are saying that they will have to prepare eventually for potential flooding in the canals, for example, and also to accept some degree of responsibility for the global south for the effects that their consumption or their economies has on, on the global south, and how they can like further adaptation and mitigation measures for those countries. So yeah, I think that's it for our day.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Carlos, and thank you everyone for sharing their own stories. I think it's a very nice and safe space, the Children and Youth Pavilion, to hear the stories. And now I'm gonna pass to...
Thank you so much. Well, talking about the motivation towards climate justice, I believe a change, some kind of change or a revolution, it's not like a ripe apple falling in the ground and like just waiting for it, but we need to make it fall when we need. We need to make it fall when it's the time for urgency. So as I'm from Nepal, it's the part of Global South, and I also got to discussed with one of the members of Taiwan, as it's also the part of Global South. We discussed on some of our common problems. And I like to share it in a medium of a short story that I got to hear and I also got to experience. So the two main points are vulnerability and climate finance. The problem here aligns with the poor environmental policy. So my story in Nepal, like there's a place called Karnali. There's a river, so it's a very popular for fish, actually, fish cultivation, and it's like a synonym. So Karnali, it's fish, like it's popular for fish. So I went there with my family, and my father, like he said, when he was in high school, he came for a tour in the same place, and the level of the water level was different, and the aquatic condition was different. But now the water level has decreased, and there are no aquatic, there are comparatively less aquatic beings in the river of Karnali. So, which doesn't only affect the nature, but it also affects the socio-economic condition and the entire community. And another story is of Taiwan. So there's a village in Taiwan where people are getting asthma and different other health issues because of the pollution from the factories and the industries. So that's a vulnerability part. And about the climate finance, it's another issue. Again, it comes due to the poor environmental policy. The country of the global south, they are not, they are less responsible for the carbon emission. I mean, there's less pollution, but they are the one who are highly vulnerable. According to IPCC, there are more than 3.6 billion people who are vulnerable to climate change, and I'm also one of them. And so it's a problem. So, and I think the solution is for every community, even a small local community, a nation, and entire globe. For its development, a strong foundation is very important. And what can be the strong foundation? It's the youth. So I think all the youth should be together. And as I'm also the part of one of the biggest agriculture student society, ES, with more than 60 members, countries in it, and different members with different diversities and culture. We have an excellent youth coalition with wonderful knowledge exchange. So this was also a great way to transfer of knowledge, and yeah, it was, so these were our main demands, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm going to pass the microphone to Juan. Juanan, because I think we have some very interesting to hear also from this group. As we need to be a bit short because we are running of time, maybe you can give a recap.
Hello. Okay, yes. So to be honest, we didn't have that much time to talk, but we were discussing not only about climate, but also about extractivism, and in the particular case of Panama, you said in Panama, and ¿Cuento tu historia? Oh, okay, and she was sharing her story of her community that was relocated back in the 70s, and how that was a very big struggle. And of course, she was not alive yet in that time, but for her family, they had to experience all of those very traumatic processes. And yeah, and then we didn't have much time to continue talking about the rest of the countries or our demands, but that was an interesting story. I think that was good to hear as well.
Thank you very much. And actually, I have to say that the discussion doesn't end here, because as we see, like 10, 20 minutes are not enough to share our stories and to connect and to act. So I'm going to pass the floor to Tessa for the last 2 minutes in order to tell you how we're going to continue the discussion of this event.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you all for being here today. And thank you for sharing your stories. As we said already, I think it's very, very valuable to hear from other perspectives. The idea was really to also show what our priorities are in terms of being at COP, what are the things that we're trying to work towards. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that and you learned something from somebody else who has a very different experience than you do. We think this is something that's really, really valuable because we speak the same language often, but we don't always mean the same thing. So, for example, talking about climate justice, the title of this event, what exactly is that for us, right? That can be different per country, per person. So we're working on a global dialogues project with YEE, Youth and Environment Europe, and WhatGP, the We Are Tomorrow Global Partnership, where we'll bring together youth voices from all over the globe, from both the global north and the global south, to start developing a shared language and understanding of what we're trying to work towards outside of COP, but also at COP29. So it will be a year-long project, and it will be open not only to our own partner organizations, but also to youth from other organizations. So if you're interested in capacity building sessions towards COP29, or you're interested in learning from other people from across the globe who have very different experiences than you do in terms of experiencing climate change, working for climate justice, then please reach out to Agnes or to me. We'll stay here for a little bit, and you can be involved in the Global Dialogues project. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you so much for being here. Have a wonderful day, and we hope to connect further across the next couple of days.
Just to say, don't leave. We are sharing stickers. And apart from that, we have a form here that you can leave your name, your number, email, and your organization, so we can contact you, of course, with your consent, in order to update you about our project and also to be in touch, because we want to open this dialogue into something more continuous rather than a session only on the 5th of December. Thank you very much, everyone, for your time and your energy, and good luck with the rest of COP.
Okay. Thank you all so much. How many minutes will it take for them to come? 5 minutes. We're getting ready for our next session, which is going to begin in 5 minutes. And it's going to be Stories for the Planet. So get seated and we'll start in 5 minutes.
when I'm speaking. Yeah, sure. And then you could again put it back. We'll do that. Yep. Thank you. Yeah. It's
Your
working. Name's Fizza?
Yeah, Fizza.
That's really nice.
Yeah, it's working.
Boo.
I prefer this.
Yeah. Hello.
Thank you very much for your patience. We have all our speakers here, and we're going to start the session, Stories for the Planet. I would like to pass on to Julia Ashok, who is going to be moderating the session. Over to you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry it took me some time. So now, actually, if you could just come and speak, please.
I'm here.
Yes.
I'll
Do you need a mic? Or?
No, I have one else.
Okay.
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Lashley. I'm from Barbados, and I'm happy to be participating in this Earth Warriors talk. Thanks, Iman, for inviting me to be on this panel and just share a few remarks. Actually, Iman organization has been doing lots of climate and environmental education work in my island, Barbados, educating children and youth about the impacts of the climate crisis. But what I love about the organization that Iman's have is that it taps in to the creativity of children and young people from all across the world. And I think when we're addressing the climate crisis, we have to find ways at ensuring the conversation becomes relatable to children and young persons, whether of their backgrounds, etc. I find that when we're talking about the climate crisis, it could seem a bit boring to a lot of children, and the work in which Iman is doing with the puppetry, showing youth that there's so many ways in which they can understand the information on climate justice must be commendable. At such a young age, she's doing amazing work. And even as a Hey ambassador to Iman, like tying it into the impact that the climate crisis does have on people's health, their physical well-being and their mental well-being is also impactful and important. And just by showing how culture and arts does have that interconnectivity, it's absolutely amazing. And I would also like to encourage lots of children and young people as well to find different creative ways of being involved in the climate and health conversation, because that is important. Arts, culture, and even sports for climate action is important. And by continuing to use your platform, your online platform with the organization and climate educational material, that is impactful. And I just hope that more and more young people and children globally can join on board on your movement and really get educated about the impact of the climate crisis, but most importantly, their role to play in the fight. So thank you, Iman, for giving me the opportunity to share a few words. I'm indeed so proud of you as a Hey ambassador and seeing the growth that you've had over the last couple of years with your organization. And you're the perfect embodiment of what a powerful youth activist looks like. You have been doing it without any resources, and I'm just encouraging anyone as well to continue to support you within your journey and within your driven to do what is needed and what we are hoping to see our leaders do. You're actually doing at a young age. So thank you, Emma. You're fantastic and keep up the great work.
Thank you for such a kind and I think amazing remarks. Like I personally have known Iman since 2018, 2019, right? So it's been like 5 years, give or take. And again, she has been resilient in the face of challenges. And I don't know how many of you were aware that she had challenges to secure a badge to be here in her own event. So again, just quickly going over, just providing a quick background, like Earth Warriors is an award-winning free-to-use climate education portal for children under the 16 years of age. Again, having footprint in Pakistan, Caribbean region, as well as UAE. Now I'd like to invite Iman if she could just share what her organization is and what has been her journey so far with the Earth Warriors, as well as being a very young climate activist. So thank you again.
Thank you, Durlap. Hello, everyone. So nice to see you here. My name is Iman Danish Khan, and I'm a 13-year-old climate activist from Pakistan. So basically, as Durlap has also said, Earth Warriors Pakistan is a free-to-use climate education portal which is designed for children under 16 years of age. And not that, but it is also targeted towards the regions which are most hit by climate change. But the thing is that not many people over there know the English language. So that is why Earth Warriors Pakistan teaches children about climate change in their own indigenous languages. So you might be wondering, why do I even do all this? What drives me? So let me tell you, ever since I was really young, I used to go to the northern places of my country a lot, especially my home village in Sawat. An example I'd like to give you was one of the Mahudan Lake in Sawat. It's a really pretty lake with glistening and shimmering blue waters and an island in the middle of the lake. So when I first went there, it was extremely pretty, and there were critters roaming around, butterflies, bumblebees, and if you see in the distance, there was a mountain with a lot of snow on it. But when I went there again, when I was 7 years old, I saw that it had changed drastically. The lake was completely polluted, the island and the trees on there were all cut down, and the snow-capped mountains, all of the ice had almost all melted. So that is why I created Earth Warriors Pakistan, a free-to-use climate education portal designed for children under 16 years of age. So let me tell you a little story. We all know the impacts of climate change on Pakistan. You guys might know about the 2022 Pakistan floods that happened last year. So I actually witnessed that with my own very two eyes. I was there on my vacations, visiting my home village, and there I saw the flood coming in. I saw people yelling as their homes were being washed away, children crying as dear pets were being taken away by the water, and the after effects were also really sad, as the families mourned over deaths of relatives, but they couldn't even have a proper funeral because they couldn't find the bodies. And people still now, they're living on the streets. But the thing is, now they're creating their homes again, right at the bank of the river. So if a flood happens again, the cycle will continue. Which is because people don't know what climate change is. So that's why I felt a need, and we all should invest in climate education to make a brighter planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Iman. So thank you again for making your time, Ashley, as well. So now I would like to invite Lisipriya, if you could just, do you have mic or? Okay, please come on the stage and share your stories and what impact that you have made, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Kuramjari Namaste. My name is Lisipriya Kangujam. I'm 12 years old, Indian climate activist and founder of the Child Movement. I'm also the special envoy for the President of Timor-Leste. And my blood belongs to Meitei tribe of northeastern India. You see, my community has been suffering for many years due to massive deforestation in the hills by Kuki, narco-terrorists, and many indigenous Meitei people who are fighting against the deforestation in Manipur have been killed, and many have not yet returned home. You see, children are dying due to wars in Ukraine. Children are dying due to starvation in Ethiopia. Children are dying due to air pollutions and intense heat wave crisis in India. Children are dying due to flash floods in Africa. And children are out to school to fetch water from a very long distance in Africa. Millions of children like me are losing their lives, losing their parents and their homes due to climate disasters, and sacrificing the lives of the millions of innocent children for the failures of our leaders is unacceptable at any cost. And instead of spending billions of dollars on wars, if we spend it on ending poverty, ending hunger, and giving education, then what a wonderful place our earth would be. It's time for the rich nations to pay for the loss and damage caused by the climate crisis to the global south. Today's global climate crisis is caused by the rich country nations, and we are just the victims of it. There will be no climate justice without climate finance. And the adoption of Loss and Damage Fund in COP28 is a big win for the global south. This is a historic decision in COP28. It's a good start, but it's still not enough. And creating the Loss and Damage Fund is a good idea, but if it remains empty, it's useless. What we want is not in millions, but in hundreds of billions. You see, the latest IPCC report clearly mentions that climate crisis is caused by human activities. But it's really caused by our leaders due to lack of political wills. Our leaders still don't panic about the climate crisis. What they panic is throwing a tomato soup on a sunflower art and arresting and silencing the voice of those indigenous climate activists and journalists who are defending our planet. Remember, there is no value of an expensive art, luxurious car, a beautiful home, or a lot of money on a dead planet. If there is no nature, then there will be no food. If there is no nature, then there will be no growth. If there is no nature, then there will be no security. And if there's no nature, then there will be no future for us. Our governments must work together to manage a just transition away from coal, oil, and gas, the fossil fuels, which are the top causes of today's global climate crisis. We are already the victims of climate crisis. I don't want my future generations to be facing the same consequences again because of your inaction and empty false promises. We will not allow history to be written by those greedy big polluters and politicians who choose profit over our own planet. And we will defend our nature from those who will refuse to see her beauty. You can call me crazy, but I believe that we should have the basic rights to clean air to breathe, clean water to drink, and clean planet to live. We will continue to fight until we achieve our goals. We are unstoppable, another world is possible, and change is possible. Thank you.
Thank you for such a powerful and inspiring story, I would say. Again, I was really, really moved by your struggles and what you have been able to achieve. So now I would like to invite Shamim Ahmed from Bangladesh. If you could just, so you have the mic? Okay, cool. So yeah, please take it away. Thank you.
Yeah. Greetings everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation. This is Shamim Ahmed from Bangladesh. So today what I'm going to tell is not a story of me, it's a story of thousands of young people from Bangladesh. So I was listening to two of our fellow speakers, and I feel like the similar kind of problems we are also facing in Bangladesh. So I guess this problem is very much similar in the South Asian region. Like what she mentioned about the air pollution, talk about the flood, talk about the cyclones. So all these crises here in Bangladesh as well. And specifically, if I just like to mention, it's like I will definitely give an example. It's a live example of the young people in the coastal region of Bangladesh, where the salinity issue is one of the biggest issue. And because of this salinity problem, nowadays the young people, specifically the women and girls, they are facing a lot of issues regarding health. Even this is also impacting the agriculture, livelihood, life pattern, even their lifestyles. The young people, they have to go to at least 2 or 3 kilometers per day just to collect the water for drinking purpose, and they can only collect this water from the pond, and they don't have the fresh water resources as well. So if just imagine if a young people, if they have to work or have to collect fresh water and invest at least 2 or 3 hours per day, how they will go to their school, how they will learn something or something new or anything else. So this kind of issues that is facing in our country, the young people and also the women. Besides that, the women, they are also having a lot of health crisis because of this salinity problem. And not only in this, there are, I mean, the salinity or the salinity or the climate change issues is also impacting in their livelihood. Like the young people, they cannot, as they have no education, they are not having the education, so they cannot have a very good job. They have to go to they have to be migrated in their earlier age and become a climate migrant because of this climate change. So this is how actually the young people, not only the young people, also the older people, they are also facing this similar kind of problems in Bangladesh. But what are the solutions? So if I give you an example in Bangladesh, like if you notice, like 10 years ago or 20 years ago or 2 decades ago, the young people, they were not that much involved in this momentum. But nowadays, the young people, they are becoming more active in this sector. They are trying to achieve more skills, specifically the green skills, how they can develop some projects. They are working on that. Say for an example, the young people in Bangladesh, they are now trying how to develop a project, how to generate biogas from the bio waste. So they can also create fertilizer and use this fertilizer in their agricultural land. So this is how actually the young people are trying to be empowered by themselves. Besides, there are a lot of indigenous people as well in our community. So they have indigenous knowledge as well. So they are also trying to use their resources to develop new projects or new products. Say for an example, bamboo products is also now very much famous in some of the hill tracks areas in our country. So this is how actually the young people, the indigenous people, they are trying to develop themselves, and they are trying to have new skills to combat this climate change. But I really think that it's not even possible to, if only they think about the solution. I really believe that the young people, besides the young people, our government, NGOs, a lot of CSOs, they are also trying to empower our young people. Say for an example, this year I noticed that around 10 to 12 young people, they have come in COP28 here. So I think the situation is changing nowadays, but still now we are a lot far away to achieve. But some of my previous colleagues, they mentioned about some solutions as well. She talked about, she developed a curriculum or app which provides climate education in their community. So I really think that if we can also exchange this kind of ideas, like what I mentioned about, like how to develop a project, how to develop a project regarding biofuel from the bio waste. So this kind of knowledge can be exchanged, and similar kind of projects can also be implemented in these other South Asian countries, because we have similar kind of problems. So I think this kind of similar kind of solutions should also work in this region. So besides telling all of our stories, I will also looking forward, like how the young people, if they can also collaborate with each other and think about the solutions with each other, and also share their knowledge and platforms. I really think that with the people from the South Asia, we will also make a bigger impact to reduce the climate change issues in our community.
Let me just be a little bit louder. So again, thank you for such a wonderful story. Like again, I'm really moved. And one thing that I've seen across my work as well is collaboration will take you further, right? Again, as a region, we share a lot of similarities, and for some reason we are hesitant to collaborate with each other, right? Again, we have a shared history as well within the South Asian context, so I think there is so much we can do together, and the voices collectively which have a more impact, and which government would be able to, they can't really just hide their faces any longer that young people don't have any capacity or they are not doing some meaningful work. This COP shows that the young people have come in force, and this is a trend within the Pakistan as well, and as you mentioned within the Bangladesh. So I'm pretty much sure with the Indian delegation as well, so the stories would be similar. So thank you again for everyone who was able to make their time today for hearing such wonderful climate stories and hearing about what the struggles have been and the common shared history as well. I think that's something that really connects us, because at an individual level, we all stand for same thing. We all stand for climate justice. We all stand for making sure that our voices, the young people voices, are heard and respected in a very meaningful way, right? Tokenism is a real challenge. Again, let me be very clear. Like again, I have engaged with government. I'm pretty sure our colleagues here would have engaged with the governments as well. And tokenization is a real challenge. And I think collaboration in that area as well would be very important. So thank you again. Thank you for sharing your wonderful stories, and thank you for the Children and Youth Pavilion to allow just sharing such wonderful stories. And thank you very much who was able to attend this session today. Thank you again, and I wish you all a very wonderful evening. Thank you guys. Take care. Do you want to take like a picture together? Like what? Okay, do you have pledge? Okay.
They are taking a pledge.
Okay.
Be together and work for the planet. Free countries.
So should I say something?
No, work together for climate action.
Okay. Do I Iman, take the lead, please. Do I?
You don't take picture? Okay, guys, you have to take picture of them. We are, yeah? No? Yeah, you can take picture. You don't come here?
So are we taking a pledge or are we taking a group picture? I don't know what's happening.
Durla? Come. Come in the picture.
Yes, I'm here in the picture. You will see me. I'm very tall.
Okay. Just a second.
Maybe you can just...
I'm from my point.
You see, we might be divided by border, but there is no border in climate change.
That had to be said. Can they say? They can come again and say, if you can come. They will divided by border, united for climate action. I am recording.
Are you recording? What's the sentence?
Divided by border, united for climate action.
Divided by border, united by climate action.
It's not the same.
Okay, again. Climate action.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Divided by border, united by climate action.
Yeah.
I think you can start. We are divided by change, divided by borders, united by climate action.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1. We are divided by border.
So, yeah.
Just wait.
You can take the lead and... Yeah,
Okay, one, start. 1, 2, 3, go.
We are divided by border, united by climate action.
You guys are united, remember?
At least hold your hand. At least hold your hand, yes.
We are divided by the borders. We are united by...
Yeah, it can.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, go.
We are divided by border, united by climate action.
Good.
Hey, we should take a photo, like, how the map is laid out.
The map?
Yeah, the map.
From which perspective?
India's too big and we are all small.
But this map is representative in that.
I think it's
To
the
the side
right
of Bangladesh.
India's here,
You are already...
Unfortunately, we don't have flags, but we'll make it. Yeah, we'll add it graphically. We'll add it.
Yes. It was really nice, you know, having this photo and hearing it. You guys were very interesting. Thank you.
I don't know who I am.
Yes.
So how can I take picture here?
Just stop पूछनी थी. Let me pose like who. Hania को नहीं जानता मैं. I'm sorry. I can do it with this like, and I can present it to Hania. Like this, like yo.
John, did you take them off? You took them? Okay.
This was the only way you were able to. Thank you, Shamim. I'm just going to rest my legs now.
No. Are you the next session?
अच्छा मुझे अपने आप को भी दूंगा. Yeah, you can. और बुक है? We can get it to you tomorrow. Or day after tomorrow. I can come and deliver.
Is this a present for us?
If you want to keep it, you have to keep it there. Like there.
Yeah, you can keep it there. You can make it a basket of our pavilion. You can take it.
Ah, she's outside. Yeah, she's here. Oh, Selena. Yeah, she's outside. Yeah.
Do you need to take the picture?
Can we get seated? Thank you very much. We're going to move on to our next session, and we are happy to welcome the organizers of the next session, recognition of IPCLs. I would like to ask if the speakers are here. So it's recognizing IPLC youth initiatives as a mechanism to ensure climate justice. And this is brought to you by the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities.
Pero no, la traducción de ella. No hace falta porque no hay traducción para que hable. ¿Cómo no hace falta? Te envidio, es tu momento. Que se lo va a presentar. ¿Por qué? ¿Qué dijo? What do you need? Sorry.
I'm like,
El bote con
wireless mic.
Gracias. She can use wireless, ¿no? Dale que dice que puede le dar. Que le pueden dar uno casi mejor que se lo pase. Okay.
If she wants to.
¿Quieres ponerse? ¿Quieres ponértelo o prefieres o con el micrófono? Agárrese.
Thank you.
¿Ya todos tienen Ale, ¿tienen para interpretación? Ok. ¿Y las ellas? Okay. Gracias. Ay, perdón. Ay, estoy enredando.
Hola, hola. Buenas.
Ay, mi arete.
Hola.
Ay, mi arete. Ay, no les toca hablar, a lo mejor lo van a activar. Mi cabello, mi super cabello. Tenemos toda guilla. Ya todos. Guilla, dijo. Ya todos tienen. La vaina me está jodiendo. Mejor era con el micrófono, creo yo. ¿En qué canal estás? Hola. Él dice que hable, pues no.
Hola.
Ok.
A mí sí me suena.
Hola a todos.
Hola.
Buenas tardes. Bienvenidos al panel reconociendo las iniciativas de los jóvenes de pueblos indígenas y comunidades locales como un mecanismo para asegurar la justicia climática. ¿Puede pasar la...? Okay. Hola. Hola. ¿Quién? Oh, okay. ¿Pero quién? No. ¿Yo? Más recio, ok. Mi nombre es Nancedalia Ramírez Domínguez, soy del ejido Cordón Grande, es una comunidad local que se encuentra en México. Soy coordinadora del Movimiento de Juventud de la Red Mexicana de Organizaciones Campesinas Forestales, también de la Juventud de la Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblos y Bosques y formo parte de la Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales. La Alianza Global de Comunidades Territoriales es una coalición de comunidades indígenas y de comunidades locales que representa a 35 millones de personas que se encuentran en 24 países. Con esto defendemos alrededor de 958 millones de hectáreas. Nuestra organización está conformada por 5 organizaciones regionales: Mesoamérica, la Cuenca Amazónica, Brasil, la Cuenca del Congo y el archipiélago. Y bueno, quiero agradecer a mis hermanas Nidia, Yana y Sara por estar aquí presentes y poder compartir sus experiencias con todos ustedes acerca de las iniciativas que tienen los jóvenes en los territorios, en la defensa del territorio y en la lucha contra el cambio climático. Estas jóvenes indígenas lideresas son las guardianas del conocimiento tradicional, son las responsables de que éste se mantenga vivo. Y con ello quiero darle la palabra a Nidia Pacheco, que es una joven lideresa del pueblo Emberá en Panamá.
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Es para mí un gusto estar aquí reunida. ¿Se escucha o no? ¿Se escucha?
Sí, ok.
Me quita la inspiración. Es para mí un gusto estar aquí con grandes jóvenes. Y bueno, quiero empezar contándoles que soy de la Organización de Mujeres Artesanas Emberá Amarie. Soy coordinadora de juventud. Y bueno, empezar contándoles que vengo de un territorio que fue reubicado forzosamente por la construcción de una hidroeléctrica y que desde ese entonces venimos luchando y como jóvenes hemos vivido toda esa lucha y como jóvenes seguimos resistiendo todo este proceso de lucha que ha llevado mi pueblo. Bueno, como podemos ver, nosotras como jóvenes trabajamos en la soberanía alimentaria, trabajamos en el rescate de nuestro idioma porque es algo que se ha perdido, en el rescate de nuestra pintura y la danza, que es muy importante para nosotras como mujeres jóvenes y que también trabajamos en inculcarlo a las niñas y a los niños porque también hacemos baile, la canción, música tradicional de nosotros. Y los niños lo han perdido ya porque los padres no se lo inculcan o porque ya los niños de la generación que vienen no lo transmiten y tampoco los jóvenes lo hacemos en ocasiones. Pero en mi organización no hemos puesto y es prácticamente una responsabilidad para nosotras como mujeres jóvenes introducir todos estos saberes ancestrales y más que todo es el rescate cultural de nuestra identidad cultural. Gracias.
Un aplauso, por favor. Muchas gracias, Nidia. Quiero recalcar que es la primera vez que Nidia participa en una COP, entonces lo está haciendo increíble. Muchas felicidades, Nidia. Ella trae las voces de su comunidad, de los jóvenes, de su territorio, y creo que es muy importante que ella pueda compartir la lucha que tienen dentro de su comunidad por mantener vivo el conocimiento tradicional de todos sus pueblos. Continuando con esto, quiero darle la palabra a Yana. Yana es de África Central, también es una joven lideresa que se mantiene en la lucha junto a sus territorios. Yana, por favor.
Merci de m'avoir donné la parole. Je m'excuse de pouvoir parler en français, donc c'est ma langue. Moi, c'est Jana Walidou du Répaléac, Centrafrique. Je suis venue ici pour vous présenter les initiatives des jeunes qui luttent contre le changement climatique et ses effets. Dans notre pays, on travaille beaucoup plus sur les sensibilisations des gens sur les effets du changement climatique, sur les conséquences que joue le changement climatique sur les jeunes surtout, parce que ce sont eux les futurs cadres de demain. Par exemple, chez nous, on ne va pas couper un arbre pour prendre des écorces ou bien faire quelque chose. On va juste couper des écorces afin d'avoir des médicaments traditionnels et autres. Après, on crée des espaces naturels pour reboiser les arbres qui sont en voie de disparition afin de permettre la ségrégation du carbone. Et aux côtés des éleveurs, on crée des espaces naturels afin de pouvoir garantir leur nutrition des hommes et des bétails, vu que c'est leur activité génératrice de revenus. Et ils sont censés les protéger et garantir leur sécurité, tout en luttant contre le changement climatique. Et aussi, on crée des activités de renforcement des capacités des jeunes et des activités de sensibilisation pour récolter les déchets, les choses inutiles qui peuvent gâter la nature afin de lutter contre le changement climatique. Notre but principal est de lutter contre le changement climatique et de s'adapter à ces différents changements qu'on a dans le pays. Et on a des soucis, bien sûr, les conflits entre les éleveurs et les cultivateurs qui est toujours perpétuel dans le pays, avec de sécurité. Et on a aussi les taux d'analphabétisme qui dominent dans le pays. Donc, on cherche à remédier à cela à travers des sensibilisations, des renforcements des capacités et des informations qu'on véhicule entre les jeunes et les adultes afin de permettre la cohésion sociale entre ces peuples. Je vous remercie.
Un aplauso, por favor. Muchas gracias, Yana. Y bueno, ahora quiero darle la palabra a Sara Madrid, que es también una joven lideresa indígena de Costa Rica. También es la primera vez que viene a una COP y realmente es increíble para mí que ellas estén aquí. Ellas son de mi organización, Sara y Nidia. Entonces, el que más jóvenes estén empoderando en estos espacios de incidencia internacional para mí es muy satisfactorio y muy gratificante. Sara, por favor.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sara Madrid, como mencionó la compañera, soy de Costa Rica, la coordinadora de juventud de este territorio. También soy la vicepresidenta de Alianza Mesoamericana de Pueblo y Bosques. Mi compañera me pidió hablar uno de los temas importantes que se destacan en mi territorio, es lo que es la tecnología, la innovación que da esto a los conocimientos ancestrales. Actualmente vemos que la tecnología es lo de hoy, pero ¿cómo vamos a hacer que esta tecnología no se coma lo que es los conocimientos ancestrales? Debemos saber cómo se trabaja, tratar de que los conocimientos ancestrales y estas luchas en el cambio climático lleguen a la mano y sean del mismo nivel. Nosotros en nuestro territorio trabajamos lo que es las cámaras trampas. Con esto visibilizamos las amenazas que hay en nuestro territorio. También hacemos conteo de los diferentes animales que de hace 5 años había y ahora ya no hay, o también podemos ver cómo crear un documento para que genere una película sobre nuestros conocimientos ancestrales a los mayores, porque nuestros mayores tienen un tesoro muy valioso que nosotros como juventud debemos apoderarnos de ellos, porque nosotros somos el futuro de mañana. Si nosotros no tenemos estos conocimientos, no tenemos esto, la lucha que ellos tienen, nos vamos a perder y nuestra identidad como indígena se va a perder. Y el ser indígena es lo más valioso y más poderoso que hay, porque la madre tierra nos necesita a nosotros los jóvenes, necesitamos que sea un cambio y perseverar el conocimiento a través de la tecnología. Muchísimas gracias.
Un aplauso, por favor. Les dijimos que tenían no mucho tiempo, pero creo que fueron demasiado breves, pero muy concisas. Queda algo de tiempo para poder terminar el panel, pero yo quisiera también hacer algunos comentarios y quizás ellas pudieran hacer una reflexión al final. ¿Podrías pasarle a la primera hoja, diapositiva? Como comenté al principio, nuestra organización está conformada por 5 organizaciones regionales. Quiero resaltar un poco el hecho de que solamente 2 organizaciones estamos aquí presentes. Las otras 3 organizaciones no pudieron asistir, los jóvenes sobre todo, pero como somos una comunidad, como todos somos hermanos, nosotros traemos también las voces de ellos, de sus luchas, desde sus territorios. Yo quisiera hablar un poco de estas 2 personas que están en la imagen, que pueden ver. Joao Pancararu, que es un joven indígena de Brasil. Es un joven, de hecho es el líder político de nuestra organización en la juventud. Ellos en Brasil desarrollan muchas iniciativas como ellas, pero que aquí solamente hablaban de solo unas cuantas. Ellos trabajan mucho el tema de demarcación de tierras. Sabemos que históricamente los pueblos indígenas son dueños legítimos de los territorios. Sin embargo, el tema de la tenencia de tierra en todo el mundo, en cuanto a las comunidades indígenas, es una lucha que durante siglos se ha llevado a cabo y que muy pocos resultados se han obtenido. Ellos como jóvenes se unen a los liderazgos políticos de las comunidades para poder hacer frente a esa lucha. Día a día luchan en contra del extractivismo, que tanto daño hace a los territorios. Del otro lado tenemos a nuestro hermano Kinan Tegar. Kinan es de Indonesia, es de la Alianza de Pueblos Indígenas del Archipiélago. Él es comunicador. Él a través del arte, de la fotografía, de los videos, a través de la realización de películas y documentales, visibiliza la lucha de sus pueblos y concientiza a la sociedad sobre la importancia y el rol importante que cumplen en la mitigación del cambio climático. También visibilizan todas aquellas amenazas a las que ellos se enfrentan también en su día a día. Muy posiblemente, mientras nosotras estamos aquí hablando en nombre de ellos, ellos están enfrentándose a una lucha incansable. Probablemente están luchando en contra de alguna empresa multinacional que probablemente está saqueando sus territorios, deforestando, envenenando los ríos, dañando a todo el medio ambiente. Y por eso nosotros queremos traer acá y visibilizar también sus luchas, que son parte importante en todos estos temas que se están llevando acá en la COP28. También quería hacer hincapié en algunas iniciativas. Cuando hablaba mi hermana Sara acerca de la tecnología, nosotros queremos ser y enfatizar mucho en que la tecnología solo puede ser una alternativa de solución si ésta es adaptada al conocimiento tradicional de los pueblos indígenas y las comunidades locales. De otra manera, no puede ser una solución ni una alternativa. Si esta no va de la mano con las comunidades, definitivamente no estamos hablando de solución. En los territorios, en México, por ejemplo, utilizamos cámaras trampa también para monitorear la fauna silvestre, mamíferos, aves a través de los drones, anfibios, reptiles, para poder identificar estas especies y sobre todo aquellas que se encuentran en peligro de extinción, para que nosotros mismos creamos estrategias que puedan ayudar a conservar esas especies. Nuestro objetivo es poder aprender a cohabitar con estas especies, con el jaguar, que en México está en peligro de extinción y que nosotros estamos conservando también, y con todas otras especies que puedan existir. También esto nos permite identificar aquellas especies que aún no han sido registradas. Por ejemplo, en mi territorio hay una rana que se llama tecuani, que es una rana que se registró ahí. No existe en ninguna otra parte del mundo hasta el momento. Eso indica, los anfibios son indicadores de un ambiente sano, de que el agua es limpia, de calidad, y por lo tanto eso nos permite saber qué tan conservado tenemos un bosque y un territorio. También se ha hecho el primer registro de un pecarí, que es un jabalí, con leucismo, que es como un jabalí color blanco, que también nunca se había registrado en México y solamente se han registrado 3 en Mesoamérica. Todos estos datos son importantes para la ciencia, son importantes para nosotros, porque esto quiere decir que estamos haciendo un buen trabajo, que estamos conservando realmente el territorio y los bosques. En Guatemala, por ejemplo, están utilizando los drones para poder monitorear y combatir los incendios forestales durante muchos años. Y con ello se ha logrado que haya una tasa cero de incendios forestales en la reserva de la biosfera maya en Petén, Guatemala. Y es así como demostramos que la tecnología es buena, sí, pero solamente si se adapta al conocimiento tradicional. Con esto quiero terminar diciendo que las comunidades, que los jóvenes de los territorios, tenemos muchas iniciativas y muchos proyectos que desarrollamos día a día. Sin embargo, el acceso a financiamiento ha sido poco y en muchos casos nulo. ¿Por qué? Los gobiernos dicen que las comunidades no tenemos la capacidad para poder administrar recursos económicos. Y es por eso que son entregados a intermediarios, para que posteriormente, aparentemente, sean entregados a los territorios, cosa que no sucede. El recurso nunca llega a territorio. Y para eso nosotros, la organización global, se ha encargado de crear mecanismos de financiamiento directo. Justo en esta COP, la Alianza Global ha hecho el lanzamiento de Shandia, que es un mecanismo de financiamiento directo, que va a permitir que los recursos lleguen directamente al territorio, porque es un mecanismo de nosotros, creado por nosotros. Y también las organizaciones regionales tienen sus propios mecanismos. Y para esto, pues ya no hay excusa. El gobierno ya no puede decir que no tenemos la capacidad para recibir estos fondos. Y es una de nuestras demandas que como jóvenes traemos aquí a la COP. Queremos que el financiamiento llegue a territorio para seguir fortaleciendo a la juventud, porque sabemos que la juventud es la única que puede hacer un cambio, que puede generar un verdadero cambio. Para todos los jóvenes y para toda la humanidad les preocupa el futuro del planeta o el futuro de todos. Pero para nosotros no solamente nos preocupa el futuro, para nosotros es el pasado, es el presente, porque el pasado es identidad, es conocimiento tradicional. Y si eso se pierde, ya no existen comunidades indígenas ni comunidades locales. Muchas gracias. Antes de que nos vayamos, mi compañera Nidia, del pueblo Emberá, quiere hacer una danza. No lo van a ver en ningún otro lado del mundo. Es totalmente gratis. Sí, y queremos que la bailen también con nosotros. Ella va a explicar qué significa esta danza. Espero que sí, que la disfruten.
Bueno, la danza se trata del colibrí, que es un pajarito que para nosotros es muy importante en nuestro territorio. Este pajarito pues visita todas las flores, las rosas, todas las mañanas, y es tan lindo verlo cómo baila, porque para nosotros es que él baila alrededor de la flor o de la rosa. Y bueno, le queremos presentar esta danza con mis compañeras que lo practicamos hoy y vamos a hacerlo aquí.
No se vayan, por favor. ¿Quién es la
Hello, hola, 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 hola. Vamos por aquí. Pari, pari, parira. Ishi, pari, parira. Evari, evari, vianuba. Wambari, wambari, taibabari. Gracias. Viabúa en mi lengua materna, viabúa significa gracias. Ahora queríamos invitarlos a que participaran con nosotras. Sí. Sí.
¿Cómo es?
Pari, pari, parira. Ishi, pari, parira. Evari, evari, vianu. Wambari, wambari, taibari. Yo creo que lo podemos.
No, todo.
¿Esto no?
Sí, ajá, sí necesito. O sea, ¿cómo querías que...? Recio, recio, recio. Espérese para que... Adelante. ¿Y yo no se puede mover esto? Ok. Thank you so much.
Y ahora Nancy nos va a enseñar a perrear.
Ay, no. Gracias. Nos la aprendimos justamente hace como una hora. Qué bonito. Me encanta. El baile fue como muy... Pero es muy pegajoso. Después ya no van a dejar de cantar.
Sí, sí soy. ¿Cómo puedo cortar esto? Ay, sí se puede.
A ver, niñas. Próxima. Yana. Yana.
Quiero una foto. ¿Cuál tienes tú? Esta está bonita. El screen, el aire.
Ah, sí, sí, nos acompañó. Ya le iba a reclamar.
Ay,
no, no, yo no sé ni en qué momento me los quité.
No, pero la intención cuenta.
Beyond divestment?
Yes. Are you?
Oh yeah. I was talking to Billy, but I guess Billy.
Yeah, he's not here.
Okay.
Awesome. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Thank you so much. That was an impressive session. And we got to not only learn, but also to dance. Thank you so much. Obrigado. So now we're going to move on to our next session. If you can kindly take your seats. It's only you, yeah? Okay, and then you want to speak before the film or after?
No.
What's your name? Margo. Yeah, I remember. Yeah. Yeah, let me get it. Yeah.
This short film showcases concrete actions and pathways that student groups are taking to steer their learning environments and national education systems towards a fair energy transition to 100% renewable energy. Our purpose is to show students that they too can become part of this transition and that their actions have the potential to create a fossil-free future. The reason that we started ICA was we recognized that higher education institutions are crucial hubs for climate research, but at the same time, these same universities have a really outdated financial and energy infrastructure, so they maintain a connection with fossil fuel industry in 4 different spectrum. First, they invest a significant portion of their money in fossil fuel industries. Second, most universities power their facilities using fossil fuels. And third, institutions continue to promote fossil fuel industries through career fairs and advertisements. And finally, they still accept funding from these fossil fuel sources for research. And this research often comes with obligations to improve fossil fuel related technology. Our first campaign was on divestment, which we initiated in 2019. After 3 years of mobilizing the students, gathering 1,000 plus petition signatures from the UW community and getting all student body resolutions in favor of divestment, the board finally decided to fully divest UW's 124 million direct fossil fuel investments by 2027. Other campaigns that we are currently working on is to decarbonize our campus. We have a specific demand to cut 95% of the university's Scope 1 emissions by 2035. The current campus decarbonization plans have a much slower timeline, and our demand is to expedite that. Last May, we mobilized 100 plus students for a rally with several ICA members chained themselves to UW's power plant for days. This protest definitely garnered a lot of attention on this issue, and it initiated important conversation at different levels of the university. We are also actively working to stop UW promote fossil fuel industries in career fairs, and we held a mass sit-in protest in front of the career fair. And we are still continuing to strategize that and work on this demand. The other final demand that we have is that the university refuse all kinds of fossil fuel money for research.
People Planet is the UK's largest network of student activists campaigning for social and climate justice. We also run the People and Planet University League, which ranks UK universities based on environmental and ethical performance criteria. As students, we believe it's time to take things into our own hands and dismantle the ways in which universities uphold systems of global injustice. We campaign on climate and migrant justice, and we'll win it. Thanks to incredible work of students and staff in the Fossil Free campaign, 103 UK universities have now divested from the fossil fuel industry. Excluding fossil fuel companies from investments is a really powerful act of solidarity that dismantles the industry's social license and signals the end of our collective consent for it to continue its operations. But we can and we must go further. Oil, gas and mining industries are turning up and recruiting on campuses across the UK. So students are now fighting back as part of the coordinated fossil-free careers campaign. We're campaigning for institutional change and to sever the recruitment pipelines through which our universities supply the fossil fuel industry with a graduate workforce. We've already won at 7 UK universities with fossil-free careers, and we're making progress at a lot more. But as top-down actions continue to fail through systems which were never set up to dismantle injustice, we're instead using our position as students to act in solidarity with communities on the front lines of the climate and ecological crisis. We call on students to organise on their own campuses across the world as part of a global struggle for climate justice.
Fossil Fuel for UConn formed as a coalition of students, both undergrad, graduate, and as well as faculty, to really push for climate action at the University of Connecticut. After a mobilization of about 200 students at a rally in 2022, the current president of UConn took a stance on decarbonization and committed to zero carbon by 2040 with an interim goal of carbon neutrality by 2030. Since then, there was supposed to be a sustainability action plan to outline a roadmap for this goal, as well as work done by a President's Carbon Reduction Working Group on this process. Since then, there was kind of a lackluster, so this semester we tried to up our tactics and our pressure on administration as well as the Board of Trustees for the goal of decarbonization, getting a sustainability action plan, as well as including demands for divestment and the full divestment of indirect and direct funds from the UConn endowment.
And so this semester, we started up by kind of bringing everything together, the work over the past 10 years of organizing to decarbonize, divest, and get transparency from the school on those processes and where they're at. We brought that together into a petition that got 1,000 signatures in just about a week of it being released, and we delivered that to the Board of Trustees, and when we didn't get really any response, we continued to apply pressure. We did visual demonstrations on campus. We brought a march of students to the next Board of Trustees meeting with endorsements from student groups and faculty across campus. At that meeting, we did get a response, and there was an endorsement from the Board of Trustees, but a lack of clarity from administration. We continue to apply pressure. We hosted a rally recently, and we're going to keep going because these things really deserve our attention. It can start with you. Going beyond divestment means learning everything you can about the ways fossil fuels interact with your campuses and universities.
You don't have to be an expert. Don't fret if you don't know how to build a campaign or mobilize. Find the people who have similar interests as you and start from there.
Being a student activist means so many things, and it can be researching, it could be advocating behind the scenes, it could be having discussions.
And taking action on campus is a way that we can use our positions to tackle wider systems of injustice that go beyond our universities.
Hey everybody, thank you for joining us for that really short film. I encourage you to scan this QR code to learn more and to stay in touch. And I'll be around to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you.
1.5. Kasha? Okay. Hi everyone. We're going to welcome His Highness the Green Sheikh in just 2 minutes. So just get seated and we'll start very shortly.
Okay, as promised, you know, our pavilion is full of surprises. And today we have another surprise for you. We have His Royal Highness Sheikh Abdul Aziz, who is here with us. And Sheikh Abdul Aziz is the Green Sheikh. Not that simply because he likes green, but because he's a very, very great advocate and supporter and engager when it comes to green, when it comes to green entrepreneurship and supporting also young initiatives related to environment and climate and sustainability. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we would love to hear some wisdom from you about the work and also how we can engage together with young people. So, Your Highness, it's a pleasure for us to have you today, and please welcome to the floor. You can hear me, right? YouTube.
I think this one will be better. So you can hear me? Okay. Can you see me? Yes. Excellent. That's most important. Well, I'm so honored to be here. Doesn't matter the group is small or big, because I think everyone is a link with the network. Network, families, friend, group, whatever organization you are. Humbly, I'm Abdul Aziz bin Ali bin Rashid al-Naimi. You know, what I've seen here, I'm advocating 45 years about this, and no one listen. When I see this now, it's fulfill my dreams. To be honest, to see all different nationalities, from different faith, from different religion, culture. It's an amazing to bring all together in one platform for have a purpose, a sense of purpose together. So anyway, I do have some videos, but they told me it doesn't work. And I was planned for about 20 minutes. They said 7 minutes. So let's make the 7 minutes 7 days. Could be 7 seconds. Doesn't matter. The time will stop. I'm going to stop the time. It's like a blink of a minute. Okay? Yeah, life is it's a blink. To start with, laughter. So this is a song to laugh, actually. Because most of people take environment too seriously. They don't laugh. Too much fight, too much negative. We don't need that too much. It's there, but we need to be more positive. How you can deliver to a child with aggression, with sorrow, with negative? You cannot understand. But with love, with laughter, with smile, you have a beautiful smile. Amazing. Yes, this is how we can change the world. Don't need, aggressive pressure. You need soft pressure, which is using compassion, empathy, respect. There are many values, put them on hand, not to saying it, but in an action. Sheikh Zayed, our founder, who built this country. This country is so new, 52 years. Do you know he is taking care of sustainability since 1966? And no one in the world think about sustainability. Sustainability is beyond, below, and before our ancestors. In every culture, they already sustain. So the Sheikh Zayed, at that time by himself, taking care of the plants, and the planet, and the people. He becoming the ruler of Abu Dhabi in 1966, which I born in 1966. So he inspired me. And when I was a kid, 6 years old, my father invited him for a lunch. And he saw me as a kid. He loves kids. He asked my father, who's this kid? The shy kid. My father said, Abdul Aziz. I was 6 years old, very shy. Even I cannot come here and talk. My legs will be shaking. So Sheikh Zayed, with his gesture, asked me to come close and close. So I came close. Then he said, I want you to sit on my lap. I sit in his lap. Then he put his hand to my head. Sorry, you are Abdul Aziz, I'm Sheikh Zayed. And he asked me questions. This question really shocked me down. The question itself, it's an answer. He said, Abdul Aziz, what do you want to be when you grow? I'm a kid, I have no idea what this question about. You know what I said? I said, when I grow, I will let you know. He really puts a seed that come up, not a tree, a stewardship, a human being connected to the planet. I am part of the earth, and the earth part of me. We all being created from the soil and the water and the divine soul from God. 3 elements to becoming a masterpiece. Use it for good. Don't use it and play your mind for something bad. Use it for good. That's we all here to make it a good impact. My grandfather, Sheikh Rashid, my father, my uncle, who is the ruler of Ajman right now. This is in 1947. What they do for living? They serve. They serve who? People. Their palace for poor people to eat in the morning, breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Before there's no cash. Food is the cash. Security is the cash. Inclusion is the cash. So they provide service. My grandfather sent my father, if we have a mother going to deliver a baby, immediately my father take that mother and he go to the hospital by his car. So the sheikh, the prince, they serving the community. It's about service. You want to fix the planet? Fix a man. Easy. But it's complicated in this political, economical, social, right? You want to fix the planet? Fix a man. Who take care of the planet is the man. When I say a man, I mean a woman and a man together. This is in 1953, the first school in Ajman for women, for girls. You don't see it in the media. My father went to Kuwait to bring teachers, to build schools for not the boys, for the girls first, then the boys. Because in our society, in our faith, woman has high status. It's not about human right or equity. No, no, no. My mother, she's at the top in the family. Then sister, then wife, then daughters. So they are so really highly respected in the family. My father, he's a falconer. I went with him on a hunting trip. I said, my dad, give me one of the falcons. You do the ecosystem. You don't use a hunting weapon or rifles to hunt animals. You use with ecosystem the falconer as a noble bird. And this is the symbol of the UAE, the bird, the courage. So I told my dad, please give me one of your noble birds, of your falcons. He said, no, 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 Abdulaziz, focus on your studies. I want you to focus on your education. You will have a different life than us. But believe me, one day you will be my future falcon. That's the message. And the falcon, what he do? He take only what he needs, not what he want, what he need. He take little. So his carbon footprint is very small compared to us. It's different. My philosophy, there are three, or impact: transformation, inspiration, communication, sustainability. Not from today, from 44 years I'm doing this. But there's no voice, grassroots. I focus on grassroots. Children, at that time, the children now, they're becoming PhD. They said, you've seen that person, Muhammad? He just stood up with bricks. He said, Sheikh Abdulaziz, I am really inspired because of you. When I was a kid, 6 years old. So we need good models. We need really good examples. They do the talk and the walk together. What they say, they do. For me, I act. We all actionists. I'm actionist. We act, then we reflect, then we change. Today I'm seeing youngsters developing sustainable projects, an entrepreneur. I was really inspired. So I said, this is not enough. You need to transform that to the grassroots. Then we go to Africa, somewhere else, to be pioneers. Not educate them, not give them the information, transform them. COP28, we brought 50,000 students around the world. But in Marrakesh, we brought 50 to write the report of white paper and to deliver it to the decision makers from each country. It was an amazing 50 youngsters, boys and girls. They contributed for climate change. This video doesn't work. I don't know why. They told me last minute, your videos is not working anymore. But if you go to my social media, you'll find it, hopefully. Again, you're not alone. You've been given a gift to be steward on this earth. And this is a divine gift. Remember, a divine gift. It's not political. It's not business. You are unique. You have the power. You need your prayer. Because the strong faith with extraordinary work, what we do together, can create miracles. Believe or not. Thank you.
us and for joining us today. And it's really an inspiration, and would love, to have more time with you and interact. And as we welcome you today, would love to, kind of have this dialogue between youth and you. So maybe. Two questions quickly, because we have to go really to the continuous of programs. And of course, so we'll quickly give the floor here and here one question.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really inspiring, short, and I really appreciate the work that you're doing for people and for planet. My name is Balkis, and from Nigeria, and I'm a farmer. And I'm really excited about your thought about expanding also to Africa, because we need more of this support. So I just wanted to know, how do you think that we young people that we're already here in COP from Africa can support your initiative to expand to Africa and support sustainable innovations that young people are already coming up with, like my own in the agricultural sector? Thank you.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. I resonated with what you said about planting seeds. And I think when we look at the environment, we know that young people care deeply, just like you did, but they feel helpless. My name's Nathaniel. I run an organization called Future Minds Network. So over half a decade, we've worked with 11,000 young people across the world to start their own businesses. And so we know that green jobs are growing, like you said, but the problem is we don't have the right green skills to get there. So this year, one of the projects we're working on is we're building a global climate talent accelerator to get young people to transition, to build the next generation of eco-entrepreneurs, to get into climate policy and climate action. And so we're looking for philanthropic partners. We're starting in Australia, going across ASEAN, and we want to expand across Africa, the Middle East, and America. So my question really is, how can we support the work that you do, and how can we plant seeds? Because young people are the future, and we want to have them not feel helpless.
Thank you. Final question?
Yeah. Greetings, sir. I am Khalid Sijaria. I was head of the India's G20 youth delegation, and we're basically looking into different sorts of collaboration. And since you come from the Ajman ruling family, which has a major chunk of Indian population as well, migrants, my question is, how do we involve those people as well who are living here for temporary periods, for longer periods, and they become a part of these sorts of movements?
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful questions. For you, we need to see what the needs. I cannot design a framework and come to you, let's do copy and paste. No, we have to listen. Social impact, we have to know the people with their needs, what the priorities. Like some place in Africa, they have 3 priorities: water, food, and medicine. You don't go on other things. So focus on the more priority. What are the most? Water. Then second, food. Could be the third, medicine. So from that, we evolve sort of project. We bring pioneers. Young people would go with young people, counterpart, back to back, so they can encourage each other. I cannot do that, but the young people with the young people, we are empowering them, we're inspiring them. So this is the best way, is to go, listen, and to see what the best need. Good? For you, I'm ready to collaborate. Let's sit together, how we can exchange through online things, and how we can inspire, and to find where the best line we can be join forces. For you, we need to find the community leaders among them, not the silent leaders. Leader who really want to make change, like yourself, might be 3 or 4. Those leaders, they can come sit, they have the ideas to establish initiative or project to make it sustainable. That's the best way.
Thank you. I think we have one more.
Hello. I was very moved by everything that you shared. And I feel like moving people's emotions is so critical if we are to address the climate crisis. What I do is documentary filmmaking. And so because you've inspired me, I would love to invite you to sit in on my session, which is happening now. It's only 7 minutes. And I hope that I can also inspire you in some way. So, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. And so we would like to invite Your Highness to join us in a family picture and to memorize this moment. And of course, we would love to keep contact and, share with you more and more what we are doing as young people. So I would ask our assistant to take the picture from there and everyone to join Royal Highness here in a family picture. بعيد من بعيد اعمل 06 With our program, we have our next presenter, which will talk us through the 1.5 degrees of peace. And this talks about climate and peace and the intersection. And this is very inspiring and moving talk. She's one of the winners of many filming awards all over the world. Kasha, please, to you the floor.
Thank you. All right, I'm just going to set my camera down. And I will wait a moment. Yeah, I'll give folks a moment. Shall I begin?
Excuse me, could you please take a seat? We're going to have a session, and after the session, you can talk to him, please. Please take a seat. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. Hello. My name is Kasia Sequoia Slavner. I'm a documentary filmmaker, and I'm here because I'm working on a film called 1.5 Degrees of Peace. Everything in our natural ecosystem is interdependent and interconnected. Violence against our people violence against our planet is violence against its people. And likewise, violence against people has a violent ecological impact on our climate. I'm excited to present to you the trailer for 1.5 Degrees of Peace, which is an urgent and timely documentary film, which is an intimate glimpse into the lives of 4 young activists who live at the nexus of the climate crisis, conflicts, and militarization. In this film, I'll explore the intricate links between these issues, and the film contrasts our protagonists in their shared struggle for environmental justice, disarmament, and demilitarization, but also juxtaposes it with the love, community, and visionary solutions that exist within these movements already. This film's impact has the potential to bridge movements which have historically acted in silos. And so I really want to share with you the demo now, and I hope you feel inspired. Peace and climate justice are more connected than we realize. I'm Kasia Sequoia Slavner. I'm a Gen Z documentary filmmaker and a peace and climate activist from Toronto, Canada. I've been feeling so much anxiety about climate change. Uncertain, frustrated that people are making decisions for our generation without taking our future realities into consideration. We're still struggling to achieve racial justice, peace, gender equality, and now more than ever, climate justice.
The next generation is watching what we do. There is such a thing as being too late.
A code red for humanity, released today by the United Nations, paints a grim picture for our future unless we take action now.
So I decided to look into some of the root causes, and I learned just how much military industries are contributing to environmental destruction. This is kind of missing from the climate conversation, but it needs to be a part of the conversation. I'm on a mission to show just how closely connected peace and climate justice are.
Wars, a lot of militarization are taking away budgets, but are also putting a lot of carbon emissions in the air.
Through stories of youth making positive change.
Campaigning for climate justice is one that can be very, very tiring, very, very fast because of how slow world leaders are acting.
Movements of all kinds are pretty much single issue. They're siloed.
Peace and climate in our minds is sometimes hard to put them together. But it's so important for those two values to align.
And if that means merging issues, then we have to do it.
Unless we address these two issues together, our future is in danger. Youth around the world are living with the reality of the climate crisis and the reality of conflicts in their communities.
Those who are already exposed to violence and war are those who are also most vulnerable to the extreme weather events.
Peace is not possible in a world that is disrupted by climate change.
As the climate crisis continues and heightens, the risk of war and violence heightens.
Climate change and nuclear weapons, we have to deal with them together.
And stop both clocks ticking towards our extinction. How can we turn our anxiety about these existential threats into bold action that holds leaders accountable? How can we find hope?
The climate crisis isn't just about carbon dioxide emissions, it's about people.
What if people were as well trained in waging peace as soldiers are in waging war?
We need a peace movement to accommodate everyone because everyone's life is at stake.
A community led by the most marginalized sectors of society, fueled by this love for peace and love for the planet.
Take small steps, baby steps. The ripple effect will be very dramatic. Each one of us is powerful beyond measure.
It's my hope that these stories of courageous action ease our personal and collective anxiety, igniting us to stand together and catalyzing a unified intergenerational peace movement for the survival of our planet and all living beings. Unless we do something, we're in deep shit. That's the end of the session. Thank you for joining me for this. I'll be around the pavilion for answering questions if anybody has them, but on to the next.
Thank you so much for that inspiring session. Thank you all. We'd like to welcome the presenters of the next session, Artificial Intelligence and Sustainability.
Yes, of course. Do you have?
Yeah, we have a handheld.
Yeah. Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dmitry Aksinov. I am the founder. Oh.
I would love to, but they will send me the record.
Of course. Do you have a clicker? Yeah. No slides? No, that's okay. I'll talk to you without the slides. Good afternoon again. My name is Dmitry Aksinov. I'm the co-founder and CEO of a company called netzero.com. I've been in artificial intelligence space for the past 10 years, raised $35 million from Silicon Valley investors and spent $50 million on artificial intelligence research over the last 10 years. And now I'm building a company that is addressing the world's biggest challenge, which is climate change, with the world's most powerful technology, which is artificial intelligence. There are a few challenges in helping companies transition to the green economy. The first challenge is it's just so overwhelming for large organizations to understand how much they're emitting and where the emissions are. Imagine a company with 100,000 people. You need to capture all the electricity they consume, the fuel they burn, the business trips, all the goods and services they buy, all the products they move around the globe. This is overwhelming, and that's why companies are not doing this. So by applying artificial intelligence, we are able to simplify the way companies collect the information from value chain to understand where the emissions are, empowering them to act. And as a digital natives, as a digital first generation, we need better tools and Excels that are being used at the moment within the corporate world, and that's what we are trying to solve. The second challenge is once you understand what your carbon footprint is as a company, companies are lost. They don't know what to do. They have 5,000 projects in front of them that they can embark on. They can plant trees, they can install better ACs, they can switch to LED lighting. So we are using artificial intelligence to help those businesses prioritize the projects and see which projects will actually deliver the carbon reduction and deliver profitability to those businesses. So carbon emissions and profitability need to go hand in hand for this to be successful. If companies see profit, they will follow the green agenda. So my message is that artificial intelligence is the most powerful technology that can be used to practically encourage and help big organizations embark on a journey towards carbon neutrality. And most of us, most of our generation are using AI in some way or form. So I would highly encourage to apply AI to solve and to find solutions which make financial sense and the sense for the planet. Thank you so much. That's my brief presentation. Apologies for the technical challenge with the slides, but you can find more about us on netzero.com. If you have any questions, please come and find me. And thank you for your attention.
Hello. Are you ready? We'd like to welcome our next speakers, and it's going to be about forestry. We all know that deforestation is a real problem, especially when it comes to climate change. So I'd like to pass on to Maria.
Hello, I am happy to have you all here. My name is Maria Alexandra, I'm from Romania, and I'm a human rights counselor and environmental engineer. And I will be talking about forest protection, and also will come with some recommendation on how governments should protect better the forests. So we know that forests are climate carbon storage banks. So through photosynthesis, they absorb the carbon from the atmosphere. So it's very important to know that 1/3 of the total carbon dioxide released from burning fossil fuels is absorbed by the forest every year. So 1/3 of the total carbon produced by fossil fuels is absorbed by forests. Also, 25% of the global greenhouse gas emissions come from the land sector, which is the second sector after the energy sector. And half of this comes from deforestation and forest degradation. The role of forests in mitigation of climate change is recognized in the Paris Agreement under the UNFCCC, limiting the average global temperature increase to 1.5. Okay, so now we have the slide also. So forests are storage. Forests are forests. Okay, we see here that 1/3 of the carbon dioxide released from the burning fossil fuels is absorbed by forests every year. So the role of forests in mitigation of climate change is recognized in the Paris Agreement, and limiting the average global temperature increase to 1.5, it would be impossible without the major role of forests. Also, forests imply a low cost because they could provide 50% of the cost-effective mitigation available. Okay. And also we have to keep in mind that forest protection is connected with our health and well-being, because forests are public health solutions. They filter our air from pollutants, they can lower ambient temperature, and they can prevent heat waves. We can see that forest conservation initiatives implemented until now were useful, but there is still space for improvement. We can see that nearly 2 billion hectares of degraded land across the world offer opportunities for restoration. So planting billions of trees is a relatively inexpensive way to tackle the climate crisis. Current and future generation rights are very affected by the decision taken today to combat deforestation. Forests are also an efficient way to combat desertification, and globally we have a very wide area which can be valued by planting forests and trees, and this is how we can combat and mitigate the climate change. And because of these good effects which forests have on our health, on climate change mitigation, on combating desertification, I was coming with some recommendation on international agreements and binding legislation. We should advocate for suspending deforestation for a period of 5 years for natural forest recovery purpose. Also would be recommended that the governments will implement industrial plantations for producing wood and put an accent on restoring old wood for economic use. Also, I recommend prohibiting producing biofuels from wood originating from natural forests, because there is enough waste to be used for biofuel production. Also, another recommendation is on prohibiting export of wood originated from natural forests and allow only the export of wood coming from industrial plantations. And it is also important that we will have binding legislation and government's agreement on supporting and creating worldwide planting initiative, and also to have some strategically planting of trees and urban forests in cities, because, for instance, in the city where I'm living, people live 4 hours less than the people living in the other cities from the country. So this is how we can filter our air from pollutants by planting more trees, by protecting our forests, by suspending deforestation, and by prohibiting the export of the wood originated from natural forests. So thank you so much for attending, and wish you all the best.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you very much for our last presenter. And moving on, now we have our climate stories who will be presenting to us for the next 7 minutes. So who do we have from our climate stories? Okay, let's do it.
Hello. Yeah. Okay. Hi everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm Max, and this is Jeff, and I'm from Malaysia. Jeff is from Philippines, and we're each repping our own local movements. I'm the co-founder of Youth United from Earth, and I'm a Malaysian climate advocate. So today I'm here to share my story, and I want to start by going back to the beginning. Long before the COVID-19 pandemic, I grew up in Malaysia wearing masks. And so what will happen in Southeast Asia is that there will be a haze due to deforestation and a lot of changing climate patterns as this year in the El Nino weather patterns. And what will happen is that there will be smog in the air. And as a young kid, I remember not being able to breathe or see anything. In fact, I will go around carrying this. This was my asthma puff. So with these kind of conditions, I will experience dry throats, sneezing, and coughs. And as a young kid, I remember being an expert already at air pollution indexes. I would be at home, and I would worry about having to wear my N95 mask because I had asthma, and whether it would look like a bead-shaped mask going to school. But unfortunately, my worries were for naught, because what would happen is that school would close down. And I would remember watching all these numbers climb up about air pollution at home. And in 2013, I watched the numbers hit 663. And any number beyond 100 is considered unsafe. And I'm sharing here because we as youth are a generation that is born in the climate crisis. Today, the climate crisis in Malaysia goes beyond air pollution. It involves floods, and in 2021, we experienced one of the worst flooding conditions. 400,000 people were evacuated, and we experienced $1.3 billion in loss and damage. And right now, even though I'm in Dubai, the northeastern part of Malaysia is experiencing floods, with 400,000 being evacuated in 12 flood relief centers. And so The climate crisis has become such a complex issue that involves human rights and our rights to education, our rights to go to school, and our rights to also breathe clean air. And now hand it over to Jeff to share his perspective in the Philippines, where floods are also happening regularly too.
All right. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Magandang hapon. I'm Jefferson Estela. I'm from the Philippines. I'm a climate justice activist as well. And yeah, we have witnessed the floods in Malaysia, as told by my friend Max. And it's just a prelude to the climate disasters that awaits to every one of us. We've become so accustomed to floods in the Philippines that we live in perpetual calamity. You might be wondering what item I brought for you to look at and relate my story. Max brought his, what do you call that? Asthma puff. The upcycled shirt that I wearing today is actually the same blanket that my family and I used when we were waiting to be rescued on the roof of our house during the onslaught of a typhoon called Typhoon Ondoy, or internationally called Ketsana. It was the second most devastating tropical cyclone of 2009 Pacific typhoon season, causing 1.5 billion in damages, US dollars in damages, and 665 fatalities. I was 11 years old back then, and I didn't realize or really understand what happened 14 years ago until I became part of the climate justice movement back in 2018. Typhoon Ketsana was not one-time tragedy. It's just one chapter in the horrifying anthology of climate-induced catastrophes that we, the people of the Philippines, are forced to endure. But it's not just us, it's the entire Southeast Asian region. These invisible strings that are now web of destruction are expanding throughout globally, and we are caught in the crossfire of climate crisis fueled by greed, ignorance, and political incompetence. Our losses are not just physical, they're personal, they're emotional, and they're fueled by the rage of people who had had enough. The economic loss and damage we face are not just statistics. They are shattered dreams, there are lost potentials, they are stolen futures of our children. But we are here not just to lament in COP28. We're here to demand action. The Loss and Damage Fund, if it's going to be anything more than just an empty rhetoric, it should adhere to the following principles that underpin how finance must be operationalized. Max?
And so we here share our story as a vehicle to emphasize many things about loss and damage. We're having discussions here about loss and damage, but one thing that's left out of these discussions is the fact that also loss and damage can sometimes be a very westernized concept. When we talk about loss and damage, it's more than just physical and economic parts of loss and damage. It's more than just the infrastructure being lost. What we're not talking about is also the intangible cultural heritage that comes with loss and damage. And these are things that may not necessarily be factored in the economical accounting of loss and damage. And so even there was an IPCC report leading up to COP27 that found that there was a lack of balanced understanding of cultural heritage in climate risk assessments. And we have a lot of cultural heritage and well-known sites that are represented, but not a lot of intangible ones. And so we call for the need to include intangible heritage as well. This includes practices, food traditions, languages, skills, cosmologies, and identities that are not commonly recognized. And these are often in communities that have been historically marginalized, discriminated against, or even actively persecuted. And these are the communities that are most vulnerable to climate change. In Malaysia, this looks like the coastal communities, indigenous people with customary land as well. And the loss and damage figures that we're here talking about at COP is actually so much lower than what is perpetuated to be. And so right now, we're here right now at COP. And this is a huge privilege because there are so many communities back home in Southeast Asia now who want to be heard but cannot be here and are experiencing already climate disasters. And so I ask everyone here, which side of history do you want to be on?
And just for the last points, second, historical responsibility and the polluter pays principle must be the bedrock of our demands here at COP28. We should remember that. And those who have profited from this environmental degradation must be held accountable for their actions. Next, equitable and targeted support is not a suggestion, rather it's a demand. This includes ensuring gender equality and protecting human rights, and we won't settle for half measures or token gestures. Of course, we want to remind everyone that the loss and damage fund should be grant based and should have programmatic finance that is not negotiable. We don't need loans that will shackle our future. We need resources that empower us to rebuild and adapt. Also, accessibility should be a given. The funds should be easily accessible to those who need it the most without bureaucratic red tape or political maneuvering. Again, ownership is not just a buzzword, it is a necessity. The people on the front lines of this crisis must have a say on how the funds will be going to be utilized. And second to the last point is transparency and accountability should be non-negotiable as well. We won't tolerate a black hole where our future should be. Every cent must be accounted for, and those responsible must be held to the highest standards. And lastly, our fight is not just for survival, it's for justice. We won't be silenced and we won't be ignored. And we won't stop until those in power take responsibility for the havoc they wreak on our lives and on our planet. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our last session. That was wonderful. And so now it's my pleasure to introduce the next session, which is the role of creative climate movements in dispelling climate pessimism. The floor is yours. You have 7 minutes.
Hithiti, no, it's not working. Check. Oh, Hithiti na habethan, hasesi nichia na asit na hinana enina na hate nichia. Hello, it's good to see you all here today. My name is Big Wind. I'm a Northern Arapaho tribal member from the North America in Wyoming. And I'm here to share a story with you all to give you a window of why I'm involved in this movement. I want you to imagine that you're waking from a deep sleep. And as you're waking and opening your eyes, the orange and pink hues tint the very edge of the horizon. You are in a teepee, and you can see the sky through the open flaps. Now, as you're waking up, you hear an indigenous woman joyfully shouting, "It's Indigenous Peoples Day! Rise with the sun! We are meeting at the South Gate for morning prayer. Get up, it's a new day." As you're gathering at the South Gate, you smell campfire, food. The children are playing, the women are laughing, the birds are chirping. You are on the Great Plains in Ochete Shakoin. Now, as you made it to the South Gate for morning prayer, you hear that there are invaders coming to desecrate sacred places. People are buried there. People have picked their medicines there year after year, and to think that that wouldn't be there for your children and their descendants, you decide to venture out with your sister and people who've gathered from all over the territory. You're one of the first on the ground. A teepee goes up. Tobacco ties are wrapped around the teepee. And as you're standing there, you notice people have gathered from all over the world to protect the land. And as you're praying, you're asked to join a ceremony of the unification of the condor and eagle. And you're asked to be the eagle in the ceremony. Now, as you're praying with people who've gathered from all over the planet, there are armed soldiers arriving en masse at the road. In the Arapaho language, these people are called Toktehiha. It means those who tie you up. They tell you that you're not wanted there, and even though your blood is from the very land that they stand on and you stand on, you're no longer welcome. They tell you the land has been purchased, and they threaten to arrest anyone who decides to stay. Emotions running through your head. You start walking towards the hillside. When you notice you're looking for your little sister, and you notice that she's inside the teepee with 15 others on Fort Laramie Treaty land. Your sister is the first one to be arrested. They slam her to the ground and then drag her away. How are you not supposed to protect your sister? How are you not supposed to protect the land? Now, I'm here to tell you that the events that took place in this story, it wasn't 150 or even 10 years ago. It happened on October 10th, 2016, in North Dakota, in America. I was the eagle in the ceremony. My sister was the first one arrested. Over the next several months, more and more people will be violated by the mercenaries that protect what we call the black snake. The black snake takes many forms. It's oil, gas, all fossil fuels that jeopardize our relationship with Mother Earth. Over the next several months, over 1,000 people will be arrested in the process, listed as troublemakers, wrongdoers, terrorists, when we're just trying to protect the land from resource extraction that ultimately is what's causing climate change. My people, the Arapaho, we talk about this time. There's this prophecy where there's going to be great destruction and a great fire would make the world so hot that it would kill everything if we remained idle. I think what they're talking about was climate change. After all, the world is heating at an unprecedented rate. So in the midst of the sixth mass extinction, we all have to take steps towards a more equitable and feasible future. I'm a water protector who's been fighting on the front lines at Standing Rock, Line 3, the Dakota Access Pipeline, and various other fights in Turtle Island with ordinary people just like you, because we understand one thing. We cannot ensure the health and well-being for future generations if we don't take action. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Big Win. And this is how we start. And we wanted to start this session with a poetry session. And the reason is that we believe that poetry speaks for itself. This is a metaphor for the leaders to start walking the talk. We walk first and talk later about the decisions. So I'm really grateful to host Big Wind, an Indigenous leader who has been inspiring people. This is how practical optimism looks like. You have battered so many battles, but still you stand for these, for climate action, for such issues, and you're a true inspiration to so many of us. And I would like to coalesce the essence of this session by sharing this poem that I wrote. This time, I arrive as the soundless music of future, being played by a million violins. In the mud and dirt away from the glamour, we have been deaf to the march of the birth of a future, conceived by sweat and blood, of those whose toil little do we hear of. Dancing the dances of death, we forget that the music of future is ebbing in the Philippines and flowing all the way to Congo. Listen closely. Do you hear the music of future?
Preserving process going on.
Can you highlight any unique crops or agricultural products that are specific to your region or home community?
In response to that question, as I said, I'm from Pavilion, specifically a place called Chongororia. It is hard to pronounce, but in my area we have maize, beans, potatoes, mostly for subsistence farming. That's because most farmers rely on these foods and they don't really have to buy. In addition, since there's a stream passing by and it brings into Lake Elementaita, we have arrows going by the river.
So for this, how has climate change affected agricultural practices in your area, and how is your community adapting?
So basically where I come from, agriculture has been like the basis of livelihood and climate change is really an issue. Though farmers in my area are not educated and they don't know much about climate change. So these changes, when they come around, they really don't know how and why they're coming around. So first of all, I'll talk about season patterns. So the season patterns are changing. The time that farmers use to receive rainfall is not the same. And also when they receive, they don't receive enough. So I think the way the community is adapting to this, they're really changing their way of farming. Like instead of doing early planting, because like farmers used to do early planting before the rain comes. Now when the rain comes, like our crops grow really quickly and they are not affected by pests.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience. Now we're going to begin, as we are accustomed, the daily policy briefing with Yongo and Climate Tracker. We have 3 special guests today, and they're going to be taking us through the negotiation items. Over to you.
Check.
Come close. Yeah, we're not very good friends, so that's why he's sitting far away.
Yeah,
Yeah. I interrupted him with a very brilliant joke this morning, and so he didn't want to sit close to me.
Not so funny for me. It wasn't so funny.
Yeah,
for me.
but she liked it.
Oh.
So, I was validated. Okay, so I can feel that now you can hear me because I can hear myself in the room. So, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. I can see in your faces that everyone has their social batteries supercharged. You look like you're not tired at all and that you're like all super excited to be here. So, thank you so much. I'm Amanda Magnani. I'm a Brazilian journalist. I'm here with Climate Tracker, and I will be your moderator today. So, welcome to the Children and Youth. Can you all hear me well? Yeah, okay. So, welcome to the Children and Youth Pavilion. As you know, this briefing is our daily policy briefing, and we're here in collaboration between Climate Tracker, which is a global network of climate journalists, and Yango, the official children and youth constituency of the UNFCCC. So I'm here today with 2 amazing young people. Well, some of them not so amazing. I'm joking.
She keep making bad jokes about me.
Oh no, they are great jokes. Everyone is laughing. Can't you see that? Anyways, so they're so amazing. I'll actually have to read their introductions because I could never know this by heart. So here on my left side, I have Big Wind Carpenter, a Two-Spirit Northern Arapaho from Arapaho, Wyoming. They began their activism at 13 years old, leading youth and environmental efforts locally and regionally. They have participated in COPs 25, 27, and 28, and they bring a global perspective to passionate advocacy. Now, as the Tribal Engagement Coordinator for the Wyoming Outdoor Council, Big Wind ardently champions indigenous rights and environmental justice. So thank you so much for being here. And here on my right side, I have Francisco Parra from Chile. He's the Latin America Regional Director at Climate Tracker. He's a journalist specialized in environment and climate change with a diploma in investigative journalist. And he has been an external collaborator, general editor, and held many other different positions in the media, both in Chile and abroad. So let's jump right into it. Francisco, what are the top headlines for today?
Thank you, Amanda, and thank you, everyone. I am honestly honored to be called young. I don't really put myself in that category, but yeah, it depends on the people. Some people in one category I enter, in the other I don't really. So yeah, we have been. Are you hearing me? Okay? Yeah. Great. Yeah, we've had a couple of interesting days, right? Especially related to energy in this. Yesterday and tomorrow. Honestly, after yesterday with this, the IPCC backing what the COP presidency said before, I thought it was enough, but then this morning we have this news about the amount of
fossil fuel lobbies that are here, like right now. And I hope not in this room, but they're definitely within the venue. We had 2,456 fossil fuel representatives, according to this analysis published today by the KIC Big Polluters Out of Coalition. And yeah, for me, these are the kind of things that I'm not sure if it's really a surprise. We knew that this COP was probably going to be like a bit like that, but still the number is kind of a shock. It's like the last year there were like 600 fossil fuel lobbies, and this year we have 2,000. Like it's a huge number. It's more than any other country delegation, with the exception of Brazil and the host country, the United Arab Emirates. And it's 7 times the amount of indigenous people in this conference. So it's definitely something that needs to be discussed about, but mostly not only on the number, which is like huge, but on the effects that have on the development of this conference. So for me, how do we see those kind of things? It has been like not only specifically in these past days, it has been throughout the whole year in the space of the UNFCCC, with the I will call it like the introduction of certain language that take us away from where we are supposed to go, which is like the appearance of all these like technologies like the carbon capture storage and carbon dioxide removal and all those like technology stuff that is like really present in the narrative of this COP presidency. Actually, if you yeah. Okay, great. Are you hearing me now? Yeah, much better. Yeah, in the narrative of this presidency, actually, if you review like what has been said so far, every time they mention like the upgrade of renewables, the triple renewables capacity, and so every time this go with this kind of language of the CCS technologies, and so we actually also had like a recent report published by the Oxford University that wants the last thing, the over relying on this carbon capture and technology, they will cost 30 trillion million, no, $30 trillion. Sorry, the numbers in English are not my strongest thing. More than the decarbonization based on renewables. So I think that's kind of the serious issue we are facing when we talk about this amount of lobbies here in this conference. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, I have a feeling you stopped hearing me this right now. But thank you so much, Francisco. Thank you. That was very clarifying. Also, as you know, the global stocktake is one of the most important topics of this COP, and so it's also a big topic pretty much every day. So, Big Win, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what the current status of the global stocktake is.
So yesterday we told you all that that the language had dropped for the global stocktake. That was not quite right. Actually, the new global stocktake text dropped at 5 a.m. this morning. There's about 25 pages, and we don't have enough time to go over exactly the 25 pages. But this is going to offer clarity around the final COP outcomes. As we know, this is like the first global stocktake and kind of the main priority for the COP28. And as we go into week 2, it'll be focused on negotiating this document and streamlining, narrowing it down, its content. And essentially, this is like a key part of the negotiations for the next 8 days. And informal negotiations essentially started about 3 p.m. today.
Thank you so much, Big Wind. So yeah, now that we already have this general understanding of how the draft text is looking like, Francisco, could you maybe please give us some more details and break us down for us?
Yeah, of course. I think, well, the global stock day is basically the major negotiation this year, and why they are supposed to be the guidelines for the next round of NDCs, looking forward to COP30 in Brazil. on this text, one of the agreements we have is if it's gonna be encouraging the next NDCs to include like every greenhouse gases, which is the discussion is really about including methane and others, or not. But that's kind of one of those 96 options that are in the current text. So it's kind of a text that it seems like no one really likes about it, and there's gonna be a lot of discussion next week on it. We also have like certain concerns in terms of the mitigation and the fossil fuel languages that we were discussing just before, like or how the global stocktake is going to be aligning the long-term goals to the 1.5, or it's going to be requesting. So that those kind of the kind of disagreement is always, I find it like really surprising, like when you start to see that kind of detail. And also something that I find it really important, and it cannot be out of the question, is that how do we incorporate equity and justice and fairness in this whole process? And there's a range of options, including into acknowledging different starting points for countries, as we know, like and addressing the concerns of the impacts and that like repeated line of the common but differentiated responsibilities. And basically that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Francisco. Now, I wanted to get back to you, Big Wind, because we know that today one of the most important themes of the day are indigenous people. And one thing that is very important for indigenous people is the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, which is dedicated to carbon markets. We know that carbon markets could be very relevant for indigenous people, but we also know that over time that language referring to indigenous people in Article 6 has been dropped. So could you tell us a little bit more about this process and also about the impact it has for indigenous people in the territories?
Yeah, totally. I think it's important when we're talking about the Paris Climate Accord and even this conference that oftentimes we can get into politics of recognition. And what that means is that we say something, we provide lip service, and that's the very base level. There's nothing that actually protects us, acknowledges our rights, employs safeguards for our communities, allows for financing for our communities to be able to not only be like with loss and damage, but various other ways how we can like start mitigating some of these crises. And indigenous people, not only are we one of the most vulnerable communities to climate change, but we also possess very knowledge that is connected to our local communities, and traditional ecological knowledge is what it's kind of known as. And so there's kind of been a clash recently around Article 6 because of this either like make or break kind of situation where if not all of the parties are agreeing on a certain situation, they'll just remove it completely. And that has come in we can see historically how something like that will always affect minorities, but in this situation, it has directly affected and impacted indigenous people. And so, with Article 6, it has to do with carbon markets. And carbon markets are essentially a way that when a certain area has a negative carbon impact, that they can be able to trade those through the Paris Climate Accord with countries who are carbon positive. And there needs to be essentially this independent grievance structure that has been being talked about recently that allows for some of these projects to be kind of gone over with a fine-tooth comb. There is already voluntary markets through the UN, like the Clean Development Mechanism, which allows for companies to buy up land and then start essentially small projects to pull carbon out of the atmosphere. The problem with that is that a lot of these have been proven to be fraudulent A lot of these projects have been proven to take away indigenous people's take away land away from indigenous peoples, forcing them out of the community, and then essentially creating farm monoculture tree plantations to pull carbon out of the atmosphere. This isn't a solution. This actually pulls, or this can actually negatively impact the environment and negatively impact the original stewards of those places. So it's really important that not only are we ensuring that indigenous people are mentioned in Article 6, but that it's more than this surface level, like, yay, it's Indigenous Peoples Day. We need to see concrete measures in Article 6 that have to do with our safeguards, have to do with the Declaration of Indigenous Peoples' Rights. And so as this conversation continues throughout the COP, we wish to see the reintroduction of Indigenous people. At one point in time, there was 8 mentions of Indigenous people in Article 6, and as it stands at this time today, there's none. So if us as a youth constituency, youth and children constituency, we need to be strong advocates for Indigenous people.
One more minute. Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much, Big Wind. And I think that what you said, it has a lot to do with adaptation as well. So I wanted to go back to you, Francisco, and I wanted to know if there are any important news on the global goal on adaptation.
Yeah, thank you. And just reinforcing the importance of like indigenous people in Article 6, like we definitely know in Latin America, like the impact that those kind of trade-offs can have in indigenous rights and indigenous lives. So that's definitely something to keep an eye on in the coming days. And we also have this kind of big negotiation going on related to the global goal on adaptation, which is really amazing because I was actually telling today to Stephanie, a great journalist from our fellowship, that she was the first journalist that I have talked during these days that told me I'm following global goal on adaptation, and this has to be the COP of the global goal on adaptation results. So, and honestly, I feel I don't know how do you feel. I feel like no one is really paying the attention that this topic deserves. So. And this also happens with adaptation. You know, like mitigation is something that can be measured and numbered and put into economic values or the amount of gigatons or CO2 emission that we have to reduce. With adaptation, that discussion is always so difficult, and the global goal on adaptation has always been a difficult one. But we need a result. I am personally like really attentive on what's going on here because my minister, Maisa Rojas, is co-facilitating this discussion. So what we have is a new text that was published today around 1 p.m., which again, like no one really liked it, like when everything, and this always happens, like a new text and no one liked it. And then go back and start like expressing their concerns and so. So what was the one of the problem was the purpose, the overachieving layer, and the thematic targets were like clustered together without a clear reason why. There was like a really scant mention of the means of implementation, including no means of implementation in target for dimensions and no targets of support. So that is, of course, a really specific technical thing about the GGA, but as I mentioned, I think it's really important, like us as journalists and civil society group and everyone, just to be really attentive on what is going to happen on this, because what we are seeing is that there are not really political will so far. We haven't seen it so far to reach a result on the GGA, and it's supposed to happen at this COP. Yeah, thank you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Francisco. So yeah, I think one thing we can see from what you both just told us is how finding consensus is really hard, and it's really a challenge in this COP, and how this difficulty can really hold us back, right, from the goals that we want to achieve here. Also understandable considering the many different interests that we see here, and that's what happens when we have so many different people coming together. Well, thank you so much again, Francisco. And Big Wind, are there any other important negotiations that we missed that we haven't mentioned here today yet? Is there anything you wanted to call our attention to?
Totally. So around food and agriculture, the two co-facilitators have merged two texts, one from the G77, China, and the one from the EU this morning. And they started negotiating this text. This will continue throughout the evening, and we'll see what the outcomes are around 7 p.m. tonight. As for ACE, the Action for Climate Empowerment, they're supposed to be able to finalize the text by today, but there was a clash around finance and the wording around finance. And essentially, the United States negotiation team has asked for the text to be removed, any mentions of finance from the Action of Climate Empowerment, and instead has said that we can only provide tools and support. And then the last one is that the mitigation work program that's been going on is kind of at a standstill right now, and so we don't have any updates on that currently.
Well, thank you so much. This seems to have been something surprising. Well, thank you too so much for bringing us all these. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Thank you so much for bringing us all these updates on today. But now, Francisco, I would like to ask you a little bit about what we should expect for tomorrow.
Yeah, just really quick, like other important things going on, I think is the Just Transition Working Program, which is really in a weird state of no agreement. Like it hasn't been clear if it's going to be a program of 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, how it's going to relate to the GST and other and the mitigation work program. So those kind of disagreements right now is also something to take a look into, and all the finance stuff, like the double finance for adaptation, the new quantified goal of climate finance, and so on. Tomorrow is the last day of the first week of COP, which I imagine everyone is looking forward to the rest day that's going to be on Thursday. Definitely, I am looking forward to sleep a bit more. But before that, we should have tomorrow the closing plenaries of the subsidiary bodies. So it's going to be like a great opportunity to see the state of the negotiations, what's going on so far. Basically every negotiation have to deliver something to the chairs of the SBI, and we're going to see them in the plenary debating about that. So I always recommend people, if there's the first COP or they're like initiating to these things, to go to the plenary and see these things, because you actually can catch up of the struggles and everything. So that should happen tomorrow, and we'll be expecting that.
Thank you so much, Francisco. Well, from our side, that's what we had prepared for you, and now we wanted to hear from you. Are there any comments, any questions? Let's make this a little bit more interactive and dialogical. So if anyone wants to say something, just please raise your hand so we can see who you are and pass on the microphone. Okay, well, while you decide and you overcome your shyness, I actually have one more question for you, Big Wind. As Francisco mentioned, we have 7 times more oil lobbyists than we have indigenous people today. And at the same time, we know that indigenous people are 5% of the world population, protecting 85% of the land. I see that usually oil lobbyists have a more direct participation in negotiations, whilst indigenous people still have a struggle in reaching these places. So I wanted to hear a little bit more from you about how you felt and when you received this news, and how indigenous peoples here at COP are working to try to overcome the situation.
So, in the last few years, I feel like we've made progress in inclusion of global indigenous people. For a long time, there was essentially the indigenous pavilion was in the green zone. It wasn't in the blue zone. Last year was the first time it was in the blue zone. And last year we had over 300 indigenous people from around the world. Right now it's about 350. But it is, I mean, it's not surprising to us because since the Earth Summit of '92, before a lot of us were here in this realm, oil and gas lobbyists have continuously outnumbered the large part of civil society. And that was, I think, the importance of civil society's inclusion in the first place. And so for me, I can see that we're making progress, but to hear and to be a part of the Kick Polluters Out action this morning really just kind of highlighted that us as civil society, youth, women in gender, the Indigenous Peoples Organization, really need to ensure that we can put our numbers higher so that we can even out the playing field for future generations. When will we see civil society numbers at least reach the equivalent of 2000? And we're not seeing those numbers right now. Hopefully soon.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Big Win. In the meantime, anyone who's overcome their shyness and want to say something, want to add their own perspective, or have another question for our panelists? Okay, so I'm going to ask another question again. Francisco, I think one of the hardest things for us following COP, I think regardless if we're journalists, if we're from the civil society, if we're observers, one thing I find it's usually very hard is to follow things regarding finance. I know you have been covering COP for a while now, so I wanted to hear from you if you have any tips or any suggestions for us to understand a little bit better how, how the whole financial thing around climate is going, so we can really follow and be a part of this debate.
That's a difficult question for me because I have avoided the finance discussion, deliberately avoided the finance discussion around COP because I find it a bit difficult. That one and the Article 6. But one time I did have to do that. The good thing about this conference is that we have people, like brilliant people from all around the world. So there's a lot of experts following that. So my recommendation is always try to read as much as you can. Try to read there's a lot of newsletters like every time and a lot of news and the media coverage and all. Try to read all that and try to talk to people. Like if you know someone is following finance, just ask them, okay, I don't really understand what that means. Can you explain me? And actually that's one of my favorite part of this conference. Like you get to meet brilliant people from all around the world. So definitely just talk to people, like in the coffee line, in the walking. I don't know, take every opportunity to reach out and learn of topics that you are interested in, but you maybe don't know much about it.
Thank you so much, Francisco. So since we don't have any other questions apparently, thank you all so much for being here with us and for being part of this briefing. And if you're interested in learning more, don't forget that you can join our Signal group for written updates every day. And there should be a QR code you can scan, but not today. So please come back tomorrow so you can scan the QR code and keep up with our written updates as well. So thank you again so much, and thank you, Francisco, and thank you, Big Win. Have a good afternoon.
So that's the end of the policy briefing for today. Clara, you're moving to YCC now, right?
Sure.
Next, we have the regional networking for today, which is Latin America and the Caribbean. So, friends, wherever you are, feel free to start preparing for your session and start whenever you're ready. Design, that was so good. I love it. She said ask me. We're not sure. I did actually ask. Hi everyone. As always, we're starting the Young Go policy discussion in the YCC Pavilion now. Or if you are Latino, then please stay for the Latin American and Caribbean networking session.
I didn't know you were standing here.
Want to make an announcement? Hola a todos los latinos que andan por aquí, por el edificio. Vamos a empezar en muy breves momentos, así que este es el gran momento para ir a buscar a esa persona que necesita estar en este lugar. Gracias.
Hola, hola, hola. Hello, everyone. So, yes, as we continue our activity today, I have the pleasure to welcome you all. Very important aspects of our day today. So, today is a very special day because actually we have our networking session as we have every day from 6 p.m. Our networking session. And last year, we had a very interesting space where we had Latin American youth discuss with high level from the region. And this year now, it's time for our Latin America and Caribbean youth networking session. So for the next 1 hour and a half, we'll be having all young people from Latin America, also with some special guests that we have from the region who will be having their networking session, dialogue. So we look forward to this session, and it will be starting in 1 minute. So please, your round of applause. Woo!
Bueno, como ustedes saben, hay como un experimento social que cuando la gente hace ruido, la gente no sabe muy bien, pero termina yendo. ¿Qué les parece si hacemos un poquitito de ruido latino, a ver si se nos suman todavía los que están por ahí dudando de si entran o no a la sesión? ¿Les parece? ¡Woo! Muy bien. ¿De dónde vienen? A ver, Argentina, Brasil, Ecuador, Marruecos. More than welcome. Español. Portuñol. Vamos a hablar y lento. ¿Válido? Bien. ¿Qué más?
¿Dónde está Ecuador?
País. Chile. ¿Chile? ¿Chile? ¿Qué más? Bolivia. Qué lindo. ¿Qué más? Perú. Bien. ¿Qué más? México. Muy sorprendida por la participación de México en la RCOI. Fueron un montón de México. Tipo, wow. ¿Algún país más por acá dando vueltas? Uno que empieza con B larga y termina con Brasil. Brasil. Muy bien. Bueno, bienvenidos. Vamos a empezar a lo latino con minutos de retraso. Así que los voy a dejar para que tomen un respiro y vamos a buscar a las personas que faltan.
Muy
Gracias.
bien. Ah, se prendió esto. Ojo con lo que decís, me dicen ahí.
Sí, sí se oye todo, ¿no? Qué bueno.
Hola. Great. Bueno, propongo que no perdamos ningún minuto, porque ¿para qué perderlos? Ya que el tiempo es muy preciado. Así que, Jan, si me acompañás desde el stage para hacer un poco la introducción a este evento. Si querés, puedes usar ese micrófono también.
Olá a todos, pero les voy a dar paz para quien está com saudade de ouvir português, porque sou brasileiro e sou da cidade que vai receber a COP30, então... E saúdo a todo mundo aqui, com muita felicidade que eu reconheço os jovens aqui, como da minha cidade, como também de outros países. E eu vou levantar um pouco. Sí, que mi mamá me dio muy sementes. Entonces, también tengo gracias, Nancy. Les pido permiso para, antes de empezar esa discusión, llamar a una persona que es de mi ciudad también y que tiene un comunicado a hacer y también un convite para todos ustedes. Es solo 2 minutos, por favor, Hannah. Creo que consigues.
Sí. Buenas noches a todos. Yo voy a hablar en portugués porque mi portuñol es muy malo ainda. Pero como Jean já explicou para vocês e introduziu um pouco a temática, e vocês já devem estar acompanhando desde o ano passado, quando o presidente Lula anunciou que ele tinha a intenção de hospedar uma COP no Brasil, e que essa intenção também era de ser uma COP não só do Brasil, mas trazer uma COP para a região amazônica, né? Todos nós ficamos muito empolgados e todos nós ficamos também um pouquinho preocupados, não é verdade? Então, a gente tem visto, né, que toda a narrativa tem sido construída em cima da Amazônia, dos diversos povos que ela tem, né, e como a gente vai receber essa COP que tem a nossa cara. E a gente, enquanto juventude, enquanto sociedade civil organizada, as organizações de base na Amazônia, movimentos sociais, também vimos nisso que essa é a nossa oportunidade de ter as nossas vozes ouvidas de verdade, né? Então, todos nós temos a nossa voz a levantar nesse espaço. E, a partir disso, estamos construindo e estamos convidando vocês a construírem conosco também o Comitê COP30, que é um comitê para que a gente possa pensar e fazer sugestões e proposições para os governos, para a construção da UNFCCC também, a governança da UNFCCC e para as negociações também a nível internacional. E esse é um convite... Desculpa. E esse é um convite para que vocês também se juntem a nós nessa construção, principalmente, né, as grassroots communities, quem está ali, né, no chão mesmo fazendo o trabalho de base, a partir de Belém, a partir do Pará, a partir da região amazônica, da região panamazônica, a partir do Brasil e a partir da América Latina também como um todo. Então, um convite para vocês. E uma das nossas propostas, né, muito principais dentro da construção da COP30 é que a gente consiga fazer a realização da Yellow Zone, que é uma brincadeira, né, com o Y de Youth, de juventudes, né, e que a gente também possa ocupar os espaços periféricos de Belém, para que a gente não se concentre só em uma COP excludente, mas que a gente consiga também levar para as diferentes Amazônias que a gente tem. E lembrar que a maior parte da nossa Amazônia, da população da nossa Amazônia, está nos centros urbanos, né? Está nas cidades também. Então, como Belém pode receber, eu acho que é super justo que a gente se junte às periferias de Belém, que podem ser excluídas desse processo de entender o que é uma COP, e a gente possa construir também as Yellow Zones, as Youth Zones, e convido a vocês a estarem conosco também. Muito obrigada.
Creo que un poquito en español, la gran idea es que tenemos la zona azul, tenemos la zona verde, es hora de tener una zona amarilla, ¿cierto? Una zona amarilla que sea para la juventud, para la sociedad civil, para los pueblos indígenas, para alzar la voz sobre un montón de temas y dar espacios que a veces no existen en la zona verde, en la zona azul. Gracias por la iniciativa. Vamos a estar apoyando desde ya toda esa iniciativa. Y ahora, si quieren, vamos a hacer una dinámica, recontra dinámica. La idea es que ustedes, les voy a pasar el micrófono para que se presenten brevemente, para aquellos que no los conocen. Y brevemente, la propuesta es que en un minuto hagan una pregunta y ellos, entre 2-3 minutos, puedan hacer una reacción, una respuesta. ¿Qué les parece? Go for it.
Perfecto.
Genial.
Vámonos.
Si quieren, pueden empezar presentándose brevemente. Tenemos autoridades de Argentina, de Ecuador, y la idea es que estamos esperando 2 speakers más que van a estar llegando, probablemente. Entonces, los voy a dejar que se presenten, ya que su biografía es tan larga que no sé qué parte de su biografía preferirían destacar, para que los demás les puedan hacer preguntas relacionadas con los temas que ustedes están trabajando en el corazón de su acción.
Bien. Bueno, hola, hola. ¿Está prendido? ¿Sí? ¿Se escucha? Ahí está. Bueno, gracias por la invitación. Buenas tardes, buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Cecilia Nicolini, yo soy de Argentina. Soy secretaria de Cambio Climático del país por los próximos 5 días. Ya tengo fecha de vencimiento, soy como un yogur. Pero venimos trabajando ya hace muchos años en esta agenda. Estoy con parte del equipo. Al inicio de la gestión de nuestro gobierno estuve asesora presidencial, sobre todo en temas internacionales. Yo vengo militando mucho en la agenda internacional, sobre todo de integración regional, trabajando mucho con Brasil, con Uruguay, con Chile, Bolivia, Perú, Ecuador, bueno, con todos los países. Y salí electa ahora en las elecciones nacionales diputada del Parlasur, así que voy a estar ahí también trabajando con este enfoque regional y obviamente más que nunca, creo que no tengo que explicar lo que va a pasar en la Argentina, pero más que nunca trabajando en la agenda nuestra climática y ambiental desde una perspectiva regional, y ahí lo dejo porque si no es un embole la presentación.
Gracias y felicitaciones,
Gracias.
porque seguro que tienes un montón de cosas de hacer a futuro. Bueno, hola, ¿cómo están todos ustedes? Gracias por la invitación, me encanta estar acá. Mi nombre es Verónica Arias, yo soy de larga data activista desde los 19 años. Ahora no les voy a contar cuántos años tengo, pero bueno, fui secretaria de Ambiente de la ciudad de Quito durante 5 años y antes de eso pues estuve en algunas ONGs ambientales y ella está de salida, yo soy entrada, yo soy asesora actual de la nueva ministra de Ambiente, el gobierno de Daniel Noboa, que fue recién elegido la semana pasada. Realmente ascendió al poder y la ministra de igual forma el día jueves pues firmó su nombramiento y el domingo ya estuvo acá. Estuvo 3 días trabajando, que pocas veces he visto, debe ser la juventud lo que le tiene así, 3 días que no habíamos dormido, yo ya estaba muerta, ella seguía con ese trance y tuvo que ya salir para el Ecuador el día de ayer. Y digo, le admiro porque tiene 26 años y eso es un gran mensaje del gobierno actual que quiere involucrar a líderes jóvenes en puestos de decisión importantes. Y creo que es la ministra más joven de esta COP y del mundo, 26. Entonces, un honor trabajar con jóvenes porque de todas maneras, y capaz que me preguntan esto, porque yo veo que nuestra generación efectivamente hizo mucho, pero no ha logrado lo que necesitamos lograr. Y es una esperanza ver ya jóvenes involucrados en decisiones políticas que les toca ahora a ellos tomar esas decisiones que de pronto nosotros no las supimos tomar. Así que un orgullo acompañar a una ministra tan joven.
Bueno, excelente. Muchas gracias por tus palabras. Vayan pensando sus preguntas. Voy a empezar por la primera que nos llega por WhatsApp, porque la tecnología es así y el mundo actual es así. Y hay mucha gente que le hubiera gustado estar acá, pero como saben, las COPs no son un espacio a veces muy fácil ni barato, vamos a decir las cosas como son, para especialmente jóvenes y del sur global y de Latinoamérica. Así que la primera pregunta tiene que ver, la hacen Nahuel y Maggie, que también fueron parte del proceso de la redacción de la declaración de Recoy, y quieren saber qué conversaciones hubieron en el marco de la COP en la que ustedes hayan estado presentes y qué oportunidades ven para Latinoamérica en materia puntualmente de generación distribuida. O sea, generación distribuida es el tema. Como, ¿qué pasa con la posible democratización de la energía? ¿Hay alguna conversación que hayan escuchado? ¿Hay alguna política? ¿Hay algún país que sea pionero? ¿Hay algo para copiar? ¿Hay algo para entender? ¿Hay algo para aprender de estos marcos?
Generación distribuida. A ver, yo creo que, como ustedes saben, el tema principal de esta COP es transición energética. Entonces, lo que se está negociando va más en línea de cuestiones más generales. Venimos de una situación particular, pero quizás aprovecho para contarla, porque de eso se trata cuando estamos acá y cuando militamos esta agenda. Y aparte me la pasé diciendo barbaridades en esta copa, así que las voy a seguir diciendo. Voy a aprovechar que me quedan pocos días. Total, que me vengan a buscar, ¿no? Con una grúa, con lo que sea, ya da igual. No, justamente teníamos una situación en que había una declaración para triplicar las energías renovables y duplicar la eficiencia energética, y aparentemente Argentina no la había firmado, no sabemos por qué. Así que bueno, ahí hicimos un poco un camino por el costado directamente, y con la autorización presidencial presenté directamente desde la Secretaría nuestra posición y la aprobamos, y Argentina va a estar, porque nos sorprendía que con todo el esfuerzo y con toda la negociación y con todo lo que nos hemos peleado con energía en el país para poder tener los objetivos en el Plan 2030 justamente para alcanzar eso, era algo realmente ridículo no estar apoyando esa declaración, que son cuestiones que políticamente son importantes en estas conferencias. Al final, yo no soy tan optimista en las cuestiones tan puntuales, se trata más de gestualidades políticas que nos lleven a cumplir con los objetivos de cada uno de los países. Entonces, quizás lo de generación distribuida no es un tema que se debata exactamente en las negociaciones. Sí, lo que puedo decir es que en ese plan que Argentina presentó, de hecho estamos negociando, intentando finalizar el último GEF 8, que justamente va enfocado en generación distribuida, y que nos apuramos con el equipo a tenerlo terminado por lo menos antes del traspaso de gobierno, porque es un tema fundamental, sobre todo en un país. Estoy hablando muy rápido, disculpa los amigos brasileños. Es un tema tan importante para un país que todavía, teniendo tanta potencialidad energética, todavía sigue teniendo pobreza energética. Y es lo que no puede pasar. Entonces, ahí lo presentamos, y ahí es clave, algo también que nos falta muchísimo, es la integración regional a la hora de negociar y a la hora de compartir todas estas iniciativas. Yo creo que en eso hay muchos países que tienen más experiencia y que tenemos que trabajar mucho más en eso. Y ahí lo dejo para no hacerlo muy extenso.
Ecuador.
A ver, ¿qué te voy a contar de Ecuador? El tema de transición energética definitivamente es un must. Pese a que tenemos el 70% de energía limpia, porque dependemos de hidroeléctricas, el 70%, nos está afectando ya el tema de cambio climático. Con el fenómeno del Niño, de hecho, estamos en problemas de sequía y con cortes energéticos importantes. Fíjate que entonces ahí es cuando la seguridad energética tiene que verse como una prioridad, ¿verdad? Entonces, en ese sentido…
Tengo una pregunta. ¿A quién se le cortó la luz en el último año de los que viven acá en Latinoamérica? ¿Quiénes no tienen luz eléctrica de red? ¿Hay alguien acá? Bueno, pues podría pasar. Digo, no somos representativos. Vean, no somos representativos, ¿no?, de esa juventud, digamos, en general, ¿no? Entonces, seguridad energética es un punto muy importante.
Es un punto importantísimo, ¿verdad? Y eso tiene que ver mucho en las discusiones que estamos hablando ahora, porque simplemente no vas a poder depender de una sola fuente para el tema de energía. Y es ahí con el marco de discusiones que se está dando en la COP de cómo acelerar esa transición energética hacia algo que te dé esa seguridad y que sea además sostenible, que sea limpio, que no genere emisiones para el cambio climático, y ahí es cuando la cooperación norte-sur, sur-sur y sur-norte debería funcionar, no solamente como financiamiento, sino obviamente con todo tipo de tecnologías. El Ecuador está posicionado en un sitio pero crucial, ¿no? Estando justamente en la mitad del planeta, tenemos oportunidades de energía solar, de energía eólica, de energía geotermia, es decir, es un potencial enorme y creo que la región latinoamericana tiene que justamente aprovechar de esas bondades que nos ha dado la naturaleza.
Gracias. Preguntas en Brasil, en portuñol.
Algum brasileiro que queira perguntar algo? Deixa eu levar.
Posso falar de novo? Eu posso falar mais devagar agora. Um momento. Vou me apresentar de novo, né? Meu nome é Hanna Balieiro e eu venho da região amazônica do Brasil. E eu dirijo uma das organizações, né, que compõem coalizões na região amazônica. E um dos nossos temas de pauta é justamente energia e transição energética. O estado de onde eu venho, só para dar um contexto geral, é um estado que tem 4 hidrelétricas, que, diga-se de passagem, para o Brasil não é energia limpa, pode ser renovável, mas não necessariamente é limpa. E que sofre com uma crise energética. No ano de 2020, no meio da Covid-19, a gente teve um blackout no estado inteiro. No estado inteiro. Sobraram uns 3 municípios onde não ficou em blackout durante 3 dias consecutivos e ficou a energia retornando durante uns 15 dias.
15 dias?
No meio da Covid-19. A minha mãe estava com Covid nessa época. E agora, vocês devem ter ouvido anunciar a entrada do Brasil na OPEP+, OPEP+. E o lugar aonde vão fazer, né, essa exploração de petróleo é no meu estado. O mesmo estado, com 4 hidrelétricas, com essa perspectiva de leilão para a exploração de petróleo. Né? Então, existe esse contexto de racismo ambiental. O que é vendido para nós é que é a nossa promessa de desenvolvimento para o estado. E agora a gente acabou de ficar sabendo que o nosso estado, o governo do estado, está fazendo um seminário preparatório para essa exploração de petróleo com a população. Ninguém estava sabendo disso. A gente viu há 1 hora atrás, eles divulgando na internet que vai acontecer hoje. Então, a minha pergunta, nesse contexto todo, é como a gente consegue, de alguma maneira, incidir em temas tão específicos e tão caros, né, para o país inteiro, para o mundo inteiro, na verdade, né, e a gente tem essa dificuldade de conseguir se colocar contra e sentar na mesa para negociar, porque as portas se fecham para a gente, quando a gente denuncia. Então, como a gente consegue ser ouvido, principalmente enquanto mulheres, lideranças femininas e movimentos de juventude, nesses espaços que são tão de pessoas que são mais velhas, são espaços masculinos e que não nos querem nossa presença.
Vale recordar eso, que el norte del país tiene la factura más cara de Brasil. Entonces, no sé si comprenden todo.
Tudo.
Sí.
É bem difícil isso,
Eu não compreendi muito
blackout
todo.
Sí, ella
Si no la
hablaba
agarro yo esta y que ella agarre
Essa
la outra.
aí, eu le sigo, sim.
Eu acho que é bem difícil. Mesmo eu, na Argentina, eu tenho a Secretaria de Mudança Climática, eu tenho também a Direção de Avaliação Ambiental. E eles, Mariano, sabem muito bem tudo. É bem difícil, porque eu sou também a autoridade ambiental, que tem que dar o acordo para a exploração petroleira, de gás, tudo aquilo que acontecer no território federal. Então, tem 2 discussões, vou tentar fazer bem rapidinho, mas é uma discussão bem profunda e tem muita coisa. Tem 2 coisas. Uma questão mais política de participação, para nós, que tá muito difícil, porque eu não posso, como funcionária pública, deixar de fazer isso. Senão, é um dever público. Então, senão, eu posso até ter juízos por isso. Então, eu tenho que fazer o processo. Mas, como melhoramos também o processo de participação, para nós foi muito importante a gente tomar o acordo de Escazú. E foi por isso que nós no Chile, a minha primeira ação de governo como a secretaria foi levantar a mão no Chile para fazer a COP extraordinária de Escazú em Buenos Aires, porque tinha somente um ano, era bem jovem, bem novo o acordo, e também porque a implementação é a chave, né? A gente pode assinar os projetos, tratados, isso, mas se não tem implementação é bem difícil. E é uma coisa, quando você relaciona direitos humanos, tratados internacionais e esse tipo de ações que tem que garantir a participação que seja cada vez melhor, maior e mais transparente da juventude, das pessoas, das organizações, tudo isso. Porque tem uma luta também interna no governo, que não é fácil, porque nós temos que negociar com todos os interesses. E também a responsabilidade de desenvolvimento econômico, de lutar contra a pobreza. Tem essa coisa que tem muito nos países dizendo, ok, o que fazemos? É lutar contra a pobreza ou mudança climática? São as duas coisas, não é indivisível, sabemos. Mas nos governos é bem difícil. Então, a gente tentou fazer acordos com a sociedade civil, com universidades, para, pelo menos, melhorar esses processos de participação, de informação, de transparência. Porque seria muito naif pensar que somente com alguma protesta a gente vai parar a exploração petroleira. Então, temos que ser mais inteligentes do que isso e tentar entrar nos processos governamentais e empresariais para isso. Mesmo, é bem parecido com a questão que muitos falavam, como é possível que uma COP seja, a autoridade seja um país petroleiro? Olha só, que nos Estados Unidos você vai falar isso, se organiza uma COP, ou o Brasil, tem muito prejuízo, né, nisso. Então, mas para mim, nas negociações, o mais importante é ter esses caras na mesa também. Porque então, se você tem petroleiro na mesa, é mais fácil depois que eles sejam accountable por isso, que coisas que você negocia, e não que estejam de fora lá, né? Então, é muito, muito difícil, mas para mim não tem uma resposta. Mas o que nós podemos fazer do governo, pelo menos, é tentar que o Acordo de Escazú seja uma ferramenta real. Estamos tentando, não é perfeito, tem ainda muita coisa para fazer. O Mariano ainda está nas public action dizendo, não, você tem que fazer melhor isso. Ele tem razão, óbvio, tem razão. Mas eu acho que tem que ver como participar dos processos institucionais. Mas eu acho que eles vão ter também ainda uma melhor resposta.
Para sumar, Acuerdo de Escazú. ¿Acuerdo de Escazú? ¿Estamos bien? ¿Con qué es el Acuerdo de Escazú? ¿Quiénes están en un país cuyo país haya firmado y ratificado el Acuerdo de Escazú? Bien, bajen la mano.
Sí.
¿Quiénes están en un país que les gustaría que firme o ratifique el Acuerdo de Escazú? Bueno, creo que es parte también... Es parte también de la incidencia, ¿no?
Sí.
Que ese acuerdo regional único y tan especial sea firmado y ratificado por todos los países de Latinoamérica.
Sí, sí, tengo el micrófono acá. No te entendí mucho, pero sí, definitivamente.
Gracias.
Sé que del Acuerdo de Escazú y estamos ahí. Y sí, Ecuador fue uno de los primeros en firmar el Acuerdo de Escazú, y no solamente ese instrumento, sino algunos otros instrumentos internacionales que evidentemente aquí ustedes deben conocer, la OIT, el 169, y además la normativa institucional que tiene el Ecuador. Creo que todos ustedes conocen que el Ecuador es el primer país en el mundo que tiene en su constitución los derechos de la naturaleza, ¿no? Y después de 10 años hemos logrado, como ecuatorianos, entender cómo incorporar esos derechos de la naturaleza a través justamente de procesos judiciales para defender la naturaleza, y hay sentencias de la Corte Constitucional, ya varias, 7 sentencias de la Corte Constitucional que reconocen los derechos de la naturaleza, y hay un enforcement para que eso se lo haga. Entonces, esas son las formas que van haciéndose como el Acuerdo de Escazú, pero incorporando en la normativa también nacional. Otro de los instrumentos que tú preguntabas, justamente, cómo es que los jóvenes o cómo es que podemos, la sociedad civil, ahora estoy como gobierno, pero cómo la sociedad civil puede presionar, digamos así, para que se cumplan aquellos derechos de la naturaleza o incorporen temas ambientales o de consulta previa, etcétera. Y ustedes también deben saber que recién en el Ecuador ganó una consulta popular sobre el Yasuní, ¿no? Y con más del 52%. Y eso fue una consulta popular que votó el pueblo ecuatoriano directamente en democracia sobre aquello. Entonces son instrumentos muy interesantes que ahora pues el gobierno tiene que dar seguimiento también a que eso se vaya cumpliendo, pero es un rol de la sociedad civil muy importante y ejemplar para el mundo.
Ahora tenemos una pregunta de otra brasileña. También felicito también las brasileñas porque están acá, incluso sin una autoridad brasileña. Entonces, en la ausencia de una, ustedes son las autoridades hablando con otras autoridades de América Latina.
La vi a Ana trabajando sin parar, doy fe. Sí. Le estoy pidiendo recomendaciones de 4 años de dureza.
Boa noite, gente. É um prazer estar aqui com vocês. Meu nome é Michele Farias, eu sou uma das diretoras regionais da Palmares Laboratório Ação. É uma organização de juventudes baseadas na Amazônia. E também sou graduada em Engenharia de Energias Renováveis. E a minha pergunta é, a gente não precisa do norte global para fazer a transição energética acontecer. A gente consegue fazer uma cooperação sul-sul, sul global com sul global. A gente tem pesquisadores eficientes, a gente tem tecnologia e temos os recursos necessários para fazer essa transição energética acontecer. O exemplo disso é a própria América Latina. A gente consegue se tornar a nova OPEP das renováveis dentro disso e consegue fazer uma colaboração. Talvez as respostas não surjam aqui, mas aí a minha pergunta é, como é que a gente consegue criar mecanismos para conseguir fazer uma governança energética dentro da América Latina, para que a gente consiga chegar na COP30 com, por exemplo, o Brasil não explorando petróleo dentro da Amazônia, que é um ecossistema sensível, como a Colômbia, foi a Colômbia que aprovou o Tratado de Não Proliferação, como a Colômbia como exemplo dentro dessa trajetória e fazer com que outros países da América Latina consigam encerrar essa exploração e a gente consiga, de fato, construir uma governança energética, porque não adianta só a gente transicionar. A gente precisa mudar o sistema de governança para que essas novas energias renováveis não continuem causando impactos.
Gracias. Solo para añadir a esa misma pregunta que está muy buena, ¿y cómo están conversando los países de América Latina en las negociaciones, específicamente en temas de transición energética justa? Sabemos que América Latina lamentablemente no negocia como bloque completo, pero si nos pueden ilustrar un poco, complementando la respuesta a la compañera ya, ¿cuáles han sido las posiciones de Latinoamérica en términos de transición energética justa y no perpetuar el extractivismo y transformarlo en extractivismo verde? Gracias.
Bien. Wow, yo venía acá a escuchar más cosas de ustedes, más que...
Bueno, si querés después te dejamos hacer preguntas.
Perfecto. No. Les voy a preguntar yo a ustedes. Estaba practicando mi portugués porque en cualquier momento le pido alojamiento a Lula, ¿no? Entonces me voy para Brasil. Muy bien, muy bien. Pero bueno, voy a seguir en español. Y voy a intentar ser muy breve. Yo no creo que alcance con la cooperación sur-sur. Me encantaría que fuera así, la verdad. Pero ya llevamos muchísimas décadas de eso y no... Y después porque hay otro concepto que estamos defendiendo de las negociaciones de justicia climática. Y la justicia climática tiene que ver justamente que los países que son mayormente responsables de este colapso ambiental paguen por ello. No nos está yendo muy bien, eso es cierto. Porque la realidad es que no están cumpliendo con el financiamiento que se había comprometido, que ahora los gastos se triplicaron incluso más, y que cuando finalmente negociamos un fondo de pérdidas y daños, que es justamente para que puedan reparar el daño que se ha hecho, el equipo se reía, porque cuando el primer día anunciaron los números, yo estaba festejando y casi llorando de la alegría, porque había escuchado que eran miles de millones, no millones. Yo dije, ¿cómo?
Sí,
¿No
había,
son
había un par de
billions?
ceros. ¿Cuántos ceros de diferencia? ¿Como 3
¿Billions?
ceros de diferencia?
No, digo, pero ¿cómo Estados Unidos 17.5 millones? No puede ser. Claro, decía, no, pero Flor, no puede ser, son billions. Hola, Julio, vení, Chile, amigos. ¿Viste que nos vemos ahora en todos los eventos que nos queremos de Argentina y Chile? ¡Woo! ¿Cómo estás? Siempre al lado, ahí pegadito a la cordillera. ¿Qué estábamos diciendo? Que evidentemente no va a alcanzar y que necesitamos esos fondos. También porque para mí el gran problema acá no es una cuestión económica, sino es un problema financiero, donde prima la especulación financiera, prima los intereses de capital, y mientras no podamos equilibrar que el capital natural tiene igual valor que el capital financiero, es donde realmente no va a funcionar, porque fondos hay disponibles. Para el mercado financiero tenés casi la misma cantidad o incluso más de los fondos que necesitan todos los países para las transiciones y para poder alcanzar los objetivos del Acuerdo de París. El tema es que no están alineados esos intereses y prima mucho más la especulación. Entonces, ahí también es donde tenemos que seguir dando la batalla. Como, por ejemplo, ¿cómo puede ser que algo tan importante en Ecuador, que fue el canje de deuda para conservar Galápagos, a los pocos días te sube el riesgo país porque al mercado financiero no le interesa que recompren esa deuda para invertir en conservación? Entonces, creo que eso es uno de los grandes temas también que tenemos que debatir y meternos, y yo lo que les diría es, sobre todo a las juventudes, tenemos que meternos de lleno en los temas financieros y los temas económicos. Entenderlos, manejarlos, cuestionarlos y cambiarlos. Para mí, el nudo gordiano, y lo dice bien claramente Mia Motley, mientras no trabajemos en rediseñar la arquitectura financiera global, no vamos a ir a ningún lado. Porque ahí es donde están los intereses y ahí es donde se mueve la cosa realmente.
Ceci.
Perdón.
Perdón, antes, ya que se nos suma un nuevo
sí.
speaker, voy a dar la oportunidad de presentarlo. Nos acompaña ahora Julio Cordano, es el jefe de la Delegación de Chile y director de Medio Ambiente, Cambio Climático y Océanos del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Chile. Así que gracias por tu presencia.
Muchas gracias.
Y así como presentamos este lado, les presento brevemente el otro lado. Juventudes diversas de Argentina, Brasil, Bolivia, Colombia, Chile, Ecuador. Obviamente que Brasil. ¿Brasil? ¿Brasil?
¡Yo Brasil gano!
Guatemala. Vamos que sigue. Guatemala. Ecuador ya lo dije. Perú. México, claro. ¿Cómo olvidarme de México?
México.
Sahara Occidental. Y Marruecos.
No. No.
La idea es tener un diálogo súper fluido. Los jóvenes tienen 1 minuto para hacer una pregunta. La idea es que podamos ir reaccionando con 2, 3 minutos a las, digamos, inquietudes de la juventud. Y es un portuñol, o sea, tratamos de hacer un español.
No, fala.
Bien, querías... Dale.
¿Quién?
¿Quién tiene una pregunta que tiene muchísimas ganas de hacer? Una buena.
Todas han sido muy buenas.
Bueno, sé que no es un tema específico de la COP, pero igualmente podría tener implicaciones incluso mayores que las negociaciones que aquí se hagan. ¿Qué estatus tiene, o si lo planean hacer, sus observaciones escritas ante la Corte Internacional de Justicia, siendo que próximamente estará dando una opinión consultiva sobre cambio climático? Gracias.
¿Qué mandamos? Cancillería tiene que responder.
Acaba de llegar, así
claro.
que...
Te toca, Julio.
Y en 2 minutos, ¿no?
Ahora 1.
En 1 y medio. Bueno, nosotros sí, la verdad es que, primero, perdón por llegar tarde, taquear al otro lado en las negociaciones, pero con la pregunta que es muy importante, de hecho nosotros estamos participando en ese caso. Chile y Colombia a nivel regional presentamos también una solicitud de opinión consultiva ante la Corte Interamericana de Derechos Humanos para ver la conexión entre derechos humanos y cambio climático. Así que hay interés, a nosotros nos interesa mucho entender cómo mejor implementar las políticas y cómo fortalecer la efectividad de esas políticas. Y en el sistema más universal, la Corte Internacional, la Corte de Justicia, sin duda también es un tema muy importante. No nació de la región, naturalmente, como bien se sabe, pero sí la apoyamos la resolución que se aprobó en la Asamblea General por una gran mayoría de países, y lo vemos como una gran oportunidad también para los países en desarrollo, porque finalmente cuando hablamos de derechos humanos hablamos de protección de personas, y cuando hablamos de protección de personas hablamos de temas como la adaptación, como el financiamiento, como la legitimización de nuestros propios presupuestos para proteger a nuestras poblaciones. Y a veces nos encontramos en situaciones muy difíciles, ¿no es cierto? Los presupuestos en nuestros países son muy limitados, presupuestos públicos, y a veces las urgencias nos dejan ver tal vez cosas que son también muy importantes. Entonces, si la Corte de Justicia señala que hay obligaciones de los estados con respecto a temas como la adaptación, por ejemplo, en el combate al cambio climático, se podría pensar en una discusión que reoriente muchos de los fondos nacionales e internacionales. La adaptación también es un tema donde los países desarrollados tienen obligaciones de financiamiento hacia los países en desarrollo. Entonces, permite generar toda una nueva discusión, y así al menos queremos verlo nosotros, sobre los temas de financiamiento en nuestros países. Y esto que estoy diciendo es tal vez un ejemplo nada más de las potencialidades que tiene esto. Pensamos que el proceso aquí bajo las COPs es suficientemente complejo, no es necesario complejizarlo más, pero sí podemos sacar muchas cosas en limpio y que creo que pueden beneficiar a los países en desarrollo. Y a las juventudes también. Las juventudes también están muy afectadas por el cambio climático, como ustedes saben, y podríamos pensar en cómo una mejor definición de las obligaciones de los estados podría incorporar estas nuevas dimensiones que tal vez en este proceso se han quedado un poquito atrás.
Gracias.
Somos políticos, vos cortanos, porque
Sí,
no
no te
está acá
preocupes.
mi
Yo no
compañera
soy
que va a
política.
responder.
Paloma, tenemos una pregunta por aquí que querías hacer. Tú también. Tú también. Y por allá también.
O sea, mejor ya hacemos como un combo de varias preguntas y ya.
Perfecto.
Bueno, hola, muchas gracias, placer, Paloma Costa de Brasil. No tengo más voz, varios días de COP y aire acondicionado. Bueno, primeramente a Argentina les gustaría decir qué pena, pues ya vivimos acá los 4 años y sinceramente creo que la salud sí que ha volvido después de todo esto. Así que bueno, mis países de puertas abiertas y piensan maneras de que podemos colaborar desde ahí, pues no sé, me pongo aquí solidariamente muy disponible porque sí, la verdad fue muy necesario el apoyo que recibí desde afuera en estos últimos 4 años. Más general, me gustaría preguntar a cada uno de ustedes porque ahora que Brasil está volviendo, pues tenemos una secretaria realmente comprometida con el colapso climático, pero creo que nos toca conocer más de experiencias de cómo involucrar a la juventud en este proceso. Sé que la juventud acá de Brasil está en proceso de construir un consejo climático, no sé si hay en el país de ustedes, pero no sé cómo se involucran con la secretaría, con el gobierno, y me gustaría escuchar, la verdad. Y para usted que está saliendo, decir que podía quizá haber hecho mejor también, ¿no? Siempre esa reflexión importante. Y de otro me gustaría hacer específicamente de Ecuador, porque qué pena no compartimos, con Chile ni siquiera la frontera, pero con Argentina no compartimos esta parte del mundo. Pero ¿cómo podemos, y ahora pensando que vamos a tener la COP latinoamericana que viene de Chile a Brasil, ¡vamos! ¡Vamos!
Por
y
eso
bueno,
no tenés voz, no por el aire acondicionado.
No, sí, fue el aire, yo lo juro. No, pero la verdad la pregunta es para todo, porque tenemos esta COP que viene para Latinoamérica, son 11 años sin una conferencia en nuestro territorio. Va a ser en la Amazonía que compartimos sí, la frontera. ¿Cómo podemos mirar para este territorio amazónico, pero más allá, cómo podemos mirar y colaborar junto con nuestra región para traer y hacer con que verdaderamente esta COP tenga nuestra voz, tenga nuestro momento, tenga nuestro espacio? Les dejo eso.
Sí. ¿Quieren hacer una ronda de reacciones o seguimos colectando preguntas? Los dejo votar. Sí.
No, respondamos porque es
Si quieres, yo respondo rapidito para no tomar todo el tiempo. La primera pregunta es como ejemplos de diferentes países que hemos involucrado pues, a los jóvenes. Ecuador tiene una muy buena trayectoria de trabajo muy cercano con la sociedad civil. Y específicamente en el Ministerio del Ambiente se han creado varias iniciativas apoyadas, por ejemplo, con Naciones Unidas, con UNICEF, etcétera, sobre comenzar a capacitar a los chicos, a los jóvenes en escuelas climáticas o en proyectos, por ejemplo, que se llama Operación COP, que se recolectaron más de 138 carpetas para identificar a cuáles son los perfiles que podrían ser capacitados. Se escogieron 38 y 2 están acá como negociadores ya apoyando a la negociación de la COP. Entonces, esa es la forma que vemos cómo ya tienen que comenzarse a formar los jóvenes en este sentido. Igual las escuelas climáticas para comenzar a identificar jóvenes con iniciativas y acciones que sean relevantes, que aporten justamente al tema climático. Eso como par de ejemplos que te puedo mencionar. Y la otra, bueno, creo que con el tema de la integración regional son muy buenos momentos para que a nivel nacional justamente se incorporen iniciativas, diálogos, mesas, etcétera, para llevar una posición de país, pero de conjunta a espacios regionales como estas. Yo creo que ese proceso podría ser algo muy lindo, que la sociedad civil se pueda organizar de los diferentes países y llevar posiciones conjuntas a este tipo de foros.
Lo hacen, pero no se escuchan.
Tienen que hacerse escuchar más. Y los procesos nacionales creo que son súper relevantes.
Ahí para mí la responsabilidad está 100% en los gobiernos. Justamente la pregunta de la otra compañera que hizo sobre por qué negociamos separados, ¿no? África negocia todo junto, nosotros negociamos separados. El año pasado Argentina tenía la presidencia de la CELAC, y logramos por primera vez trabajar durante 3 meses con todos los responsables de cambio climático de la región para tener una posición conjunta, por lo menos los 10 puntos en los que estábamos de acuerdo de la agenda climática. Un proceso político informal, digamos, que pero por lo menos generaba el antecedente de empezar a negociar como región. No se continuó. Nosotros dejamos de tener la presidencia, no se continuó. Realmente creo que el problema está en que se ideologiza mucho la integración regional. De hecho, el presidente electo de Argentina habla de salirse de los BRICS, de que la CELAC es un no sé cuánto, que el otro, que la UNASUR. O sea, evidentemente no va a trabajar en estos temas y es un gran problema. Y es un gran problema porque ustedes pueden hacer un montón de declaraciones y actividades, pero si los estados partes que se sientan en la mesa de negociación no llevan esas iniciativas, estamos jodidos. Entonces, realmente eso es un problema. Ojalá perdón, pero estoy poniendo mucha presión a Brasil, pero yo creo que con el liderazgo de Brasil y de Lula y para la COP, creo que eso va a ser fundamental para que también se trabajen estos temas y que Brasil convoque, por ejemplo, a un espacio de negociación de todos los países de América Latina y el Caribe para la COP, una mesa especial, una mesa ad hoc, algo que nos marque un rumbo específico para poder hacerlo y que sea de manera política y aunque no sea vinculante quizás, pero sí que ya haya ese gesto y que se vaya a consolidar, porque si no, está claro que no vamos a ir a ningún lado. Y después, en relación a la experiencia con la participación de las juventudes, yo creo que en el caso de Argentina, y no es por chupar las medias que están acá, pero la realidad es que ha madurado un montón el activismo ambiental, porque me parece que han empezado a tomar la agenda local, la agenda nacional, la agenda regional de América Latina y el Caribe y Argentina, con una perspectiva soberana, ¿no? De cuáles son nuestros intereses, cuáles son nuestros desafíos y cuáles son nuestros conflictos, y abordar los conflictos, no escaparle a la aguja, ¿no? Decir, bueno, tenemos contradicciones, tenemos complejidades, pero abordarlas sobre la mesa. Entonces, y también la otra cosa que me parece importante, que lo han empezado a hacer y muy bien, es también involucrarse en absolutamente todas las cuestiones de país a nivel desarrollo y no solamente la agenda ambiental. La agenda climática es una agenda profundamente económica y es una agenda de mayorías y tiene que ver con la transformación total del sistema productivo y del sistema económico. Entonces, si el activismo ambiental y las juventudes no se involucran en temas de producción, de industria, de transporte, de energía, de producción de alimentos, o sea, en absolutamente todos los temas transversales y corto, no vamos a ir a ningún lado, así que creo que va por ahí. Perdón.
Sí, tal vez como para complementar y sigo la misma línea. Yo creo que lamentablemente en América Latina y el Caribe nos hemos acostumbrado a estar separados. Es triste, pero es cierto. Porque Chile y Argentina estamos muy cerca, ¿no es cierto? Pero en las negociaciones estamos en grupos distintos. Y
Mucho
creo
libre
que...
comercio, Chile, por ahí.
¿Cómo?
Mucho libre comercio, mucho mirando para el
Bueno,
norte.
cada uno con sus cosas, con sus obsesiones. No, claro, pero la verdad es que si uno va más allá de lo cotidiano y de las preparaciones de las cosas, porque cada uno negocia, digamos, cada uno coordina dentro de sus propios grupos, qué sé yo. Pero si miramos, por ejemplo, ABU y ILAC, nosotros hemos tenido muchas submissions juntos. Y la verdad es que nos encontramos muy de cerca en muchos temas. Y no es extraño, porque somos países de la misma región, compartimos una realidad, tenemos una historia común y circunstancias muy parecidas.
¿Por qué no fusionamos los grupos entonces?
Hagámoslo, pues, claro. Y
No, ILAC y
ahí inventamos el acrónimo. Pero lo que quiero... No, aquí y ahora, no. Lo que quiero decir es que...
Yo que te firmo todo, total me voy en 5 días, prendo fuego todo, no tengo problema.
No, lo que quiero decir es que cada vez que conversamos de estas cosas y por qué no estamos más juntos, qué sé yo, pero en realidad si uno mira la agenda, hay muchos temas en los que realmente tenemos posiciones muy parecidas. Y que tal vez no es exactamente igual, pero ningún país tiene una posición exactamente igual. Dentro de los grupos también hay divergencias y hay ciertas miradas, pero se unen justamente para tener más fuerza. Entonces, temas, adaptación, igual, en agricultura, muy parecido, en finanzas, muy parecido. Y son temas gruesos, son temas grandes, son temas relevantes para lo que queremos hacer. Entonces, la verdad es que somos un poco víctimas de la inercia, somos un poco víctimas de la historia de la convención, de las COPs, y cómo nos hemos ido un poco separando, pero en realidad cuando hablamos de cosas más concretas, y sobre todo hablamos a nivel también de las perspectivas que presentamos en la COP, creo que no estamos tan lejos, y haciendo un pequeño esfuerzo se podría alcanzar algo bastante significativo. Pero necesitamos el apoyo de las juventudes. Las juventudes tienen que pedir que los países de la región se acerquen más. Y a lo mejor...
Ahí me sumo para que vayan pensando la respuesta a una pregunta que hicimos en un contexto es ¿cuáles son las banderas que les gustarían ver levantadas por parte de las juventudes climáticas de Latinoamérica y no están viendo que se estén levantando en este momento? Piénsala y le pasamos el micrófono a acá, Agustín, allá primero, Agustín y allá. Vamos en orden.
De Sara. Perdón, Sí, perdonar, es que ha habido una confusión antes y quería hablar de ello. Es verdad que estamos en un espacio climático y es verdad que vengo de un país que nos une mucho, Latinoamérica, porque hablo español, no es por no sé, hablo español porque fuimos una colonia también española y antes se habló del Sáhara Occidental y mi compañera argentina sí que sabía de qué era y es verdad que la última colonia en África. Y queríamos decir que nosotros también reivindicamos aquí, denunciamos aquí sobre todo el lavado verde que se está haciendo en esta ocupación y bueno, que también de una forma u otra nos unimos a los países latinoamericanos porque estamos juntos en esto, el combate de decir no a la ocupación de los territorios, también estamos para denunciarlo en espacios así. Pero muchísimas gracias, era también para aclararlo. Y muchísimas gracias, compañera argentina.
Hola. Bueno, me encanta que Chile esté aquí presente en este evento. No nos podemos olvidar que el océano es nuestro mejor amigo para luchar contra el cambio climático.
¿Sí? Lo iba a decir.
Sí.
Entre los temas que faltaban.
Y bueno, justamente por eso es mi pregunta. Bueno, ¿en qué desafíos los jóvenes podríamos ayudar para superar esa brecha, esa falta de información que hay en las contribuciones determinadas a nivel nacional, en temas de regiones de adaptación, de zonas y regiones marino-costeras para no afrontar después las pérdidas y daños que se traen con estos fenómenos meteorológicos que cada vez están siendo más y más fuertes y que faltan también en otros países? Chile está encabezando, es el país que tiene en sus NDCs temas oceánicos y qué nos podrían recomendar tanto a las otras personas de los otros países como también a los jóvenes también para ayudar en este tema.
Sí, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Tocaste fibra, como decimos en Chile, tocaste corazón. El tema de océanos, por supuesto, es un tema para nosotros muy importante. Chile tiene 4.000 kilómetros de costa, y así que bueno, ahí sí que tenemos un récord en la región. Pero claro, más allá de eso y por supuesto la presencia también de Chile en las islas, ¿no? En Rapa Nui, Juan Fernández, Sala y Gómez, muchas otras también que en Chiloé, en el sur de Chile. Yo creo que el secreto aquí está en no pensar solo en cambio climático. El océano no es solo una dimensión de cambio climático, no es solo una puerta de comercio, no es una puerta de conexión, es muchas dimensiones. Y una de las dimensiones tal vez más importantes, y es por el lado donde nosotros hemos tomado el tema, es el tema de la conservación de los ecosistemas. Nosotros tenemos ya más del 40% de nuestro océano jurisdiccional bajo algún tipo de protección, y eso es la base de nuestra componente de océanos de la NDC. Nosotros decimos, todo lo que estamos conservando tiene un efecto positivo en el clima, en mitigación y en adaptación, porque los ecosistemas capturan CO2, pero al mismo tiempo, al protegerlos, también pasa por políticas de adaptación a los efectos del cambio climático. Entonces, salgamos un poco de la mirada de silos, ¿no es cierto?, y busquemos cuál es la conexión entre las agendas. La agenda de conservación es muy importante, la agenda de cambio climático también es muy importante, pero al unirla entran las comunidades locales, entran los pueblos indígenas, entra una mirada también de largo plazo y de uso sostenible. Porque no hay que olvidar que también que el océano es fuente de alimentación, es fuente de bienestar humano. Y eso es justamente lo que hicimos en Bonn, cuando se hizo el primer diálogo de océano y clima. Elegimos dos temas, luego de consultar a las partes y a los observadores. Elegimos dos temas. Uno, la conservación de ecosistemas, incluyendo el carbono azul, y el otro, justamente la seguridad alimentaria que viene del océano. Y la verdad es que fue un éxito. Tuvimos mucha gente, no era un tema de negociación, y había un tema, y eso es importante porque no era una tensión política de vamos a negociar el CBDR, ¿no es cierto? O sea, salimos un poco de esa lógica y dijimos, bueno, ¿qué podemos hacer juntos? ¿Qué podemos traer a la conversación? Llegaron más de 250 personas entre partes y no partes, observadores, jóvenes, y la verdad es que fue una cosa muy bonita porque salieron muchas buenas ideas. Está el reporte ahí por si quieren verlo, muchos buenos casos de buenas prácticas, y creo que ese es el camino. Probablemente cada país, cada región, cada comunidad va a tener una relación distinta con el océano, pero hay temas en común. Y la gracia de que me preguntan del océano, yo ya no hay forma.
Es un romántico.
Entonces, y claro, y la gracia es justamente qué podemos hacer juntos y qué podemos conseguir en este tipo de espacio.
Ahora, dos preguntas de brasileños, porque la cuota de Brasil está aumentada hoy, porque para que entrenen para 2025.
Eu vou falar em português porque meu espanhol é muito ratatá. Olá a todos, me chamo Abel, sou de Belém, onde vai acontecer a COP30, por isso, oi pessoal de Belém, pronto, direto lá da cabanagem. Pronto, vou falar um pouco devagar para todo mundo compreender. A minha pergunta é para vocês todos, como vocês acreditam, como vocês acham que a sociedade civil e também a classe política dos países da América Latina e do Caribe, claro, pode atuar nessa pressão contra a exploração de petróleo na Amazônia, que sabemos a COP vai acontecer lá, mas no início dessa COP, um representante do governo brasileiro disse que sim, o Brasil está disposto a levar isso para frente, mesmo contra um parecer técnico dado pelas organizações governamentais, inclusive, do Brasil. Então, na opinião de vocês, qual é o papel dos nossos países hermanos nessa luta? É isso.
Ya hablamos, ¿no? Sí, ya hablamos.
Eu sou a Sueli, e lo voy a leer para no olvidarme nada. Tuve el placer de estar en Buenos Aires en abril y agradezco cómo transcurrieron los días de discusión. En Brasil tenemos un problema enorme porque ni siquiera saben del acuerdo los jóvenes,
está hablando de Escazú,
las personas,
de la COP de
todo,
Escazú en Buenos
sí,
Aires.
sí, el acuerdo de Escazú. El acuerdo estaba en tramitación en el Congreso, fue retirado, lo cual es triste, pero entiendo, dado la división, la probabilidad de ser rejetado, entonces pienso, ¿cómo creen que el acuerdo deba ser visto por los países? ¿Cómo estás ahora? Esta es mi pregunta. Otra es, ¿cómo podemos ayudar con los jóvenes en la próxima COP, por ejemplo, acá ejemplo, es en Chile? Entonces, queremos ayudar, pero tenemos un problema en Brasil. En especial, en Brasil tenemos un gran problema acerca del acuerdo de Escazú.
Bien, creo que a outra pergunta, a gente falou sobre a questão petroleira da Amazônia antes e tem muita relação, falamos muito do acordo de Escazú aí, né, como uma ferramenta também para a luta, para exigir ao governo a responsabilidade disso, no processo de decisão, pelo menos. Entonces voy directo a la pregunta tuya, te respondo en español que tu esfuerzo en español fue muy bueno. La realidad, nosotros invitamos adrede a Marina Silva. Marina Silva vino a la apertura de la COP en Buenos Aires. Le insistimos muchísimo, la verdad que hizo un esfuerzo porque estaba con un tema de salud y vino por un día, justamente para dar esa señal de que, y ella lo quería hacer, y el gobierno de Brasil, de la importancia que Brasil ratificara el acuerdo de Escazú, sabiendo que es complejo porque lo tiene que aprobar el Congreso. Entonces, la realidad es que no nos podemos meter, son asuntos internos de cada uno de los países. Lo que sí te puedo decir es que Argentina tradicionalmente en lo que es la lucha por los derechos humanos tenemos una trayectoria desde lo que fue la resistencia en la última dictadura militar y después todo lo que es la lucha de las madres y abuelas de Plaza de Mayo para la búsqueda de recuperación, sobre todo de los nietos, fue en la calle. Fue en la calle, fue con organizaciones de base, fue en los medios de comunicación, fue luchando, marchando. Lo mismo con el movimiento feminista en Argentina para conseguir finalmente la aprobación de la ley del aborto, que también la primera vez que logramos meterlo en el Congreso no pasó. Y después, durante nuestro gobierno, la realidad es que fue la calle. Nosotros logramos meterlo en las sesiones, a pesar de que tenemos mucha gente adentro que decía que no era conveniente porque estábamos en pandemia. Pero la realidad que fue la lucha en la calle de las mujeres, específicamente con la ley del aborto y también de los derechos humanos de las madres y abuelas de Plaza de Mayo, que tuvieron un rol fundamental. Así que mientras no esté el acuerdo de Escazú, igual tienen la fuerza de la gente, del pueblo y sobre todo, y discúlpenme aquí algunos, pero de las mujeres jóvenes que en estos casos están muchas veces encabezando estas luchas, estas peleas. Así que hermanas, hay que seguir organizándose, luchando y marchando.
Gracias. Ahí hay una pregunta. Vamos a ir con la última pregunta. Hemos llegado al cierre y al final estamos todos muy cansados, son días muy largos, muy intensos.
Ya, súper fácil, muchas gracias por venir y acompañar a la juventud. Ustedes que ya están adentro, ¿qué consejo le pueden dar a los jóvenes? Porque comentaban que tenemos que empezar a involucrarnos más y está bien protestar, pero ¿cómo podemos hacer que los tomadores de decisión escuchen lo que nosotros proponemos o demandamos? Porque siento yo personalmente que muchas veces nos quedamos en la foto y hay muchos jóvenes que se están haciendo famosos, pero ¿estamos realmente impactando? Ustedes que están dentro nos pueden dar 3 tips así súper rápidos. ¿Qué debemos hacer?
Qué bueno que la pregunta es fácil, así que qué bueno.
Dale.
Yo ya te dije dos. Uno, las escuelas de negociación y la otra es en espacios de política y de decisión.
Yo te diría, toquen los temas difíciles, toquen intereses, métanse con las cuestiones más complejas, para eso hay que estudiar, hay que meterse, hay que prepararse, pero vayan a donde más les duela, que son los intereses económicos.
Sí, es un buen consejo, pero también yo diría que se atrevan a hablar como grande, como viejos, que se atrevan a meterse, en los temas, donde
Todos van
se
con
toman las
traje
decisiones.
ahora,
No, que quiero decir claro, yo creo que por ahí alguien decía de la protesta a la propuesta, ¿no? ¿No?
Agarró la LCO y lo
¿No?
leyó, lo que
Claro, la
prepararon,
LCOI,
muy
¿no? La
bien,
LCOI.
muy bien.
Pero solamente solamente para decir, eso significa ir de la protesta a la propuesta, significa meterse en los temas más difíciles, más duros, más técnicos incluso. Y quiero poner un ejemplo nada más. Ahora nosotros también en este mismo programa de incorporación de jóvenes en las delegaciones, nosotros trajimos también a 2 jóvenes que están en nuestra delegación y les encargamos que generaran ellos una declaración para que todas las otras delegaciones que no tienen jóvenes suscriban la intención de hacerlo en las próximas COPs.
Chévere,
¿no?
buenísimo.
Entonces, y si no lo han visto, pídala. Los voy a retar. Pero ellos mismos tomaron esa iniciativa, lo conversamos, vimos cómo debía estar redactado para que fuera atractivo para otras delegaciones, y ellos están haciendo un poco el puerta a puerta, digamos, para vender esa declaración. Y eso es una manera justamente de conversar en ese tipo de términos, meterse en una declaración que tiene lenguaje legal, que ya no es simplemente una propuesta, sino que es una protesta. Al revés. Si no es una protesta, es una propuesta.
Sí. Totalmente. En el 2021 se hizo la primera RECOI virtual de Latinoamérica post las anteriores que habían sido hace muchísimos años antes. La declaración del año pasado fue de la protesta a la propuesta. La de este año es de la propuesta a la implementación. Y en 4 ejes temáticos tiene 4 buenas prácticas de políticas públicas de países de Latinoamérica para que copien y peguen adentro de Latinoamérica. Entonces un poco también es eso, ¿no? Es como ver qué están haciendo los buenos países hermanos y no salir a copiar iniciativas de Alemania, que tiene otro contexto, otra realidad y otros problemas que son mucho más fáciles de compartir, digamos, en casa.
Bien.
Les voy a dar una reflexión final. Los vamos a liberar la agenda. Sabemos que están muy cansados. Gracias por tomarse el tiempo de estar acá. Para nosotros es muy importante su presencia, sus consejos y sus palabras. Los dejo con una reflexión final que quieran hacer.
A ver, bueno, sigan adelante, chicos. Yo creo que la agenda ambiental, antes que dividir, une. Y eso es lo que deberíamos estar haciendo. Que aprendamos de otros continentes y aprendamos del mundo entero que la agenda ambiental debería unirnos antes que dividirnos. Estamos enfrentando todos el mismo problema, así que busquemos los puntos de convergencia antes que los de divergencia. Eso, muy bien.
Ahora me acuerdo porque volví, el año pasado también estuve, me acuerdo que me acuerdo de Paloma gritando, arengando, digo, es el evento que más me divertí, sí, vamos, volvamos, dijimos. Me acuerdo muy bien. Yo más que una reflexión, una recomendación, les vengo a hacer un pedido, ¿no? Ustedes saben cuál es la situación de Argentina. Yo creo muchísimo en las salidas colectivas, creo muchísimo en la integración regional, creo que ustedes también tienen que ser faro en que la política climática de Argentina no se caiga. Para eso tenemos una sociedad civil y un sector privado, algunos y unas universidades y una plataforma científico-tecnológica y organizaciones de derechos humanos que estoy segura que van a pelear por avanzar en la política climática, pero lo que les vengo a pedir, sobre todo a ustedes con su voz, con su desparpajo, con su audacia, con su rebeldía, es que nos acompañen, que los acompañen sobre todo a sus amigos y amigas, a las organizaciones de Argentina, que lo vamos a necesitar muchísimo. Yo me la pasé estos días de reuniones, lo único que les pedía a la CAF, al Banco Mundial, al Fondo, al FMI, a todos, era que no nos dejen, que no nos suelten la mano, que nos acompañen y sobre todo que lo hagan a través de los gobiernos subnacionales, las organizaciones ambientales, las universidades, todos aquellos con quienes venimos construyendo la política climática para que estos 4 años que nuestros hermanos brasileños y brasileñas lo han pasado no sean un perder todo lo que hemos construido, sino realmente encontrar en la organización y la movilización la capacidad de reconstruirnos e incluso de ir más allá. Así que ayuda a todos y todas, por favor.
Aguante. Aguante.
Aguante, sí. Bueno, última reflexión. Nada más pedirles que sigan siendo agentes de cambio, que me parece que es lo que los jóvenes siempre han hecho, han aportado. Yo digo, en Chile, yo entré en este proceso hace ya varios años, y cuando yo entré había muy poco. Los jóvenes en realidad no eran tan presentes como están hoy, y creo que el punto de giro ahí fue la COP nuestra, la COP25, cuando se organizó la sociedad civil, no solo los jóvenes, pero también los jóvenes, y se formaron diversos colectivos, qué sé yo, y se armó una agenda muy potente, y creo que hay que seguir así, porque ha servido mucho. Han sido
casi tirando un gobierno, así que imagínate ahí.
han sido un factor de cambio, han sido un factor también de reafirmación, han hecho más fácil nuestro trabajo también, porque nosotros decimos, yo hablé también con los jóvenes, hablé con los movimientos juveniles, y creo que lo que estamos haciendo es lo correcto. Y eso sirve mucho, así que sigan siendo agentes de cambio, ese es mi consejo.
Bien.
Bien.
Cuidado, que...
No, pará. Que el 8 tenemos mega evento del camino hacia la COP30, que estamos organizando todo lo que queramos. Ya estamos varios involucrados. Claro, como que invitamos a todo lo que quieran. Va a estar buenísimo. Es a la 1 del mediodía, el 8 en el Pabellón de Chile. Y hay comida. Bueno, hay Morphy.
Ya está,
así
ya
que
está, vamos todos.
me quedo. La que no está ahí, bueno, se pierde algo espectacular. Listo, vamos, Fotela. Una buena foto. De 1 a 2 y media. ¿Qué más? Claro, de allá para allá.
Nosotros pasamos para allá.
Nosotros nos pasamos para allá. ¿Querés sacar una foto de nosotros tres? De todos, dale.